Oh. Bro did not want to be touched like that. God damn. All right. I mean, the title explains this one. I haven't seen it. Squeedo has. Anything you got to say, bro?
Nope.
All right. Time to witness true cinema.
Yep.
Oh, hey.
Fuck me. I can't. Oh, man.
It just started.
I can't. No. Why is it so smooth,
Don't even
though?
finish his line.
Why is it so smooth, though? Like, why? Oh, man. This doesn't feel right. You know? It just... Oh, fuck.
Oh, hey ho, Commissioner. Say, would you mind cleaning this table off?
Bro's a menace. For fuck's sake.
It's completely filthy.
Gary Oldman doesn't get paid enough for this shit. Right?
Okay, you just brushed it with your hand. You should really use a disinfectant wipe or something.
What difference does that make?
Yo, Gary sold that. Holy shit. What difference does that make? Bruh, bro.
Bro, he sounded like Batman.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro. He should have been the one wearing the fucking mask. God damn. Immediately, all I was thinking was, bro, if he asked me anything, I would answer. With utmost truth. I'm stitching on myself tonight. God damn.
Well, a big difference, actually.
Harvey dent never made it home.
Harvey who?
What have you done with him?
Me? I was right here.
I'm a fucking puppet, dude. No, I don't do that shit. Who are you talking to? I like to think that Batman is the one puppeteering you.
Just fucking with Jim Gordon.
It's like, listen here. What's his name?
Commissioner Gordon?
Gordon. You gotta listen to me. This frog, he knows where Rachel is, and he knows where Harvey Dent is. The only way we'll find out is if you play the good cop to my bad cop. But, Batman, he's a puppet. Gordon! Don't you question me, Gordon! Jesus Christ.
Bro's just fucking having a Kermit on one arm.
That's what I'm saying, bro.
Very obviously, like, holding the puppet.
It's like, Bruce, we can see you. Bruce! Who's Bruce?
I'm Batman.
I am vengeance. Just disappears.
Who leave him with?
If we're gonna play games,
Damn. We're kicking off handcuffs.
I'm gonna hit
Why does that shit look so good?
Bro, that's what I'm saying, bro. Shit's smooth as fuck, not gonna lie.
I'm gonna need a cup of coffee.
Oh, great. What are we gonna play? Checkers? Monopoly?
Not exactly.
Bro, why is this so smooth, though? Goddamn. Yo. Oh. Bro did not want to be touched like that. God damn. It's the fact that Batman didn't slam his head. He grabbed him, waited, and then slammed him. Yeah. Oh, man. Cinema. Damn. Twice? Damn. Bro, ragdolled. Wait a minute. Hey, yo. Yeah, everyone's concerned. It's like, are we sure we want to let him do this? It's a bit much. Bro's choking his frog. Bless you. Damn, the way Batman picked him up.
He's in control.
Hey, he's in control, all right. Jesus Christ.
Click here for another video by Film Haze.
I ain't never seen no crazy shit like that, bro.
That shit just popped up on my recommended for no reason. And I was like, yeah, we're reacting.
Might have to look into some more of his in the future. That's
Yeah.
that's ridiculous. Fuck's sake. Oi, chingado. Hey, I got the bang energy. I got new flavor this time. What's this called?
What flavor did you get?
I got blue raspberry. I don't, to be honest, it doesn't smell good. Fuck. All right.
Really?
No, it does not. Here we go. Down the hatch.
I got a random question for you.
Before you ask that question, this shit tastes like Jolly Rancher. I was wrong. Hey, yo. That's actually pretty hot. I'm not going to lie. Yeah. Anyway.
Hell yeah.
What was the question you were going to ask me today?
What TV show would be your hell? So like you died and went to hell, what TV show would be playing for an eternity in the background?
Oh, fuck you. oh, fuck you. Oh, hold on. Oh, man, there's a few of them. There's a few of them. Jersey Shore. I think that's a good answer. Fuck me. No, you have no idea, bro. I was thinking like, I remember like a year ago, somewhere around that line, Jersey Shore was on Hulu. And I'm like, oh, well, you know, a lot of people liked it. It was like, oh, you know, maybe it has some redeemable qualities. It was really addictive. A lot of people enjoyed it. A lot of kids that are around my age now, right? So I'm like, oh, let me look into it. I watched the first episode and I'm thinking, why the fuck did people like this shit? It makes no sense why people like this shit. It was so poorly crafted in every fucking regard, and the drama was so see-through and fake. I quit on the third episode. I couldn't do it. It was the third episode. Imagine 8 seasons of the fucking thing. Nah. Fuck you, Jack.
Yeah, it's still going.
I'd rather go to actual hell. Oh yeah, because it's the remakes, right? They got the revivals. Yeah. Fuck that. That's not for me, Chief. I'd have to say Jersey Shore. I mean, what else?
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I went through a phase where I watched Jersey Shore.
Really?
But that was like 10 years ago.
Yeah, I hear you. No, you come back now. I'm telling you.
I mostly watched it because my sister was into it, and then I just watched it with her just because.
You know what else would be hell for me? It's Hell's Kitchen. Now, Hell's Kitchen was good for the first few seasons, but then it got to a point where they got so fucking lazy that once I got to like the 5th season, I couldn't force myself to do it anymore. And there's like 15 of them?
There's a shit ton of seasons.
I couldn't do it. Oh, I have a good one. You know what would be hell for me? Storage Wars. I couldn't fucking do it. No, because my dad was addicted to that show, right? And I liked it too when I was a kid because I didn't know no better. Then I watched the first few episodes again when I was older. I'm like, this is a fucking joke. This is ridiculous. Yeah. You know, I think for me, the pattern is it's like kind of reality TV that feels like a waste of time. Like you could never keep me in a room to watch Keeping Up with the Kardashians. I couldn't do it.
No.
You know,
that would be hell.
I agree. Those reality TV shows that give you like surface level drama and offer absolutely nothing for you to learn from besides the most basic of things that every single other TV show or movie has ever covered. You know, it's just, for me, hell would be watching BS reality TV shows like those. Fuck that.
Well, one of my answers is Catfish.
Catfish, what's that?
The TV show?
The TV
where
show.
People get catfished online, and they basically bring in these MTV guys to help basically find out who like the real person is behind the account. Every episode is literally the fucking same, and this show has been going on for years.
Nah, bro. I couldn't do it. Like my 600-pound life, I'd be looking at that shit too, and it just like, yeah, it scares me. But after the second episode, I'm like, why am I watching this? You know? Oh, like Hoarders. Hoarders is a big one. Hoarders for me, it's just like after you watch the first couple episodes, the shock is gone, and it's just the same recipe over and over and over and over. Look how bad this person is. Look how bad her life is. Look how good we clean up the house. Look how this person never changes. Again and again and again. It's like, bro, stop it. I don't want to watch this shit. I stay away from it. I can't watch reality TV. You want a good reality TV show? I'll give you a good one right here. Total Drama Island. Peak cinema, bro. That's what you want. That's the best reality TV show ever made, by
Say
far.
like an actual reality
No,
show.
fuck you. There are no good reality TV shows. Give me a break. Jesus Christ. Total Drama Island, peak. I don't care. Catfish, huh?
Yeah.
I might have to give it a watch.
Or like, this is just being like a nitpick of mine, but like a sitcom with a laugh track.
Oh,
There's some good ones, but there's a lot of them.
there's a
I just find
lot
annoying.
of bad ones. I remember watching this one with Kevin James where he's like the pit chief of like a race car team, and it's so cookie cutter and bland, bro. Like Kevin James, I love Kevin James, but brother, some of those projects that he's involved with are so bland. You can tell it's just for the money. Quick payday. What a joke.
Kevin James in a sitcom has got to be the King of Queens. That's
a
show's
good. That's a good one. I agree.
I love the King of Queens.
That's a good one. I agree.
Yeah.
But don't see the Netflix one. Fuck that. There's a reason why they never got a second season. Shit.
Oh well, it's on Netflix, of course.
Of course.
Has Netflix made a good? Has Netflix made a good sitcom?
Yeah, you know what? You're right. Shit. Meanwhile, they got, what was that one called? Like Big Mouth? It's like 13 seasons in, but they're canceling actually good shows.
Fuck
Jesus.
Big Mouth.
Yeah, I'm good, bro. I don't need that shit. You want a good animated show from Netflix? BoJack Horseman. That's a really good one.
I've heard it's really good. I watched like 2 episodes and then I just stopped because I got distracted.
I hear you. Yeah, that happens all the time to me. It really does. Yeah, BoJack Horseman is like actually a strong series that I didn't expect to be that strong. Like I just expected it to be like dumb comedy, but it's got a lot of that. But it's also got like some genuine life lessons about like how you can be narcissistic, how you lack accountability, how people fall into vices of addiction. Like it's a strong, humble showing. But it's also got some fucked up shit in it. It's a good mix. See what I'm saying? It's a great mix.
Yeah. That's all you need.
I agree. Yeah, no, Netflix pisses me off. I'm sorry. I be seeing like really cool like ideas being thrown to Netflix, and I'm like, don't do it, don't do it. You know?
Yeah, nothing kills a show more than when it says only on Netflix.
Netflix original. No. What kills an idea more is when it says something like a Peacock original or something. Like, get this shit out of here. Remember Halloween Ends? Nah, I couldn't do it. Fucking hell.
I was just Universal trying to get people to go on their streaming service because no one else would do it otherwise.
That hurt my feelings when I saw that. I'm like, no way.
The only reason we have Peacock now is WWE.
Yeah, for real. That's literally the only reason why I have it. And then Oppenheimer came up on Peacock. Is like, yeah, but I bought the Blu-ray, so who cares?
Yeah, exactly.
Oppenheimer was pretty peak. Not gonna lie, that was like
Indeed.
a special one. Florence Pugh.
Yeah.
Mwah. That's it.
Crazy that it's already been a year since fucking Oppenheimer came out.
Oh, don't say that. Don't say that, bro. I'm so fucking old.
I already did.
Holy shit. I'm so fucking old. A year? Don't say. I remember you and me seeing Oppenheimer in Dolby as if it was yesterday, bro. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Dude, that movie was peak everything. Peak dialogue, peak cinematography, it's fucking everything. Performance-wise, beautiful. You know what I'm saying? Beautiful.
Yeah.
Christ.
I was actually just talking with a friend of mine the other day about how, like, I love Christopher Nolan, but I'm also not the biggest fan of Christopher Nolan's, like, movies. Just,
for
like,
example?
in general. Like, I know people love Christopher Nolan, but, like, I don't know. For me, there are some movies of his, like Inception, right? Where the movie, to me, feels pretentious. It's like, a lot of people consider Christopher Nolan movie like a masterpiece, and I feel like he knows that. And like you can just feel it from like the movie where it's just like, hey, this shit's a masterpiece, all right?
You
like,
already know.
I fucking get it.
Yeah,
I don't know what it is, but for me, I think I'm just weird, but I don't know. It's like I feel the ego like through the screen.
I definitely feel that for Inception. Absolutely.
Inception is like the number one example of that.
Yes.
Like I would say maybe if I had to pick another movie of his that kind of feels that way, The Dark Knight Rises a little bit.
Yeah, I'd say that too, especially with how the pacing can be at times. I feel like he really lingers on shots in some areas, and that kind of like drags it a bit. I do feel the pretentiousness in that one. I will tell you.
Oh, Tenet for sure.
I haven't seen Tenet. I need to see it.
Yeah, it feels pretentious to me. It's just like a lot of people are gonna be like, what the fuck does he mean by that? But like it makes sense to me. Like I don't know, I just feel it when I'm watching a Christopher Nolan movie. I'm like, damn, like he thinks this shit's a masterpiece, and he knows people are gonna love it. So,
Well, yeah, I mean,
know.
he's Nolan. You know what I mean?
yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm sure he's a great guy. I have like so much respect for Christopher Nolan.
But
I
you
mean,
could see it in
I
his
would
art.
love to be in his shoes, but I feel it. Like I can feel it every
Yeah.
time I watch a Christopher Nolan movie.
SOS not a model. Yeah, we're not and to be honest, and let's be frank here, Nolan pull out some bangers. We both know that. Well, what he's
Oh
saying,
yeah, no,
what he's
I
saying,
love Christopher Nolan, but I don't like him at the same time.
right? Yeah. I hear you, bro. Yeah, he's not my favorite director, but he's definitely up there.
Yeah.
I'd like to think that Inception's definitely a good showcase of that. I haven't seen Tenet. I feel like Interstellar doesn't suffer from that at all, though. Interstellar is just
No.
perfection.
Yeah.
I mean,
Just peak.
it's peak. And then you got The Dark Knight for me, which is my favorite out of the trilogy. Como se dice, but I know you prefer the other one. You'll get to that. But Dark Knight for me has always been my favorite out of the trilogy, simply because of how it's shot, how everything's so practical, how it feels so real, right? And Nolan's really good at making you feel the stakes, feel the tension, and that's what Dark Knight delivers to the umpteenth degree, is the fucking tension. Especially that finale scene with Harvey Dent and the kids and Gary Oldman. It's like, who's dying? Oh, shit, yeah. It's great.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that was a really good one. What's your favorite out of the trilogy?
Out of the Dark Knight trilogy?
Yeah, go ahead.
It's Batman Begins. Because and they talk about it a lot if you watch the behind the scenes for Batman Begins, is that they feel like a lot of the Batman movies aren't about Batman, which I mean they're correct in that, because before that we only really had the Michael Keaton ones, and then Batman Forever and Batman and Robin, but the focus is always on the villains, and it started with the first Michael Keaton Batman movie with Jack Nicholson as the Joker. Batman's not in that movie a lot. Jack Nicholson is more the main character than Batman is. The story's more focused around the Joker than it is around Batman. Batman's just kind of there. And so with Batman Begins, they really wanted to take a step back and, tell his origin and how he became, Batman. But it's also a lot of a character study. So it tells you a lot of kind of Bruce Wayne's mindset and like kind of how he thinks with the criminals in Gotham,
Very
and why
much
he
so.
wants to try to help them and how he goes about doing that.
He
So that's why I really like.
He finds them repulsive in a way. Yeah, I hear you.
Not even he feels sympathetic towards them, because he in Batman Begins they explain he was a criminal for many years. When he left Gotham and he was just kind of fighting for survival, like on the other side of the world, he had to do some criminal things to get by, like steal food. That kind of thing.
Oh, okay. I'm
And so,
sorry. I'm
he's been
thinking
arrested
about
and-
something else. My apologies. You're right. It's been a while since I've seen it. You're right.
Oh yeah.
I remember exactly what you're
he's
talking
like
about. Yep.
sympathetic towards them. Like he just hates that Gotham as a city is the way it is, and that people have to resort to these kinds of things for survival and to feel, I guess, like in a way, just like make money and feel some kind of wholeness. It's that's what I like about Batman Begins, is that whole perspective of Batman and Gotham.
Well, it's definitely closer to comic accurate. I remember seeing clips from like the animated series about how Batman will genuinely give out a helping hand to people. Like that has nothing to do with crime fighting. He's just a nice guy.
Yeah,
Great.
yeah. And I feel like that's what a lot of people miss. They just like, oh, he just beats up on poor people. It's like, nah, not
That's
really.
not-
I mean,
no.
early days maybe when he's angry as fuck
Right,
and hates the world.
hence the new
Yeah.
Batman movie, where that's
Yeah.
where I found the repulsiveness from, because he's angry. That's what I was thinking
yeah.
of. I wasn't thinking about
Robert
the right
Pattinson
Batman.
is disgusted
Yeah.
by the criminals.
He's
Yeah.
angry at everything because he needs to be Batman, but he kind of finds that Batman's more than just an aggressor. He's a symbol of light. Anyway, continue.
Yeah. So that's all. Like, I love stories of Batman in his early years, and while it can get repetitive, like seeing the same thing over and over, what makes Batman interesting to me is that progression from starting off as like being repulsed by criminals and hating them to becoming that sympathetic figure. And I feel like what's different about Batman Begins is while he is brutal towards criminals and he doesn't really hold back, I feel like that sympatheticness is kind of there from the beginning,
Right.
And like it's like right in the beginning he understands, it's like, okay, these people need my help, and that Batman can be used as not just as a source of fear, but a source for good. And I feel like in a way it makes Christian Bale's Batman so much wiser than the others because he figures that shit out very quickly. And so Batman Begins is really a character study, and that's why it's my favorite of the trilogy.
I hear you.
The Dark Knight, they wanted to make The Dark Knight also like a Batman focused movie, and they did do that pretty well, but they just weren't expecting Heath Ledger to really steal the show like he did.
Which is
and
crazy,
so in a way,
right?
I feel like a lot of people remember more Joker than they do Batman in The Dark Knight.
Yes.
And that's what they wanted to avoid, but that's what ended up happening just because Heath Ledger is so fucking good as the Joker.
I don't think there's any way to plan for that. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like we casted him, but we casted him way too fucking well. And now all of a sudden we have all of this Heath Ledger footage. I mean, the movie started with the Joker. You know?
Yeah.
Like, it's crazy.
Yeah.
You gotta love it. I mean, Heath Ledger pulls a performance that is out of this fucking world. I'm sorry, he's still my favorite Joker. And Joaquin put up a hell of a fight. Same with Jack Nicholson. I love Jack Nicholson, and I prefer Jack Nicholson in other films. But brother, Heath Ledger pulled something so strong out of his ass that is only rivaled by Mark Hamill. That's it. Nothing else.
Yeah. Yeah, and it feels like new Jokers are still trying to compete with Heath Ledger to this day.
Don't even get me started, bro. First of all, Jared Leto, he's not even on the list, okay? Throw him out. And then you got the new one where he shows potential, but we haven't seen enough. What's his name?
Barry Keoghan.
There you go. That one. He shows potential. I like what I've seen, and I also love the way his scenes are fucking shot. They're beautiful. You know? But I have to say right now,
Heath Ledger is just a different beast.
Heath Ledger pulls stuff. Here's the thing, right? When the Nolan trilogy, he really knew how to make those fucking villains like stick out. Like Liam Neeson as Ra's al Ghul, like that's fucking strong. And then you have Scarecrow, he was strong as well, played by Cillian Murphy. I mean, that's a strong ass casting. Even when Cillian Murphy wasn't even anything back then. He wasn't big at all. And it was a good decision to bring him. And Cillian Murphy's been on Nolan's movies ever since. You know what I mean? He's great. Cillian Murphy in general is great.
He's the only villain in the Dark Knight trilogy that shows up in all three movies. All the other ones are one and done, but not Scarecrow. He's in all three.
Yeah, because if Cillian Murphy wants to be in your movie, you fucking use him. Even if it's just for a scene, you fucking use him. So there you go. That's it. So Cillian came in, and that was a great one. Then you have the antagonist of Dark Knight, where you have the fucking Joker, and he's perfection. I loved Harvey Dent as well. He's not Joker, but he was really fucking good.
No, he's still really well written.
Isn't that crazy? That like you have Joker who's levels above everyone else, and Harvey Dent is almost never talked about when Dark Knight is brought up, but he's still a really cool fucking villain, which you get his pain because he was such a good character in the beginning, and then near the end, he's a fucking he's a criminal. He's a homicidal maniac. You know, it's like and it makes sense. It doesn't feel forced in any way. It's perfect. You know, he even got
he's like the one. He's the one character that really goes through an arc in the movie because Joker doesn't have a character arc.
Yeah, he's just him.
Batman. Kind of, but he's already Batman. He's already good.
He's in the middle of his arc. It's where Rises comes where he finishes it. Yeah.
Exactly, yeah. But then Harvey Dent, from start to finish in The Dark Knight, he has one whole complete arc, and it fits his character perfectly.
Peak. Yeah, just crazy. And then I understand that people may not like Rises as much, but brother, I know some people don't like this version of this villain, but Bane, Tom Hardy, I'm sorry. Like I
do like Bane.
I remember rewatching it like a couple years ago, and I was just thinking, how badass you have to be to blow up a football field and address the entire country. It's like, yeah, one of y'all got a bomb and shit, walking in holding his vet, bro. He's got aura, bro. Like people like, oh, but I want like Bane souped up and like really big, and like, yeah, that's cool and all, but this Bane, he looks like a normal human being, yet he's more powerful than every single son of a bitch in Gotham. You gotta love it. All right. You gotta love it. That's another thing with the Nolan movies. I told you this about Dark Knight. He keeps everything grounded. It makes it feel so much more real, you know? It's great. And like I said, Dark Knight Rises may be the weakest in the trilogy, but this is a trilogy that is peak. up there with some of the best movie trilogies of all time, and Bane's a product of that 100%. Jesus.
Yeah, my perspective on Christian Bale's version of Batman and why he's not my favorite is actually from a lot of The Dark Knight Rises. And if I had to give an example, one big decision is the fact that he retires for 8 years after The Dark Knight. And like, I get it, right? He kind of, they framed him as like, the murderer of Harvey Dent, and in a way he was kind of responsible for like a lot of the shit, to save face, right, for Harvey.
Right.
But 8 years, I feel like that's really out of character for Batman in general.
I mean, you saw him at the end of Arkham Knight. He came back.
Exactly. Like, I feel like, honestly, even a month is like a stretch for Batman. Because the thing about Batman is that he needs to be Batman. That's his thing. He was chosen to be Batman. He doesn't feel like he's making a choice. He feels like it's a choice that the universe, put onto his shoulders. And so he's kind of obsessed with fulfilling, this role.
Well, I feel like I see you. I understand what I'm saying. When I think
if it was a year, it'd be better.
I feel like they tried their best to not belittle the ending of Dark Knight, which, by the way, cinema. Cinema.
Yeah.
But it's not the one it needs right now. I feel like I feel like they were really trying not to belittle the ending of The Dark Knight. That being said, I do see why an 8-year time jump is a bit egregious. I do see where you're coming. That's a lot. He's old, bro.
1 year, I think would have been better.
Yeah.
It would have made sense. A year.
Well,
8.
Weren't they reporting that like Gotham was so much better? Like, now that Batman's gone and like everything. Was it going down?
So.
I think it was better, right? And then Bane came in and just fucked everything.
I think it was better until Bane.
Yeah.
It was better.
So it was better. All right. So I see where Nolan's coming from. Maybe an 8-year time jump is indeed egregious, but I don't exactly disagree with the decision. I see where you're coming from, though. It makes sense.
Yeah. It just doesn't feel like something that Batman would do for me. Like he would just fuck it.
Yeah.
He's just like, Gotham needs me.
Well, I think but that's the thing, right? Is the main thing is that Gotham wasn't going into turmoil. If let's say, for example, in the beginning of Arkham Knight, they said, "Oh, crime numbers are at a record high. Where is the Batman?" Then that would have been insulting. But that wasn't the case. Everything was way better. And then Bane came along, but still, they didn't need Batman until Bane came around.
It feeds into that line at the end of The Dark Knight. Like, I get why they did it, and it fits for the story that they're trying to tell. It's just, for me, I feel like Batman, 8 years is a long stretch, especially for a character like that. But I do get it.
I think, you also have to consider Go ahead, finish. I'll let you finish.
I was going to say, you used Arkham Knight as an example. In between the two games, in the lore of the Arkhamverse, crime was down after Arkham City, after the Joker died specifically. After Joker died, crime was down, but Batman was still out every single night, obsessed. Like, obsessively out. And it was even to a point where his allies have, said that, something's wrong with him. And it, of course, it's the whole, Joker DNA and thing that they were leading to in Arkham Knight. But the point is, even when crime was down, he was still out every night, patrolling the streets, even when nothing was happening.
Because he wanted to instill that fear into them,
And I feel like even with Christian Bale's Batman, if you're going to disappear for 8 years and you want to save face, I feel like Batman would still at least be out patrolling and monitoring things. On an almost nightly basis. I don't think he would just straight disappear, because what if shit hits the fan and he's not there? I feel like that. And then that another thing is, if I had to go against my own argument, is that he was injured in The Dark Knight Rises. He had a cane to walk in the was it the first half
but then he bounced back really quickly. I think that he had I think he had eyes on things, but from a distance. You understand? Like, for example, at the beginning of The Dark Knight Rises, he's living like a hermit. He's not socializing. He's not doing nothing. I think the thing is with the arc of the entire Arkham trilogy is that the entire Nolan trilogy, is that with The Dark Knight at the beginning, he thinks he's a necessity. He needs to be there. He needs to be constantly involved. And Alfred's constantly telling him, is like, no, you don't have to be part of everything. Alfred's scared for him, that kind of thing. And then by the end of the movie, he makes the epiphany. The end of his arc is like, oh, well, you know, Gotham doesn't really need me. It makes a lot of sense. But his obsession is still there. And so while he does take off the mantle, he's still monitoring things. He's still, you know, he's still involved in some way. And you can see that in The Dark Knight Rises in the beginning, because he's not living his life. He's still Batman. He just took off the cape. He's living like a complete fucking hermit. He's holding parties, but he's not a part of them. He's not doing anything. He's just living like an old man, letting his body atrophy everything, you know? So, como se dice, I don't think he ever did fully take off the cape. And those 8 years, I think he was monitoring. You understand? It's just...
just in a different way.
Right. He wasn't out there patrolling every year, because he told Alfred, he told not Harvey, was Gary Oldman's character. What's his name again?
Yeah. Jim Gordon.
Jim Gordon. How did I forget that? Jim Gordon. Yeah, he told Jim Gordon, it's like, I'm going to take off the cape. I'm going to do whatever, right? And like, this is the end of the Batman. And it's like, everyone else sees it, but Bruce doesn't believe it. Bruce doesn't want it to be over. Yeah. And it takes a Thanos-level threat, right, to finally throw him back into the cape and let him finish, you know?
Yeah. I feel like what I would have done is shorten the gap. You know, obviously, like we said, 8 years is a long time.
That is a long time.
You know, if I had to, like, stretch it, right, to, like, the longest I think it would go, 3 years, I think, is a solid time jump. 3 years is a solid time jump, because that's also... It was like 4 years between movies. I think, you know, 3 to 4 years makes sense if you follow like the timeline of the movies, like when they came out. And then I would have had Batman still patrolling nightly and training every single night, because it would make more sense of, like, you know, Alfred being like, why are you still doing this? You know, it's like, you know, Batman's gone, like, you don't need this anymore. And he's just like, you know, like deep down it's like something's coming. I don't know what it is, but like, you know, Gotham still needs me somehow. And I feel like that's what Batman would really do, is that, you know, even if he's not needed and he knows he's not needed, he would still, you know, be out there and be ready for anything.
You see, I
do get it, though.
I like him keeping his obsession. What I think is better, though, is how Nolan showed that he's like physically handicapped now, because his mind is still in it, but he's not practicing it. He's not training. He's not doing any of that, but he's constantly obsessed with being Batman. I mean, I think Alfred even mentioned it. It's like, you never really took off the cape. You know, you never really, you stopped being Batman, but you're still Batman. You don't know how to channel Bruce Wayne. You don't know how to be a Bruce Wayne until the end of Dark Knight Rises, where he's like, okay, I'm gonna go over to this restaurant with Alfred, and he'll see that like I'm with a woman. It's like his life is finally normal, but he was never really Bruce Wayne, even when he took off the cape. You know, and that's what I feel like, that message that he's still trying to be Batman and he can't be Bruce Wayne. No, the message that he can't be Bruce Wayne is sold a lot more when you see him walking with the cane. I think that message is sold a lot stronger so I do agree that the time jump's a bit much, but I see why he did it. I see why he did.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. It's just it's a personal thing. It doesn't feel like Batman to me.
I got you. It's all right. We're here to talk about both of our sides. It makes sense. Como se dice? The Nolan trilogy for me, it's always been my my go-to, right? Like when I talk about Batman, because mainly it's so well constructed, and once again, the grounded thing. It's always it feels so real for me. It's like, this could happen in real life. This looks like something that could happen, you know. And
well, that was the point. That was what Christopher Nolan wanted,
and he did it.
If you ask him, he says the only superhero movie he's ever made is Batman Begins, and it's because if you go back and watch the whole trilogy, Begins is it's more fantastical than the other ones. Like, you have the whole Scarecrow and the fear toxin. You have the Narrows, which is like cartoonishly, you know, kind of broken down slums.
Yeah, I remember that. Yes,
and then you look at the Dark Knight, and you're like, oh, this is just real life. Like Gotham is just a real city that I can go to.
Right. And then I come on say you say
Yeah.
I feel like for me personally, witnessing the realism part of it first and not reading the comics kind of tainted my viewpoint for Begins, right? You know, because I never read the comics. You did. That's the perspective difference here, guys, is that he grew up reading the comics, he watched the cartoons, and then he watched Batman Begins. I never watched any of that. And I watched The Dark Knight first. So that's how our perspectives can gel differently. It's because we saw things in a different order. You know, I haven't even watched the Batman animated series yet. I have it on Blu-ray. I gifted him one for Christmas, and I still haven't seen it. You know?
And I've gone through it like 4 times.
Oh man, you gotta love it though. Oh man, I gotta watch it. I got so many series on Blu-ray. It's ridiculous. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's really good. I would really definitely like, even if someone who's never seen like an episode of the show, right? I can recommend like a few episodes, but the one thing I would always tell people to watch is Batman: Mask of the Phantasm, because that is the animated series' version of his origin, and it's really fucking good. And you know, Joker's in it, and it's also an original character, the Phantasm, that's the villain as well. And I think that movie just represents Batman so perfectly in all fronts.
Yeah, I think I say I haven't seen it yet. I need to. I really need to. I need to play the Lego Batman.
It's a short
games.
movie. It's like an hour 20 minutes.
Yeah,
it's a short movie. You can get through it very quickly.
I gotta watch the show. I gotta watch. I remember playing my introduction to that animated era was Batman Vengeance. Badass game.
Oh yeah,
man.
yeah.
That was peak, and I felt so much like I was scared as fuck playing that game because it took place at nighttime. I was like 7 years old. I was playing the game, and I'm like, this is weird. Oh my god, there's a bomb. Oh my god, the music came straight out of a horror movie. Fuck you. You know?
Yeah, no, like the stuff with Joker in that game is surprisingly really dark.
Yeah.
And it's like, isn't this supposed to be like a kid's game?
Yeah.
First mission. He has a woman strapped to a bomb. Go save her. What the fuck?
Trust and believe. I will make a series on that game once I learn to emulate it correctly. It's all over.
Yeah.
Because, dude, I throw that bitch in an emulator, and it's like, I run it at 60 FPS, it doubles the speed of the game. It's like, okay, fix that. There's a stuttering problem here. Okay, fix that. Oh, cutscenes are really slow motion. Okay, fix that. It's like every fucking 2 minutes there's an issue. Jesus Christ. I just want to play a nostalgic game. God damn it. You know? And, bro, Batman Vengeance is so different than the Arkham trilogy. It's ridiculously different.
Oh, yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
I mean, Batman Vengeance, you're a detective.
Handcuff people.
Yeah, you have to handcuff people or they wake up. Fucking hell.
Yep.
I learned that one the hard way.
Yeah, I think we all did.
Oh, man.
What the fuck? I already fought this guy.
Hold
You didn't
on.
even jump by like 4 dudes.
Wait a minute. Yeah. You can't fight like 20 guys. You don't ballerina dance like in the Arkham trilogy. I'm saying.
No,
Oh,
You
man.
gotta go 1-on-1.
Oh, yeah, and you get your ass whooped half the time. Those guys know how to fight, bro. Oh, man, because they're big.
Yeah.
They're like 300-pound fucking traps the size of Jesus. You know what I mean? Like, it's ridiculous. Christ. With the size of Jesus. I meant to say the world. It doesn't matter. Same shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fucking planets on their shoulders, bro.
But-
They come at you.
Yeah, no, the animated series it's my peak Batman and will always be my peak Batman. I love a realistic Batman. He can be a character that's very grounded. He's one of the more grounded superheroes. But I also just love I love the aesthetic of the more heightened gothic, Gotham.
Very much.
And the villains and everything. I love Mr. Freeze. I love Clayface. I like the villains that they don't really show in live action.
Oh man, you know what a game. I already spoiled it, but you know what I think like an interpretation of Batman that really gets the villains well. An interpretation of Batman that really gets the villains, like just really gets them and understands them. The Arkham trilogy. I mean.
Oh yeah.
Fuck. It's a level of in-depthness, a level of in-depth that's something you can't get in a film. It's peak. For example, Mr. Freeze. I mean,
oh yeah, he's the best character in the Arkham games.
First of all, one of the best boss fights of all time. You know what I'm saying? It's just, and it's a really simple concept too. It's just something that they hadn't used yet. It's just is that you have to fight him in different ways. You use one strategy on him, then he switches. Now you have to use another strategy and another. And if you play it on the hardest difficulty, you have to use literally every fucking strategy in order to beat him. It's crazy. I was thinking about new shit on the fly. Oh, what if I put a bomb on this wall? Oh, there you go. Oh, what if I get him through this window? What about the gargoyles? And the thing is, on the second time around, like if you try to do it, he fucks you up every time. You hit him from behind, he has motion sensors on his back. You get him from a gargoyle, he blows up the gargoyles. You get him from a rail, he freezes the rails. If you electrocute him, he cuts off the power. It's great. It's peak.
It's smart.
I hate to say the word dynamic, but it's what it is.
Yeah.
You know?
And what I love about Mr. Freeze as a character, and they use his backstory, in the Arkham games, his backstory that they used is the same one from the animated series. And what I love about that version of the character is that he's not really a traditional villain like everyone else. You know, like Mad Hatter mind controls people and kidnaps people. And he's a straight up criminal. Mr. Freeze just wants to save his wife.
That's really it.
And he does not give a fuck who gets in his way. If you're in his way, he's going to freeze your
ass. That's the thing.
That's it.
He doesn't have any respect for anybody else's life except his wife. You know?
Yeah.
Does he?
And what I love about his mission in Arkham Knight is that you're helping him as Batman.
Right.
You're not fighting him. There's no boss fight against Mr. Freeze in Arkham Knight. You're helping him. Because he still has trust issues, that bitch.
Yeah, that fucking guy. Yeah, no, the thing with Mr. Freeze, right, is that he's willing to do literally anything, right? And that could lead to him doing bad things that Batman needs to stop him from doing. If Mr. Freeze would have just came to Batman from the beginning, it's like, oh, well, you know, I'll figure it out. But he doesn't know that. He doesn't trust nobody else. It's only him. Because he's the smartest man that he knows. You know what I'm saying? So it makes
Rightfully
sense.
So.
Yeah, of course, and it makes sense. But Batman's real resourceful. Come on, man. Come on. Yeah. That's it.
And a moment with Mr. Freeze I love is from going back to the animated series. There's a movie in that box set that you gave me called Batman and Mr. Freeze Sub-Zero. And I'm not going to spoil anything about the story, but a part of the plot is that Mr. Freeze kidnaps Barbara Gordon, and so he's kind of holding her hostage in this oil rig, and he's trying to get her into like a room, basically the room that she's going to be staying in, and he just kind of like shoves her in, and he's like rough with her, and she's like, "What makes you think it's okay to treat people this way?" And he just turns around and tells her, "This is how people have treated me all my life," and then he walks out. That's
damn.
It. He walks away. Like damn, this dude's life sucks.
Damn. That's a dose of reality for you. It's like, shit, you right. My bad.
And so it's like, you know, not only does he not trust other people, but it's like when Batman offers him a helping hand, no one else has done that for him.
And that's why you see it. Let me tell you, Gotham is such a terrible place. And that's what it creates. Oh, yeah. It creates people that will do anything for themselves because other people aren't worth it. It really is that simple. It's crazy. And then you add in all the political corruption, and it's a byproduct of hell. And once again, the political corruption is a product of that mentality that I'm number one, everyone else is a piece of shit. You know? It's crazy.
Yeah. So much depth to Gotham is a character.
The Batman universe
in every Batman
universe is the most layered universe of any comic book ever. I'm sorry, it is what it is. Yeah. And Spider-Man's a pretty close contender, but Batman's it. That's the one. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And I get people are tired of it. It's like, oh, DC keeps pushing Batman because he's the one
best
fucking character that they know.
He's got the best villains. He's got the best aura. He's got the best stories. He's got the best fucking everything in DC. He's got the best everything. It is what it is. Oh. That being said,
shit, I'll take 30 more Batman games.
Yeah, no, let me tell you. Let me tell you something. I'll take it all day over another Superman game, bro. They tried over and over again, and they couldn't get one. They couldn't get one. Ridiculous. That being said,
the best Superman game is Lego Batman 2.
Yeah. The thing is, I do want to see Superman done justice. Of course. Who doesn't?
Oh, yeah.
But you know what I think? The only time they'll ever make a decent Superman game besides Lego Batman 2 is a Justice League game. That's it. That's the only time. That's it.
Yeah.
And you know why? Because it's gonna star mainly Batman. That's it. That's it. I'm sorry. It is what it is. He's the best character. You can't do better. He's ridiculous.
That's why he's my favorite character.
He's certainly peak. Certainly. You know what I mean? Batman, for me, he's definitely up there as number one. And it's hard for me to get another number one. I feel like Batman, for me, is number one. It used to be Hulk, but that's when I was younger. I kind of thought about more of aesthetic and not really layers. I'd say that the only contender for Batman, for me, is Spider-Man. You know?
Yeah. Yeah.
It really is that simple. You know, now, if you want to talk about movie interpretations of characters, like I really love Tony Stark. Really fucking cool.
Yeah, Tony Stark is great.
Wolverine.
Wolverine
is definitely a contender.
Oh, shit, yeah.
I forgot about him. I forgot about him.
Wolverine is another
top three
fucking character.
Top three. Easy. Yeah. And that's mainly because Hugh Jackman played him. You know what I'm saying? Let's be honest, you know? Fuck it on.
Yeah.
There's so much.
The thing with Marvel
there.
is I wish I read more Marvel comics, because I'm sure I'd look at the characters a lot differently, and I would like a lot more characters that aren't really shown in the movies. But all I really know is the MCU.
Yeah.
And, you know, like the Spider-Man movies and the X-Men movies, and that's it. That's
yeah,
all
the movies.
That's the extent of my knowledge with Marvel.
That's me. Like if you have like a virtual medium, like a video game or a movie, I've probably seen it. But if we're talking about comics, I haven't touched it. Yeah. It is what it is.
Because like I've seen it, especially all over Twitter, with people talking about the X-Men, especially, you know, recently. A lot of people love Cyclops and Scott, and they're like, yeah, he's the real leader of the X-Men, and he's like the best character. I watch the movies and I'm like, I don't really give a shit about Cyclops.
Yeah. No. I was just gonna say that. I'm like, really? Because the movies didn't care about him. I'll tell you that much. The fuck?
Yeah. And like I've even seen, like I just like reading like those kinds of like conversations that people have about certain characters and stuff. And Cyclops is one that pops up all the time. And, you know, it just seems like people don't like how he's portrayed in the movies because they just make him kind of.
I mean, yeah, I don't like him either, and I haven't even read the comics. So there you go. Fuck it up.
Yeah. But then if people are like, "Oh, he's the best," like X-Men, I'm like, "Damn, really?" Like, can we see that in the MCU?
I wouldn't know.
Like,
yeah, exactly.
I want to love Cyclops.
Of course.
If he's as badass as they're saying,
he's got a cool ass power. The fucking laser eyes. Yeah.
I heard that animated show, X-Men '97 on Disney Plus, does a great job with the X-Men.
I hear that's peak.
I gotta watch it.
I hear that's like Batman animated series level. Like that's peak. That's peak Marvel. Yeah. Just like how Batman animated series is peak DC. I gotta watch that shit. Oh, I have a good question for you. Recently, Twitter has been coming up. Of course, Twitter, the cesspit that it is. Fucking hell. I'm sorry. I go on Twitter every day and there's a new controversy. And I'm like, what the fuck? Don't you people have more things to do? You know what I'm saying? Like, y'all are hurting my feelings here.
No, they do not.
Right? Jesus. Anyway.
No, I do not.
Apparently, there's an argument going around. Yeah, me neither. I don't have anything to do. Apparently, there's an argument going around that Batman is a fascist. Give me your take on that real quick. How do you feel?
I've seen that. So I've seen that come up every now and then, and I don't know who really believes it. The first time I've heard it was in the Blue Beetle movie, and that was a joke made by George Lopez.
Yeah.
That was not meant to be taken seriously. It was just a part of his character. He believes weird, crazy conspiracy theories and shit. So when he says that, and then people believe him and side with him, I don't think they're joking.
Of course not.
But Batman is not a what is a fascist?
All right, well, let's classify a fascist. A fascist is somebody. A fascist is somebody who doesn't allow other people to have different ideals than them, and they kind of like shut them down and don't allow them to speak their mind. That's what a fascist is, pretty much. I can look up the dictionary definition real quick.
Well, judging from just that explanation, Batman is not a fascist at all.
Here we go. Historian Emilio Gentile has defined fascism as a modern political phenomenon, revolutionary, anti-liberal, and anti-Marxist, organized in a militia Okay, what the fuck? Let me get an actual definition.
Explain it to me like I'm 5.
Yeah. Oh, 4 kids? Perfect.
Fascism.
As
for
we
kids.
learned, fascism is the political idea where the government controls everything. Yeah, so fascism is somebody striking other people's opinions down and not letting them voice their opinions. It's blocking them off so other people in the population can't hear them. For example, the Nazis, they kind of cut down any other rhetoric that wasn't anti-Jew. You know what I'm saying? It's like, oh, you can't challenge our ideals. Death camp. Yeah, that's what it is, right? So fascism is basically where you don't allow other opinions to be said. Absolutely not. You're striking it down. Not only striking it down, but striking it down with violence, right? Mm-hmm. And so Batman is now being called a fascist, probably because he would be beating up criminals of the lower class. So that's what people are trying to apply with ammunition. Let me try to make the argument. Batman is somebody who he preys on the poor. He whenever he sees somebody trying to get by, he comes in and he deals with them the right way. You know, he beats them up, he does whatever, right? And he shuts those people down. Now, I don't agree with it, but that's what the argument is. So I want you to break that down. Break it down and fight that argument. Go ahead. He's the biggest Batman nerd I know. So he has to know, right? Go ahead.
So they're saying he targets the poor, and
he targets the
poor.
poor.
This stems from the idea that, you know, all of Batman's villains are all mentally ill people that need help and need saving, and Batman just beats the shit out of them. That is the most wrong perspective that anyone can have on the Batman character. He doesn't just beat up people for fun. This is not a hobby for him. He's truly trying to help them. And, you know, as Batman, of course, he gets rough and he uses his fists and, you know, he beats on them. It's what he does, but, you know, they're criminals that need to be stopped, and they're dangerous criminals that can kill, you know, tons and tons of people in a single night. I mean, just look at all the shit that the Joker has done in movies and video games and everything.
Batman is a byproduct of a world where words stopped working. Mm-hmm. It really is that simple. Continue.
And I've seen people say, oh, if Batman really wanted to help Gotham, he would use all his money and wealth to, you know, help out the poor and everything. He does. Mm-hmm. That's exactly what he fucking does. I mean, if we're going to use the Dark Knight trilogy as an example, look at the charity, the orphanage in The Dark Knight Rises. That's all Bruce Wayne.
Look at Arkham City, where he's protesting. Look at Arkham City, where he's protesting the Arkham prison that it should be shut down. How inhumane it is. He's fighting for prisoner rights, and he didn't plan. Did he plan to get thrown in? Either way, it doesn't matter. That's what he was doing.
Yeah. I think he mentioned it wasn't part of the plan, but he just said "fuck it."
Yeah, so it was. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. He did mention that, so it wasn't part of the plan. He was legitimately going out protesting against that prison because of how humane it was, how inhumane it was. That was Batman not beating anybody up, fighting for something that he believed in, and it was for the prisoners.
Yeah. And that's another thing. It's like a very common thread that you will see is that, like, a lot of the charities, a lot of, like, you know, balls and stuff that they have for, you know, to help out the poor and help out people in need, is that the Wayne Foundation always gives them a lot of money, and he's always for that. And especially, it's a big thing in the animated series that he's always trying to help people out as Bruce Wayne. He tries to do a lot of good as Bruce Wayne. But sometimes you need Batman to do the things that the police can't, or, you know, that money can't fix. And Arkham Asylum is really there as a rehabilitation hospital, but it's just so corrupt and so fucked up that
it has to be done that way. And that's why the Dark Knight is so strong. I mean, look at how quick it took for Joker to fester in the system, for the entire city to be on its knees. If Batman wasn't there, it'd be over.
Yeah, he's like he's the last resort, really.
He really is the last resort.
You don't want to get to Batman. And if you're talking about ideals, right, that he's not accepting of other people and their opinions and their ways of doing things, that's also not correct.
Absolutely not.
Red Hood has his own spin-off comic series called Red Hood and the Outlaws. I don't think they've been doing that for years now, but it was a very popular comic series for a while, and Batman is in it some of the time, not all the time. But Red Hood is famous for killing. He's the Robin. He's Jason Todd. He's the Robin that died and came back, and he still fights crime, but he's a killer. He's kind of like the Punisher in a way, where for him, he needs to kill. If you can't let these criminals keep coming back, you throw them in jail, they break out and start all over again. He just wants to put a bullet in their brain and be done with it.
Right.
And he had a one-on-one conversation with Batman in one issue of Red Hood and the Outlaws.
Straight up,
very early in the series.
Straight up challenging his ideals. The complete opposite of what Batman is. Continue.
Yeah. So they had a one-on-one conversation early on in that storyline of Red Hood and the Outlaws, and Batman basically tells him, I wish I could find the comic panel. I can't, because I want to know what he says.
Paraphrase, brother. Paraphrase.
I'm gonna see if I can find it real quick.
Go ahead. I got you. But there is one point I did want to bring up about Batman. Once again, you mentioned how he was a last resort. That is not that. Como se dice? That is absolutely 100% the truth. He doesn't want to do violence, and people always look at Batman's flashy house. They look at Bruce Wayne and think, "Oh, he's got all this rich stuff." I don't think people understand that the rich, people who actually care about charities, they give a lot, but they don't give everything. That's what people want, is for the rich to give everything. Oh, you don't need it. Take everything. Yeah, you have to give them the house. Sell the house. Give them the profits. People don't understand that the rich can only give so much and still be rich. All right, the rich need to be able to stay rich, and they need to keep some of their riches in order to make more cash for them to give away. And that's what Bruce does. Bruce gives away so much, but he can't give away everything. All right, he has to continue to make cash with his company, with his enterprise, and so he can continue to donate, continue to fight, continue to have political leverage. He needs to have that position. And the only way he can maintain that position is by not giving fucking everything away. Plus, he also has to give off the Playboy millionaire thing so he can keep his cover as Batman. He can't be some hermit because then it'll be suspicious. Yeah. It is what it is. The money that he has serves a purpose, but he gives a lot to charity. And not only him, he eggs other people on to give to charity with his fundraisers. It just makes sense. Go ahead.
So I found a little bit of the comic panel. I'm basically going to paraphrase. So Batman and Jason Todd basically were doing something with Black Mask. And I guess Black Mask was under Jason's control in a way. Or he was in charge. Jason Todd was in charge of Black Mask. Mm-hmm. And so Black Mask basically has fallen completely off the radar. And Batman says, "Tell me, Jason, what did you do to him?" And then so Jason says, "I kept my word. I didn't kill him." And then he follows it up with saying, "That's the last time I play by the rules. I tried it your way and it sucks." And then Batman says, "My way," and he says, "Yes, all your Law and Order crap." And Batman says, "Jason, I break into private property without a warrant and beat people up almost every night. What about that sounds like Law and Order to you?" And then he follows that up. So they start eating a meal. This is at the end of the conversation. I skipped a lot. But at the end of the meal, or they're eating on the Batmobile, and Batman tells him, "The world might have enough heroes, Jason. Maybe we can do this with a few outlaws." So he's accepting Jason Todd's morals in a way. Right. Batman doesn't condone killing, but he's fine if Jason kills or if Alfred kills. I mean, he's not going to... He's not going to condone it.
Yeah.
He's not going to praise them, but he's not going to stop them from doing it. He's done trying to change Jason's mind after so many years. Now, he knows that this is who he is.
If Jason's with him, like in a team up, then Batman's going to preserve life. But he can't stop. Yes. He can't stop Jason from going out and doing his own thing. And there are way worse things to think about than Jason offing some criminals. You know what I'm saying? So it makes sense. Go ahead.
And it goes into a thing of just saying but wouldn't that make Jason a criminal? Well, Batman was just saying in that conversation that he's a criminal too. He's a vigilante.
Yeah.
He doesn't play by the rules. He has his own morals and his own code, but he's outside the law. Just like how he doesn't stop Batman or Wonder Woman. Not Batman. Batman doesn't stop Superman. He doesn't stop Wonder Woman. He doesn't stop Flash. Even though those people have killed in the past, they generally try not to. But
Jason Todd isn't going against innocence. He's not out there like taking advantage of innocence and holding people hostage. He's not robbing from the poor, that kind of thing, right? He's not doing that. Just like how Selena is not really a Catwoman, is not really on the top of his list of priorities because Selena steals from the rich. You know what I mean? That kind of thing. And when she does steal, she doesn't hurt anybody. The only time she ever hurts anybody is from like mob bosses or stuff like that. She tends to steal a lot from criminals as well. That's another thing. So he doesn't really see that as a good use of his time. There's still way worse people to take out. Mob bosses, big villains, psychomaniacs like Zaz. There are still way worse people for him to deal with. If he has to start dealing with those kinds of villains, then Gotham doesn't need him anymore, you know? Villains, quote unquote. You get me.
It'd be too far gone.
Yeah.
So it's like, and he understands Jason and Catwoman even as well. Like, he understands their morals. He understands that they're not trying to kill people. They're not, Jason is trying to kill people, but he has a good heart. He knows what Jason's trying to do is protect Gotham.
And so he's not at the top of his list. He's not at the top of his list. That is what it is. If Jason gets in his way, then he'll stop him, but that's it.
For sure. And so, there's even stories where Jason, when he's helping out the Bat family, he'd switch to rubber bullets, non-lethal rounds. He'd help them out
because there's compromise. Oh, how long has it been since we've seen some sort of fucking compromise on the internet? Holy shit!
Years, bro.
Yeah. So,
the Batman fascism argument doesn't work.
It's a joke.
He is open to other ideals and he's open to working with other kinds of characters, even if they do kill. He's gonna, shit talk him for it. Yeah. He's gonna be like, you need to kill him.
He's gonna say you're wrong, but he's not gonna stop him unless, once again, it's not for the betterment. Like, for example, if Jason Todd wanted to kill somebody, but that person had knowledge on like hostages in a building with a bomb, and if he dies, that information goes with him, then he'll stop him. He doesn't because he needs to know that information because those innocent people are going to suffer if he doesn't if he kills them, right? But besides extraneous circumstances like that, he doesn't really care, because these people aren't really on his mind. He's got worse shit to deal with. But that's the thing. There's compromise. I see where you're coming from, but I think you're also an overall good. All right. Now, when you become an overwhelmingly bad, that's when I'll come after you. But when you're a decent guy, when you're doing decent things, why would I stop you? It doesn't make sense.
Yeah. And last example, and then we can wrap up this whole conversation. The Killing Joke, one of the most famous Batman stories. Joker shoots Barbara Gordon in the spine, and he kidnaps Jim Gordon and basically makes him go crazy. He's trying to turn Jim Gordon into him. The story ends with, Batman and Joker outside by themselves, and they basically say this conversation kind of like what Green Goblin tells Spider-Man in the first Spider-Man movie is, we're going to keep battling for eternity, and it's going to end with one of us killing the other person.
Yeah.
And Batman straight up holds his hand out to Joker and tells him, it doesn't have to be that way. I can help you. He wants to help the Joker. That's his goal. He wants to rehabilitate the Joker. He wants to give him a chance at a normal life. Even after all the crazy shit that the Joker has done in the past, Batman believes that there is a chance that Joker can be redeemed. There's a chance.
Even when facing overwhelming odds that Joker will do it again, Batman still gives him an open hand rather than a fist. That's not what you call a fascist.
Yeah. No. People who believe Batman's a fascist just don't understand the character at all.
I think it's ridiculous, and I think it's just really meant to incite a reaction. I highly doubt that there's a genuine group of people out there who believe that. If you do, you're just not well researched. You're ignorant, and you refuse to no longer be ignorant. You're inclined to be ignorant. You know what I'm saying? It's because you like validation. Yeah. That's what I think. It's a joke. If you just read the comic, if you just read the comic or you watch the movies, you start to understand that's not how he is. That being said, I may not even agree with Batman giving Joker a helping hand after all the shit he did. Oh fuck, but that's the thing. It's a differing opinion, and he's the exact opposite of what the normal person would do because he's capable of stopping him, right? That kind of thing. But
and that goes back to what we were saying with Red Hood. Red Hood would rather put a bullet in Joker's brain and call it a day. Batman is willing to give him a helping hand and rehabilitate him.
So Batman is literally the furthest thing from a fascist. People just like saying crazy shit because it gets a reaction. But there's nobody out there who truly believes this. Are you kidding me? Jesus. There's no educated person that believes this. And I'm not saying educated like smart. I'm saying educated as in educated on the topic of Batman. All right, that's it.
Yeah. Nerds.
Yes, indeed. Geeks and everything in between. Fuck's sake.
Yeah. Batman's just cool.
Batman's just
I
cool.
was just gonna say that Batman's just cool as fuck.
Batman's
Like,
just cool.
sometimes you gotta talk about Batman.
One thing I did want to add, though, is I wanted to talk a little bit about the Batman. I wanted to talk about the new one. I wanted to talk about... Was it 2022 that came out?
Yes.
I did want to talk about that interpretation of Batman for a little bit. Mainly the feeling that he needs to be Batman, that anger within him, that he finds the criminals of Gotham to be scum, that he's repulsed by them. I think that's such a strong factor of the film. There's so much to the film. I've only seen it once, and I remember so much. It's ridiculous. That movie is legit peak Batman. It's ridiculous. So go ahead, talk to me about that for a little bit.
So the Batman is the one movie that I think highlights a lot of the flaws of the character. You know, Batman tries his best to be the savior of Gotham, but it's clear that, especially in this version, you know, year 2 younger Batman is going about it the wrong way. You know, this version of Batman doesn't believe in rehabilitating the criminals. He wants to punish them for the things they've done wrong. He doesn't care about helping them. And so... yeah, this version of Batman needing to feel like, you know, like he needs to be Batman. It's just a common trait with the character, especially in that time in his career, year 2. That's really early on still for Batman. I mean, Robert Pattinson Batman didn't even know about, you know, the mob and their corruption and how they bleed in through, you know, Gotham's politics and the police force and everything.
A lot of people saw year 2 Batman and they didn't really get the message. So they were saying like, "Oh, this Batman is so ineffective. Oh, what a joke. This Batman, he's nowhere nearly as refined as the Nolan or the original." But yeah, because it's his second fucking year. Give him time to cook. You know? Yeah. Jesus.
Yeah, I like to think personally that in the Nolan movies, in Batman Begins, that there was a significant time jump.
Yeah,
personally, that's what I like to see, because you know we see him training and like before he even has the bat suit and everything, we see him, and then by the end of the movie, or he's already Batman. He already is the character. He is the embodiment of his morals and his perspective. So I like to think that there was maybe a year or two that we didn't see in Batman Begins. I mean, a lot of shit happens.
There's a big jump. There's a big jump. Dark Knight is definitely prime Batman, like prime physically, prime everything, prime Batman.
And then so like you get to the Batman with Robert Pattinson, and it's kind of like
his early years.
You take like 10 minutes of Batman Begins and stretch it out to 3 hours, and that's the Batman.
Yeah, dude, I love that approach where first of all, people were always talking about this story when the movie came out initially, but I'm going to bring it up. Batman is in his suit for most of the film, and that is peak for me. And one of the reasons why I liked that so much is because they were doing the slower burn about the whole, the murder mystery, him actually being a detective. And while they had flashes of that in the Nolan trilogy, they really leaned into this, and it made it. They were going into the detective narrative so much that it felt like I was watching Seven all over again. It was just, you know what I mean? It was great. And some of the setup, it was so fucking wonderfully done. For example, we'll get to your point. Well, you're good. The moment that I think was so well constructed for me was that car bomb scene in the middle of, I think was it City Hall, or was it something big, like a big courtroom? Whatever it was, there was a part where like there was a hostage and there was a bomb, and I remember that tension I felt watching that scene.
It was the funeral for, I believe, the police commissioner, or no, it was the mayor's funeral.
Yeah.
So Riddler basically kidnaps the DA earlier in the movie, and he puts tape around his mouth, and he puts a bomb around straps it to one of his wrists. And then he tapes a note to Batman on his chest. And then so he basically forces the DA to drive his car into the building where they're holding the funeral for the mayor, and it's the mayor, so obviously like all the important people in Gotham are there.
Yeah.
There's a shit ton of people there, and so they evacuate the place, and so the DA is just kind of sitting there, and the SWAT is sitting outside because they don't know what the fuck to do. I mean, what do you do?
Yeah,
there's
they're
a message
sitting
to
out
Batman
there
on his chest. Yeah, there's a message to Batman on his chest, and so they don't know what the fuck to do. So of course, Batman, being the lawbreaker that he is,
just goes in
breaks
there.
into the crime scene.
Yeah,
and he approaches him, and so he reads the letter, and of course it's a riddle and another clue, for this whole mystery that's happening. And then a part of the message tells Batman to pick up the phone. So the bomb is also like attached to a phone, where Batman starts FaceTiming Riddler, and that's kind of what that whole scene is. And it's really what that scene really is that Batman is trying to get more information on the Riddler, but he's not really kind of paying attention to what Riddler is saying, and that
he doesn't understand how Riddler ticks yet. He has to understand that every single word that Riddler says has a meaning behind it. And not only a meaning for the long term, but also a meaning for the immediate term. Like, what I'm saying right now is going to help you with that fucking bomb, dude.
So the entire movie, Riddler is feeding Batman information and clues and riddles to basically exposing the corruption of Gotham. But it's almost like Batman doesn't want to believe it because, he's just so blind with rage that, Riddler's this serial killer and he's doing all these things, and that he's not really understanding what Riddler's trying to say. And so
he wasn't the world's greatest detective yet. Continue.
And so the big thing with this scene is that, Riddler's playing a game with the DA, and, the DA solves 3 riddles and the bomb will be diffused around his neck, and there's a timer for, I believe, 1 minute or something. And so he feeds him 3 riddles, and all the answers to the riddles are basically important shit that has to deal with the corruption in Gotham and kind of exposing the DA for the shit that he's done. And so Batman is just kind of forced to watch as, the DA plays this game. And even like Batman knows the riddles because, I mean, he's smart.
He's Batman.
He knows the answers to the riddles, but he doesn't know what the answers mean yet. And then you get to the last riddle, and the DA, I forget what the question is, but the DA is like, I can't answer that one. And it's just, it's about Falcone.
Right.
So the DA is like, I can't answer that.
He can't incriminate himself. Yeah.
Yeah, so Batman's just yelling at him like to say it. It's like, if I tell you, they're going to kill me, and, all these different things. And then the timer runs out, and the guy explodes right in Batman's face.
Oh, yeah.
Pause.
Pause. Yeah. Dude really did explode. That's wild.
So, that whole scene is cinema, really. And, of course, all the police blame Batman for...
Right, because they don't know.
Dying.
They weren't in there, right? And the biggest thing for that scene for me was that it was pretty much just telling you, it's like, Batman cannot save them all. No matter what he does, it was that guy's decision to die that night. Very simple. He'd rather
he chose
die
to blow up rather than incriminate himself.
Than reveal what he did, because he understands that it's not only him that's going to die, it's that the mob will go after his family and kill them in a brutal way to set an example to never snitch on them. So he was thinking of his family. It wasn't a stupid decision. And he understands that if he breaks it down, oh, fuck. So...
and in Batman Begins, Batman takes down Falcone in like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
In this movie...
Big difference.
They really, I love how well they establish Falcone's presence in Gotham, and that it's just, if I talk, he's gonna kill me. People are scared shitless of Falcone.
I think mainly because nobody knows who Batman is. They don't understand that Batman will do worse than Falcone initially. Like, that's what they think, right? Is that, Batman's straight, he's scary, all the rumor mills, they hadn't started rumor milling yet. It was just little tidbits. Like the people didn't really know who Batman was. Go ahead.
And the people, you had thugs that, did believe in Batman and were scared shitless for their life, but then you also have people that, he's just a dude in a bat.
He wasn't established. Yeah, he wasn't established yet.
Like the scene when he's trying to get into Penguin's nightclub and he has the twin bodyguards, and then it's just like one of them, he sees Batman, and then it's just like, I'm here to see the Penguin, and then he like closes the door on Batman, and and then they both come. He opens the door, and they both come out. And the guy says, like, yeah, you better get out of here, Bat Freak, or that fancy suit of yours is going to get all filled with blood. So I was like, damn, they just want to kick his ass.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
They're not letting him into this club because who the fuck is this
They
guy?
don't.
to
They
tell us what
don't
to
know
do?
him. If they knew he was Batman, they'd open that bitch up real quick. You kidding me? Yeah. They just don't. They don't understand.
Yeah.
They know it's Batman, but I'm saying they don't know like who the Batman really is. They don't know
Yeah,
that
they don't know what
gonna-
he's capable
Yeah,
of.
exactly. You get it. They don't understand that he can
Yeah.
take down a room full of 20 guys that are armed to the teeth like it's nothing.
Yeah.
You know? They just don't understand
And
that.
that's pretty much what he did as soon as he got in the nightclub too. He just beat the shit out of
It
everybody.
really is that simple. He has to make a name for himself, and
Yeah.
the only way he does that is through fucking fisticuffs. Because criminals don't listen to words. They never did. You
Yeah,
know?
yeah, they don't care.
Yeah, they don't give a shit. So you got to show them that you're not to be fucked with. You can aim a gun at him. You can have 20 guys. It don't matter. He'll take them all down quick, and you won't even know what happened till it's over. It's like, damn, he really did break
Yeah.
my arm in 7 places. That's wild. You know?
Yeah. Like this version of Batman embodies Batman so well,
Oh, yeah.
but he's also I love how inexperienced he is
Yes.
too. I mean, you know, we talked about it that he doesn't really care for criminals too, but also, you know, going back to that nightclub scene, he just walks in
Yeah.
like, dude,
Doesn't use
Like,
an
I feel like-
alternate exit. He doesn't go through the vents. He doesn't come in through the ceiling,
Yeah.
right? Like, yeah, like all other Batman, he would find a different way to be as least invasive as possible. Here, he has a
Yeah.
chip on his shoulder. He just wants to be. He
Yeah.
wants. Give me a reason, right? That's what it is. Give me a
Yeah, yeah.
reason to go off. That's what that was. That's why he went through the front door. Very simple.
Yeah. And I mean, it's a nice callback too, because I feel like that scene is purposely a reference to The Dark Knight when Batman goes into the club
Yeah.
looking for Maroni and he's just beating the shit out of all the thugs. I feel like that's what that scene is directly calling.
I
back
love
to,
that
but
scene
at
so
least-
much. I'm being honest.
At
Look at
least
him.
with Christian Bale's Batman, he took him outside. Like he
Yeah.
took Maroni outside to interrogate him. He didn't do it in the club when you can't hear shit with blasting music.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Robert Pattinson Batman has to have an official meeting in Penguin's office. Like, it's like, come on, dude.
Bro. Yeah, como se dice? I think I just love como se dice? I also love Penguin's portrayal here by Colin Farrell. I know the movie's coming out. That'd be sick. I want to see that.
The show.
Oh, it's
yeah.
a show. My bad. I want to see that.
Yeah, it's a show. And so far, early reactions are saying it feels a lot like The Sopranos.
I
It's a very
mean,
mafia,
yeah.
mob-focused show.
Yeah, I saw
And
that.
the-
when
and
I
then-
saw the trailer, I'm like, this is it. No way. Then I watched The Sopranos. No, that's why I watched The Sopranos, because I never finished it. Then I watched the fucking trailer. I'm like, I gotta watch this shit, don't I? Okay. That's it.
They're making The Sopranos in the Batman universe.
That's okay.
Pretty much with the Penguin.
Do it. Please. The
Yeah,
Batman
I mean, if you're
universe
gonna-
is so ripe. You can literally make almost all of these villains or something to write home about. Like, imagine a detective drama with Zaz. I want to see that.
Ooh, yeah.
Yes. So there's a lot there, because the universe of Batman takes so many like pieces from other pieces of art and throws it into their universe, and it's so well crafted. It's just, you know what I mean? There's so much there.
Yeah, I mean, it's like you said earlier. Watching the Batman, it felt like you were watching Seven.
Yeah,
they,
literally
just,
that.
They just took what they could from like crime movies and just put it in their movie.
Beautiful. And it was so well crafted.
Yeah.
I mean, the cinematography, I remember, was a really big one for me, especially some of those final shots when he pulled up the flare, when he's looking up at the helicopter. Like, there's so many fucking just cherries on top of this massive cake. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It really
And I
is.
feel like one thing people overlook with the movie is the music. The music does so much for the atmosphere of the movie.
Let me
Like,
tell you.
it's insane.
Initially, I disagreed with the use of Something in the Way, Nirvana, and
Oh,
then I
yeah?
watched it, and because I love Nirvana. Don't get me wrong, but it's something about it's something about like Nirvana being used in a trailer felt cheap for me. It's like, oh, they're just using an established. They used like an established
and it was
song.
a remixed version.
Yeah,
too,
yeah. So I was thinking, it's like, man, okay, whatever. This seems a little edgy. Then I watched it, and then the music came on. I was like, that shit fits. It fits.
Yeah.
It's so weird. I didn't expect
And they
it to
used
work.
it twice.
Yeah, they did.
Once at the beginning, once at the end.
Just like how The Boys did season 4 finale. It's like, oh my god, they actually used heart-shaped box in a good way? No fucking shot, It was crazy.
Yeah.
No, just the Batman movie is it's cinema, and I really need to watch it again because I remember so much of it, and I've only seen it the one time in theaters. Well, Dorian's seen it like fucking back to back 25 times. You know,
Yeah, I've seen it a lot.
Yeah.
More than I'd like to admit.
no, you gotta
But,
admit this little tidbit. You watched it once back to back. You gotta admit that. Oh no.
For sure, yes. And was it you that I had the conversation with that like I can't go back? Yeah, it was with you before we saw Longlegs. I can't watch a movie back to back.
Yeah.
It's like I can't restart a movie after finishing.
I brought that up. Yeah,
what movie? The Batman.
Yeah. Fuck it up. Yeah, that was hard it's hard for me to restart, like to watch a film and then watch it again. You got to give it some grace period to let it dissolve. And then you said Batman. I'm like, fuck, you right. My bad.
Yeah.
That's the exception.
And it's crazy because I saw it 8 times in theaters. I didn't hit double digits.
Hold on, guys. He works at a theater. He probably would have only seen it 4 times if he had to pay for it. Let's be honest.
Yeah, exactly. He got it.
Yeah.
But what I loved is that, and this is what I love about rewatching movies. I know there are people that don't like rewatching movies because, like, oh, it's the same story. It's not gonna be any different. But when you rewatch a movie, you can appreciate so many different details about it.
Yeah, especially in like a crime drama or like when there's a big twist at the end, you feel every fucking clue. It hits so much more now that you see what they were leading into, you know? The greatest films have that.
So it's like watching the Batman, you know, the first time you're just trying to take everything in.
And
it's kind of overwhelming.
There's a lot.
The 3-hour crime epic. There's a lot of shit going down, a lot of clues, a lot of hints, all this kind of stuff. And then, you know, of course, the Batman's arc is so prominent in the movie.
Yes.
And then you rewatch it, and then, you know, you start, you know, looking a bit more at, like, you know, the Riddler's clues and stuff, and it's like, oh, they're foreshadowing something. Oh, I can see that this is now leading into, you know, exposing this character, that kind of thing. Or I can see why Riddler picked this as his victim, that kind of thing.
Once you see it for the 10th time, you really start to realize that something is indeed in the way.
Exactly. Exactly.
He gets it, this guy.
It got to a point where it's like, you know, watching it for the 7th time in theaters, I'm just there to appreciate the music. I'm there to appreciate the cinematography. I'm there to appreciate the performances from all the different actors.
Different experience.
All these different kinds of things. Yeah.
You know,
the first few watches, I'm finding new things,
right.
But the more I watch it, the more I'm appreciating different aspects about the movie.
You know, one thing I didn't expect to appreciate? Zoe Kravitz playing Selena Kyle. I did not think I was gonna like that. Like I thought like first of all, I liked Anne Hathaway's interpretation, but my favorite has always been the Arkham trilogy, right? And I was thinking, it's like, yeah, I don't know if she fits the profile, to be honest. I don't know. And then I watched Batman. I'm like, yeah, that's Selena Kyle. My bad. I didn't mean it. And the fact that
I feel like that happens a lot with that movie.
Yeah, right. Tell me about. Is it Maroni or Falcone, the main guy that gets like arrested at the end?
Falcone.
Yeah, Falcone.
Maroni's not in this movie, but he's in the Penguin show.
My bad. So Falcone, the fact that that she's Falcone's daughter, like, really sold it even more for me. You know what I mean? Like, I just peak. I can't say that enough. Just peak. I really gotta see it again.
Everyone in the movie had a part to play.
Yes,
and they played it to perfection. Every character felt important, and that's what I think really sells the movie. And you know, everyone represents different parts of Gotham. You know, Selena, she's a cat thief. She's broke. You know, she lives in a rundown apartment in the slums. You got Riddler, who, you know, he's the same way, but he's trying to fight for the poor, but he's going about it the wrong way. He's
very
inspired by Batman.
Yes.
And then you have Batman, who's rich and famous, but he chooses to be a recluse, and he chooses to go out at night, you know, beating the shit out of people.
I can't imagine.
Falcone,
I can't imagine. I can't imagine the amount that Batman blames himself for, like, people saying, like, villains saying that they're directly inspired by him. Holy shit, that means a lot. You know what I mean? Ugh. And he overcame that at the end, but that's a crazy thing to think. He's like, damn, I inspired that.
Yeah, that realization at the end must have hit him like a truck when the Riddler goon says, "I'm vengeance." Dude, it's like, oh my God, they just turned his words against him.
Fucking hell. Yeah. Your logic, out of here. Get that shit out of here.
Yeah. So it's you know, that's so important to Batman's arc in that movie. And that to me, that's why it's the best live action version of the character, because he has to learn what it means to be Batman. I feel like the other ones don't really have that.
I can say it. I can say from like a... I can say right now that like the Batman, I expected it to be like kind of a clone of the previous ones, right? With just like a new cast, like a remake, right? That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
And when I went in there and I saw, when you were telling me about the movie, I was like, this is not what I expected at all. Like I had, like, once again, I will say this. I am sorry that I doubted this film so much. I saw the casting of Robert Pattinson, and I'm like, okay, the Twilight guy, because I wasn't inclined yet. It was the Twilight guy. Okay, who cares? Selena Kyle, Zoe Kravitz, sure, I guess. I wasn't wowed yet by anything. And then when I hear your reaction to it, I'm like, no fucking way. Maybe he's just Batmaning out. Maybe he's just fanboying. I'll watch it with you because you're the homie. But I'm just saying, it's like, I don't know. Maybe it's not all it's cracked up to be, because maybe he hasn't seen these certain movies. Like, for example, did we see Seven yet? Before you watched that film?
Yes, I did.
All right.
Because I saw it in film school in 2020. The Batman was 2 years later.
Fair. Okay. But I didn't know that. That's fair. I didn't know that. I don't think so. But I know that, like, okay, maybe the movie's just ripping off some older films that he hasn't seen yet, and I gotta, like, educate him or some shit, because I had to do that with other people. It's kind of ridiculous. They get like a 4 out of, they watch like a 4 out of 10 movie that's got like a decent premise, but then I show them the actual original movie that used that premise. It's like, yeah, this is so much better. Yeah, it just happens like that.
I think you told me about that. It was like with like a Netflix movie or something. Like someone was like, "Oh, this movie's great," and then you watched it and you were like,
"I don't even remember it. I don't even remember what the movie was called. Don't worry, it's not worth mentioning." But it was like the most ugliest reveal of all time. It's like, how many movies I've seen do this shit? But that's my thing. Is a lot of people just aren't movie inclined, and that's fine. You don't have to be. I'm just saying that, like, going into it is like, I can probably show you a better experience, dude. The Batman pulled off what it was trying to do 100%. Oh my god. And they were pulling in new versions, and they were really leaning into the detective side of Batman and that young rage of Batman. It was such a breath of fresh air, because when I was watching the film, I'm like, these guys actually care. I'm not watching the film and thinking, it's like, oh, there's the product placement. Oh, there's the part where they're going to use the merch. Oh, there's the political message. It's like, no, this film is genuinely crafted to be a cinematic experience that just pays homage to the original character, along with crime dramas like Seven. It felt like an homage, not a ripoff. It was beautiful.
Yeah.
So.
And it's crazy how many people were turned off by the movie as well. Like, I've seen people say it's too long, and it's...
They were expecting something else, like Furiosa. They were expecting a ding-to-ding action instead of thinking about the film for what it is. And that's the same thing with this film. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I get it, because, when you hear Batman, right, you're thinking superhero. You think about a movie like The Dark Knight. The Dark Knight is a crime thriller, but has a lot of action. And it's defined a lot of what the character is now. And so when you go into it and it's a slow 3-hour, like, really detective focused,
it's a slow burn
movie.
It's a slow burn,
and there is action, but it's not the focus, and there's not a lot of it. But
people went into it thinking me too. I think people went into it thinking something else.
People wanted like explosions and Batman saving the day and getting the girl, and it's not that kind of movie.
And there's also a genuine amount of general audiences that literally don't give a shit about a film that talks for 3 hours. Like a film that it's like, oh, it's got a great story, it's got great storyline, all that, but like they need something to grab them. That's why Hollywood blockbusters do so fucking good, because they dumb it down. You know what I mean? It is what it is. They don't allow the tension to build and have like a memorable experience that you'll remember forever. A lot of Hollywood blockbusters just do the now enjoyment. Yeah, I had fun with it, it was cool, and then you don't remember what happened a week later. That's the kind of films that can really sell. So I see why a lot of studios don't like to take these kinds of risks. And to be honest, I can't imagine what the pitch was for this film. Holy shit. The fact that this film was made is a miracle. It was risky, bro. Because don't get me wrong, it's Batman, you're gonna make money, but then you're thinking, okay, but what will this do for us in the future? Like, can we really build a universe around this Batman? And thankfully, this film succeeded. I think Joker definitely had a hand in that. After seeing for sure. Was it 2019 Joker came out? Yeah, after Joker 2019, people really wanted that more mature take on the characters, and Batman was a byproduct of that. I think that's how the pitch went. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Jesus.
And this is just like another small detail that I just want to appreciate about the Batman, but also more specifically, this comes from the Christopher Nolan movies, is that, you know, the Batman feels really dark and violent and gritty, but it's PG-13.
Yeah.
Because, you know, when you think about it, you're like, damn, that movie was dark and it was violent. And then you go back and watch it again, you're like, oh, you don't really see any blood.
Right.
You don't really see any people
Because you don't
die.
need to. If it's,
Yeah, you don't
I
need
feel
to.
like that was the compromise too. It's like yeah, we'll do the slow burner, but make sure it's PG-13. You know, no matter what, make sure it's PG-13. And I don't even think it's from judging from what I was seeing, they were definitely lenient with that PG-13 rating, but it did work. It did work, so it's all good, baby. That's it.
Yeah, the most violence you get in the Batman is you see someone get shot with a sniper, like straight in the chest.
Yeah.
That's it, really. That's the most blood that's in the movie. Batman beats the shit out of people, but you don't see the blood.
Right, so it's okay.
So
So it's okay.
The breath of fresh air is what we needed.
Yes.
Because, you know, we're in a time where the MCU dominates. And the MCU, you know, as much as superhero films are not a genre, with the MCU, it kind of feels like it is.
Because they
follow a formula, they follow a tone, they follow the same
ever
aesthetic,
since
the same
Ragnarok, that's all they've been doing.
vibe. And so, you know, you get to 2019, right? You had Endgame. Endgame was great. You know, Far From Home, Spider-Man Far From Home was a great movie as well. But then you get a movie like The Joker, so out of left field.
Oh, yeah.
Rated R, you know, inspired by movies like Taxi Driver, very 1970s kind of grunge feel.
Have you seen Taxi Driver?
I have seen Taxi Driver.
Okay, good. Making sure.
Yeah, and it's a very different movie, and yet people respond to it in such a positive way.
Yeah.
It goes to show that, you know, superhero movies can extend all kinds of genres. I think studios just need to play with it more. I think a lot of people look to the MCU for how they want to do superhero movies, that they don't really look at what can we do different. And I think that's also why The Boys is so popular and has succeeded so well.
Before we get into The Boys, because that's a big genre, I just want to bring up something really quick, and that's why I commend Eternals for doing what they did. It's not perfect; they got some issues, especially in the pacing department. But I like that it took itself more seriously, and they even leaned in on some of the romance. They leaned in on some of the spectacle, as like you actually felt tension when they fought because none of them were perfect. You know what I mean? Like they could die. You know what I mean? So it's I like that the Eternals was trying to do something different than the rest of the recipe. And while it wasn't done perfectly, I appreciated the experimentation. That's why I always bring it up in like the new age of Marvel movies. It's like, I actually enjoyed Eternals. And hey, they did The Flash better than DC. Fight me! All right? Shit.
Yeah, no, I'm not the biggest fan of the Eternals, but I respect that Marvel said we need to do something different.
Yes.
And they did Eternals, and that shit was different. And I won't lie, there was a lot of cool shit in it.
Yeah.
It's just not my favorite movie.
I hear you.
It's not my go-to. It's not my kind of movie, but I appreciate it.
Well, I feel like it was conflicting a bit, right? Because you could tell that they wanted to go there in some areas, like a little too comedic, right? And it's like, that doesn't fit the tone that the movie set in the beginning. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I see you.
Like, it kind of felt like they needed a villain. It felt like they needed a final battle. And it's like, really, you don't need all that stuff. You just need
clashing.
A satisfying conclusion. Yeah.
Well, I feel like the final battle, like surrounding the big ass Celestials and stuff, is like, to be honest, the Celestials don't even need to be a part of it. You know what I mean? Like, just have the internal struggle. You know what I mean? That's it. Maybe instead of not stopping the Celestials, it could have been he'll summon the Celestials, and like maybe that'll be something, you know? Because I think that would change the dynamic, because he's actually pressing the button rather than letting it happen, you know?
Yeah, it's weird. I think the MCU feels the most innovative when they go, you know, more weird.
Yes, well, very much so. Guardians of the Galaxy 3.
Yeah,
that's it.
Not even with 3. That started
in general.
with the first one.
You're right. My bad.
Because it started with the first one. I mean, you know, up until then, you had, you know, Phase 1, and then you had the Avengers, and then you had Iron Man 3, and Thor: The Dark World. And when you watch all those movies back to back, they start to kind of blur together.
Yes.
But then you get to Guardians of the Galaxy, and it's just this, you know, vibrant, colorful, funny movie, and it's it's a breath of fresh air.
And you don't even have to go crazy like Alien World. You can do like something like Winter Soldier, where it was like espionage, like there's a mole in here, and then they kill off Nick Fury, quote unquote, stuff like that, right?
Yeah, it's like a political thriller action movie.
Very
like
different.
Lean more into shit like that.
Yes.
Not everything needs to. You don't need the most basic villain. For your superhero to punch, like make things interesting.
And I feel like Ant-Man was a horrible victim of that.
Oh yeah.
Because Ant-Man 1 and 2, while they're not my favorite films of all time, they did something different. It was a small scale, a heist movie, right? And then the finale, the third one was a massive Thanos level threat one. I'm like, what the fuck? This isn't Ant-Man.
Yeah. It's like they had Ant-Man. They turned him into the most basic superhero.
Yeah.
Fighting a cliche villain. And
it was a joke.
That's what Ant-Man 3 turned into. And even Ant-Man 2 was like that as well.
Mm-hmm.
But Ant-Man 1 felt different. It was a heist movie. It was fun. It was innovative. It's not a perfect movie. It has its own problems.
It's forgettable.
Generic.
It's forgettable.
It's forgettable, but they tried, It was different.
They're doing something else.
I'll take that over, Thor 2. I don't know.
Man. It's just... Thor: The Dark World is such a boring watch, bro. I just can't. Yeah. It's because the writing, it's like a human didn't write it. You know what I'm saying? It's like an alien did, like who interpreted old what's the word? Norse mythology and just threw it into a script. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. But that's why I always commend for MCU doing more movies like Shang-Chi.
Yeah.
Like martial arts action movies.
Shang-Chi was great. I don't care. A lot of people didn't watch it because it seemed unnecessary, but Shang-Chi was genuinely great.
Yeah, it was great. And, with their Disney Plus shows, the MCU really showed a lot of promise too. Because, you had WandaVision, which was the first Disney Plus Marvel show. Mm-hmm. And that one, the way it started, it's based on sitcoms. And it's like, okay, that's new. You're going to make, a sitcom styled mystery show.
But then they fuck it in the back half. Man.
Yeah, and then the back half turns into a generic hero versus villain story. And it's like, okay, fuck it.
And I hate how one character really tried to justify it. I don't even remember her name. But near the end of it, it's like, oh, she was just tortured and this, that, there. So, and that was the message we were supposed to go with, It's like, I hated that shit because it's like, no, she held these people hostage. She did a horrible thing. Yeah. And she was sorry about it for 5 minutes, and then it was like, no, you know what? I was justified. Moves along. What the fuck? What is this? It's just... My main focus, my main gripe with that series is not that. The main gripe with the series is that, one, there was another big bad that was just manipulating her to do it. Easy cop-out. Mm-hmm. Right, and two is that we threw away the sitcom mentality halfway through the series. I think those episodes in the beginning were the most innovative I've seen the MCU in a while. Because it was a parody of the decades. You go to the 60s, the 70s, 80s, right? And it was was so
cool. And I'll say this:
it
wasn't really funny, but it was different,
right?
Of course, a sitcom is meant to be funny, but there weren't really any jokes that made me laugh, but I was more intrigued by what they were trying to present.
Especially with those little... Yeah, go ahead.
You have those moments, I believe it's the first episode where they're all sitting at the dinner table, and it's black and white, and it's like a sitcom, and then the aspect ratio starts to change.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like Wanda's broken out of mind control or something. It's kind of like, the fuck am I doing here?
Wanda's falling out of the simulation, right?
Yeah.
And then
immediately jerks right back in, and you're like, what the fuck just happened?
I think one of the strongest moments of that show was the beekeeper coming out of the sewer.
Yes.
That was literally that was cinema, bro, because she saw it, and then the camera zoomed in on, and she says no, and then changes everything back to how it was. Yeah. It's like, whoa, wait, is she doing this? It's as if, you know what I think? It's as if the script was halfway done, and then they changed it. For real. It was kind of ridiculous, because, don't get me wrong, I don't mind, I think, what's the big witch, Agnes? I don't mind her... Agatha, yes, I don't mind her portrayal. She's fine. It's just...
Yeah, no, I like the actress.
Yeah, I like her too, but it's just, it felt like a massive cop-out. It's like, no, let her feel accountable for what she did, because she did do this, It's like, actually, no, her spell made her do this, and it hinged on her emotion. It's like, no, let the audience feel some type of way about what Wanda did. You know, don't make it black and white. Well, make it black and white, but not that way. You get me? That's it.
So yeah, like, you know, there was an interesting premise and great ideas thrown with WandaVision, but it ended up becoming that same MCU kind of formula and format and tone and vibe, and it ended up being samey, and it made the show more forgettable than it should be.
Very much.
But then,
so.
you know, a lot of people shit on Falcon and the Winter Soldier, and you know that show, it does have its problems. There's like the villain, fuck the villains in that show. But for me, it's like one of my favorite MCU projects in general, because it's so boots on the ground compared to, you know, the things that we were used to at the time. Like, we had just come back off the end of Endgame. We'd come back off of Spider-Man Far From Home, where everything was this big Avengers-level threat. And Falcon and the Winter Soldier takes its time to show, you know, Sam with his family, living at home, dealing with, you know, problems with getting loans and a mortgage and that kind of thing. And it's very down to earth. And then it shows the kind of inner turmoil that Bucky has, you know, after being the Winter Soldier, and now he's helping people. It didn't feel like a generic good guy, bad guy kind of show. Because then you also had characters like John Walker, the supposed new Captain America appointed by the government. And then, you know, he ends up being this violent murderer. But you also see that deep down he does want to do good things, but he wasn't ready for it. And then he kind of starts leaning into the more darker side of him towards the end. But that kind of back and forth was interesting for a while, because it's like, okay, you know, this dude has a big ego, and he's kind of appointed to being the new Captain America, but he's Captain America visually, but not mentally. He doesn't have those same morals that Steve did.
Right. Because Steve had them ingrained ever since he was a kid. That's why the scientists picked him. It's like, he may not be the most physically opposing or anything like that, but he has the mentality. He's smart. And even though he's gone through so much shit, he still upholds his morals. Right.
And I'll say that, like, the show does have a lot of tension, because they do kill off characters unexpectedly, like John Walker's friend. There's a lot of interesting things that the show does, and the cinematography is fucking amazing in that show. Visually, Falcon and the Winter Soldier is one of my favorite, like, Marvel shows.
You can feel the budget,
you can feel the fucking budget, and it can be forgettable, and, you know, the villains are half-baked and not interesting and fucking whatever. But I think when it comes to establishing Bucky and Sam, and then, you know, like, you know, John Walker, and it really feels like they knew what they were doing. And so the show emphasized less on the being a superhero show, and it was more of just the why does the show need to exist? Why is it important?
You know what?
I think, what's up?
I'll let you finish, but then I have a revelation. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, you know, they're trying to justify why the show exists, and so I think that the arc of Sam kind of learning what it means to be Captain America and ultimately fulfilling that mantle made the show that much better, because the way it was executed didn't feel like anything that Marvel had done previously. It didn't feel like a generic superhero show. It genuinely felt like, what does it mean to be a superhero? You know, we hadn't really seen human shit like that since the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man movies. They focused a lot on Sam just being a guy with the weight of the world on his shoulders. And it's like, you know, how do you deal with that kind of shit? And so I think that's why Falcon and the Winter Soldier is really underrated. Because people need to see that it's more than just superhero fighting bad guys. It's why is it important to be this hero? What does the mantle of being that hero represent? However
contradictory the story may seem. Right.
Oh, yeah. Again, it has its flaws, but I still fucking love the show.
I feel like WandaVision and Winter Soldier, Falcon, whatever the fuck, the rest of the shows, I feel like the Marvel projects in general, they all suffer now from being heinously rushed. You know, just because you throw $100 million, $200 million, whatever, fuck, hundreds of millions of dollars or something doesn't mean that it's going to be done in a quality way. I mean, the best way to put it is, no matter how much money you throw at the writers, you're not going to force them to get any good ideas. you know?
Yeah.
And I feel like that the shows were definitely rushed and they had to meet a deadline. And so while they had a really good premise and a really good foundation, a good structure, unfortunately they weren't given enough time to finish their building. You get my drift? And so they had they had to rush the blueprints a little bit. They had to, well, you know, let's throw this plot in there. Let's keep our execs happy. I 100% believe that Marvel Studios, whoever the fuck, put them on a really, really tight fucking schedule that unfortunately didn't exactly leave them a lot of room to breathe and create the best version of that story that they possibly could. Instead, they were told to meet a deadline by any means necessary. Here's this extraneous amount of money. Do your work, you know? Yeah. And sometimes it works out and sometimes it doesn't. And I feel like those series are a byproduct of there's definitely talent here. There's definitely a good premise here, but we got to meet a deadline. So let's just do this, you know, to pivot, you know. And unfortunately, it doesn't help shows like WandaVision where you could see it's beautiful and it's got some really good original ideas. But then in the second half, you start to realize like, oh, now they're falling back on, you know, the shit that's worked in the past, yet has become unoriginal and rather stale, you know. So,
yeah, and it's a big testament as to why Marvel's had to restructure the way they do everything in the last year or so. Because I mean, it's come out and said that, you know, the original MCU shows didn't have showrunners. They hired directors and writers and worked on it like a movie. They had movie-sized budgets, and they, you know, stretch that budget to fit 6 hours. And, you know, the shows weren't made for multiple seasons either. They were all mini-series. WandaVision's 1 season.
Right.
Falcon and the Winter Soldier, 1 season. Hawkeye, 1 season. They're basically just long movies.
I hear
and, so, you know, recently Marvel has... Now it's stretched into different branches. You got Marvel Animation, Marvel Television, and now Marvel Studios that works specifically on the movies. And it's just crazy that Marvel just really thought they could throw money and hire a couple people to work on a show and justify calling it a show, you know? Yeah. Like you said, they had interesting premises and ideas, but these shows weren't made to last more than just a few episodes.
So it falls apart.
Yeah, and it's crazy how that works.
Once again, it's the fact that they rushed them, but I do agree with that as well, as that you can tell that these were movie scripts that were brought down by the length. You know, it's like, oh, we got to add more, and how much time are you giving us? Fuck. Yeah. So,
like the only show that really felt made to be a TV show was Loki, and that's why it had a successful 2 seasons.
I have to see Loki. I hear good things.
Hey yo. Cinema.
That's
all I'm gonna say about.
You're doing the Martin pose right now. Cinema.
Yeah. Bro, like the multiverse saga with Marvel has so much potential, and all of that potential is just from Loki.
Ooh, shit.
I know I'm like hyping up the series right now, but it's but it's true because, you know, that at first, right, before the show came out, Loki, a lot of people are like, a Loki spinoff, who the fuck would want that? And, you know, little did we know this would become one of the most important Marvel projects in years.
To be honest, I did. Like, because mainly because of Tom Hiddleston. Like, I just knew it was like,
Tom Hiddleston's fucking amazing.
He'll bring his all. You know what I mean? Like, and that being said, I still haven't seen it. I know. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it.
He's waiting for the perfect time.
Right? Yeah. It's on the list somewhere.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, and then now, you know, we have movies like Deadpool and Wolverine that are going to be referencing Loki and calling back to it. So
I do have to see Loki, don't I? Oh shit!
It's 12 episodes total, seasons 1 and 2.
I can do that.
You can knock it out.
I can knock those out. Fuck.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to dedicate one day.
Yeah, and then when you do watch it, we're gonna have to talk about it because that show is fucking cinema, bro.
Well, we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it next week. All right, mark these words. Next week we're gonna talk about it. I'm gonna finish it, and we're gonna talk about it like it's no fucking tomorrow. All right, I'll make sure to make notes and everything. Fucking hell.
Yeah. It's the MCU at its finest. You know, when we think back to, you know, the olden days of the MCU, right? It's like, damn, it used to be so good. What happened? Loki makes you feel like you're back in the day.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, this is the Marvel that I know. This is the Marvel I grew up with. I don't know what they did different, but Loki just hits that feeling that you need when it comes to Marvel.
Yeah, you know,
It's so fucking good.
let me tell you something about Marvel, bro. Like, we talk a lot of shit, right? But let's talk about some good things when it comes to Marvel. I feel like the entire Infinity Saga for me, while it has its moments of flaws, especially the Incredible Hulk, Thor: The Dark World, you know, some of the Iron Man plot. I love Tony Stark. I love Robert Downey Jr. He literally elevates those films to a T. But if it wasn't Robert Downey Jr. at the helm, those films wouldn't be that good. I'm just being honest.
I agree.
Yeah,
I agree.
yeah. But you know, I can't help but say that the Infinity Saga is something that where you catch lightning in a bottle and you continue to replicate that formula in different ways and you still have that fucking lightning in a bottle. The Infinity Saga is literal cinema, and I will show my children all of those films. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, of course.
It's
of course.
peak cinema, bro. I mean, we've never had something like this ever. It's never existed. What, 24 films in one universe? No, that's never happened.
Yeah.
The most we got is 9 for Star Wars, you know what I mean? And then two spin-offs, so 11, you know?
Yeah. I still, you know, remember being a kid, and, you know, you think back to, like, The Dark Knight or something. It's like, damn, you ever think this Batman's going to meet Superman?
Yeah.
Or, like, you know, if they announce, like, a new DC project, it's like, ooh, do you think they're going to cross over with another hero?
And they never do it.
And then you get to the Avengers, and you're like, bro, they put all these fucking characters together in one movie.
Yeah.
And it works. Like,
it works so good that it works so well that the DC had to fucking copy him. You know what I'm saying? It was crazy. I remember that. Yeah, when I was a little kid, thinking it's like, oh, I would love it if these superheroes ever crossed over, but that'll probably never happen. Nowadays, it's like the thing that has to happen. You know what I mean? It's like, no, are you kidding me? We have to put Wolverine and Deadpool in the same film. Are you kidding? It's like, oh, wait, we're doing that? Fuck yeah! Because 10 years ago, that shit would have never happened.
Yeah. It's crazy how much has happened since the beginning of the MCU.
I just love...
Because we thought
Deadpool
would never exist in a movie.
Yeah.
That shit was a fantasy for so long.
It was such a fantasy that it was so impossible that Ryan Reynolds allegedly leaked fucking test footage in order for it to be made. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's crazy, bro. First of all, I just want to say that a lot of people are against the whole fan service thing that a lot of studios are doing, and I get that and I understand it. But bro, when I was a kid watching all of these fucking clash ups and team ups, now team ups are just normal. Like, team ups happen in regular fucking horror hero movies now. It's ridiculous, you know. But back then, 15 years ago, thinking about team-ups, no fucking way. That was like something that was limited to like animated films or TV shows, right? It was never really something that happened live. That's why Freddy versus Jason was such a big movie when it came out. Because that shit never happened, bro. Gee, two massive horror icons teaming up. Oh, man.
Yeah, I remember as a kid, an animated movie I used to rewatch all the time was Hulk versus. I don't know if you ever saw that. There were 2 movies, so it was an animated like disc, but it came with 2 discs.
One versus Wolverine,
Hulk versus,
and one versus Thor.
And the other versus Thor.
Yeah, those were.
I used to watch Hulk versus Wolverine on repeat, dude, because that movie had Wolverine, Deadpool, a shit ton of other X-Men characters, and then you had Hulk, and it's like this movie is insane, like, and now it feels so possible in live action in 2024. It feels like that shit, they could make it, like, green light it immediately if they wanted to. It's like, we can put Hulk and Wolverine in a movie together with Deadpool. Like, no problem.
Dude, and now, especially now that R-rated films are so commercially successful, it's crazy how Joker, once again, is the pioneer of that. Joker pioneered the billion-dollar R-rated film. Then Oppenheimer confirmed that as well. They continue to nail that in the coffin. So now we're getting Deadpool and Wolverine, which I know will break $1 billion. It might break $2 billion. You know, so we'll see. I hope it does. I hope it really does. I think it will. I mean, it's the most marketable R-rated film I've ever heard of. I'm just saying.
It's insane because Deadpool also almost made $1 billion. It didn't quite hit it, but it was right there.
Yeah,
it was so close. I think it made like 800 million or something. Deadpool was crazy, and then Deadpool 2, I don't think made as much money as the first, but I mean, shit,
still made a lot.
that movie's still really fucking cool.
Well, now that I think about it, Deadpool is the one that pioneered the marketable R-rated film. Yeah. And then it was
Didn't hit
Deadpool.
$1 billion, but it was
Right.
almost.
But then Joker threw that fucking recipe into the stratosphere, and then the Batman really fucking threw it. Like, it was crazy. Fucking hell.
And like, I immediately thought, because I rewatched Deadpool 1 and 2 with my sister the other day, and I immediately think of that line in the beginning of Deadpool 2 where he says something about like that he's bigger than Jesus, or no, he says that like the only person that's better than him is Jesus, and then he said domestically at least we beat him overseas where there's no such thing as religion.
That's funny, actually. Domestically, at least.
Domestically, at least we beat him overseas where there's no such thing as religion.
Yeah, right. Fuck it all.
But yeah, no, Deadpool like being the top 2 highest grossing R-rated movies of all time is crazy. Not anymore, but at the time.
Yeah, but at the time, yeah, indeed. Oh, man. Peak.
Yeah. And it's insane where we're at now that anything is possible with comic book movies.
Oh, well, yeah, don't even get me started. I love that there's so much free accessibility out there, and I also feel like there's a lot of directors. We're not even talking about superhero stuff right now. I feel like there's also a lot of creations that are being made because studios are more willing to make experiments, because now they're understanding they would be more experimental, because now they're understanding that como se dice, we can't follow the cookie cutter formula anymore. It's really hard to follow that because people are starting to not give a shit. You know what I mean? They're starting to not, because they're starting to understand that it's the same thing over and over. Why wouldn't they just watch the old movies? For example, a lot in the gaming universe, a lot of AAA games, they follow that formula. They underperform. They really do. People are craving original experiences like Baldur's Gate 3. It's crazy how people are craving those single player experiences, and those games are making a ridiculous amount of money. Yet those games that continue to follow the formula, like Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3, Suicide Squad, Kill the Justice League, those games are underperforming, because they're following the formula. It's a joke. So
yeah. And then you have those games like God of War that they break through because of their, the gameplay is a lot of fun and the writing is really good. The Last of Us, the gameplay is not anything, revolutionary.
Special. It's not even close to special, but the story's perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then Uncharted 4 was able to do both. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And this is going back to what you said earlier about fan service, and a lot of people write that shit off. It's fan service. But when you have a game like God of War, right? When they come back after years of not having a game, but then they make callbacks, I don't see it as just fan service. It's paying respect to the fans that have dedicated their time to these franchises.
When fan service is done right, it's an homage. And homages have never been a bad thing, but people like to write them off. Yay, go ahead.
And especially when it's important to the character, like a character like Kratos.
It's relevant.
His past is so important
to
understanding who he is and his mindset. So, when people talk about, upcoming MCU movies, right? And they're like, oh, like what's the cameos going to be and all that stuff. Like Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness. People were like, oh, Deadpool's going to be in the movie. It's going to be all this crazy shit. And then you watch the movie, there's not really any crazy cameos. There's like, a couple, but there's nothing major. There's not that fan service isn't there.
Right.
The movie's just focused on telling a good story and, being the movie. They just want to make a Doctor Strange movie.
Now, people kind of lost their mind about the Fantastic Four and whatever. It's like, but that's all like in a different universe. That's not ours.
Yeah, and then immediately people wrote the movie off. It's just like, it's not what I expected it to be. I was expecting so much more with the title Multiverse of Madness, and it's just, I feel like people now, when we look at fan service, a lot of people look more for that and don't think about the story that's being told.
About the overarching universe. They think, how is this going to contribute? Is this adding anything new? Is this revolutionary? When really they should be thinking about the singular story. What is this movie providing? And a lot of people go into it with false expectations, just like the Batman in 2020, was it 2022?
Yeah,
I keep saying that. Yeah, the 2022 Batman. A lot of people thought it was going to be action. It was going to be a blockbuster. No, it was a Batman film that leaned on the detective side. People don't take films for what they are. They have their expectations. They go into the film thinking it's going to be something, and don't allow and they judge it as if it was that thing that they thought it was going to be, rather than what it was. You know. Like, imagine if I walked into Longlegs thinking it was going to be a comedy. You know what I'm saying? It don't make sense, you know? Fucking no.
Yeah, and I think that that's such an important thing with the way people talk about movies nowadays is it's exactly like you said. People judge it based on the thing that they thought it was going to be.
They expect it to be.
What it was.
Indeed.
And it's just, that's not how you should perceive movies at all. That's not how you review movies or criticize anything.
That being said,
have it conform to what you want it to be.
That being said, if the marketing campaign made you believe that, then maybe that I could see. You know, it's like, the marketing campaign really misrepresented it and it was egregious, and I'm like, okay, that's fair. You know, but besides, if it's only like a couple things that the marketing kind of lied about, then I don't really like the argument. But if like the marketing is really different than the film, it's like, okay, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I see what you're going for.
It's like if Joker was marketed to be like a 90s rom-com.
Yeah.
And then you go see it and it's like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
No, imagine if they sold Joker as like this massive action drama where like there was explosions and like Heath Ledger level. It's like, no, but that's not what it is. You know, it's just not. Yeah. And that's what the marketing reflected, that it was a psychological drama. You know what I mean? They're like really burns out the tension and shows the filth that is Gotham. You saw that, and you see that in Joker Folie Ado. You know, it's the same thing. So really strong marketing that shows what the movie is and doesn't lie to you or misrepresent it, and it's still great, really well made, the marketing. So there you go.
And I really feel like at this point in time, fan service is nothing more than a marketing tool.
Yeah.
Because, you know, they tease, right? They tease a lot, especially, you know, the upcoming Deadpool and Wolverine. You look at the trailer and, you know, there's references to Ant-Man and all these other things, and it's just like, oh, who's going to be in the movie, right? Who's going to show up? Who's going to do this? Who's going to do that? And I'm more interested in, is the movie going to tell an interesting story? Are they going to make me care about Deadpool and Wolverine on whatever adventure that they're on?
Especially Wolverine. Are they actually going to make his story tragic and not just like a dumb parody?
Are they going to justify Logan?
Yeah.
Because this is before Logan. Are they going to justify that? It has to be a prequel to Logan. That's it.
I feel like it's good marketing, mainly because they're addressing the fact that, like, oh, people are gonna, like the Sabretooth fight. People are gonna, they've been waiting 20 years for this. You better take those arrows out. You look embarrassing, right? Whatever, right? What I think is going to happen is I think that they're definitely going to lead into the fan service, but they're also going to address it. It's like, it's a bit shallow, but you know, fan service, right? But I think that the story's gonna matter where it's supposed to matter, and that's with Wolverine and Deadpool. I think the story will be very strong with those two individuals specifically.
Yeah, and I think this is going to be more a criticism towards the filmmakers and, you know, the people that make these movies, is that a lot of times they use the IP, right, the name, like the Batman, to automatically assume that we are emotionally attached with what's going to happen in the movie, when that should not be the case at all. A lot of times I feel like you go into a movie and they just kind of expect you to know, like, who Spider-Man is and why you should give a shit, rather than, you know, kind of reintroducing you to the character. And I'm not saying do the origin all over again. I'm saying give the audience a reason to care about this specific story, even if it's a sequel. You have to have us care about what's happening in the sequel. You have to justify why this sequel exists.
No matter what the movie,
just money.
No matter than what the movie is about, and no matter what no matter if it's a sequel in a long series, it doesn't matter. There has to be some certain level of setup and uniqueness from the other films that are in its series. It is what it is. You have to have a certain level of setup because you have to make us care all over again. Because this is a movie, not a TV show. This is a film. All right, so.
Yeah,
I feel like the MCU also had problems with that, you know, definitely.
For sure, yeah.
But, como se dice, I feel like Deadpool and Wolverine will meet expectations and will do very well.
I think so, too.
Where I think it may lack is its villains. You know, I feel like they're going to be more surface, one note. You know, I hope they're not. And maybe they'll prove me wrong. But I feel like they're definitely going to go for the more one-note fan service villains and really just focus on the protagonist story, which may be really good. But it's hard for me to think that they're really going to write Logan like to the level that he's been written in the past, especially with his 2017 movie. Like that's the best version of Wolverine I've ever seen, you know?
Yeah.
So I don't know how they're going to do better or on par, you know? So we'll see. Maybe they will.
And, you know, I'm not trying to give an excuse to Deadpool and Wolverine, but, you know, forgettable villains are kind of Deadpool's format. Because rewatching Deadpool 1 and 2 recently, you know, you have Francis in the first one, who, like, he's an entertaining villain, but obviously it's a Deadpool origin movie. He's the main focus. He's the spotlight.
I feel like the
Francis
antagonist
is kind of just there.
I feel like the antagonist really was Cable until it got befriended, right? And then it was them both trying to cure Francis of what he had,
two,
right?
Yeah.
In 2, right? In 1, what was it?
You're thinking of 2.
Oh,
I'm thinking of Francis Deadpool 1.
You're right.
2 is Russell.
Russell,
the fat
my
kid.
bad. I'm like, okay, so Russell. Okay, so let's talk about Francis. You're right. Francis is a very forgettable villain, but I think that's a byproduct of the fucking budget. I really do.
It's the budget, and it's also the story that the movie's trying to tell. You know, the way they go about introducing Francis in the movie is like, he's generic mutant bad guy. It's like, okay, like you see it right from the beginning. Like he's having a mysterious arms deal with some dude in a suit that we don't even know his name. And then they're talking about shipment, and you don't give a fuck about what he's talking about. But the movie is just like, generic bad guy. That's all you need to know. And so that's kind of the point.
Right.
And then you get to Deadpool 2, and they try to do something different with Russell, and you know, he's going to be a villain in the future. We need to stop that. But the first half is Cable, because it's like, Cable's trying to kill a kid.
And
that's fucked up.
I know that Josh Brolin doesn't look like he could play Cable, but he plays Cable. I really like him as Cable.
I really love him as Cable.
I'm not even joking. He's great. Josh Brolin in general is great. He's a badass.
Oh, yeah.
Real short, but he's a badass.
They make a lot of those jokes with Deadpool, too.
It's like, you're not 7'12".
My favorite is when Deadpool is kind of explaining the plan to his team, and it's like, and watch out for Cable. He's a small fella, 5'11", not like the comics. Like, damn. 5'11" ain't even that short.
That hurts, bro. 5'11"? No, imagine being 5'11". Yikes. That's kind of fucked up. I'm not going to lie.
My dad's 5'11".
Damn. No, I bet you he tells you he lost an inch, but over age. You know what I mean? It's like, I used to be 6 feet like you, Dorian, but you know, age catches up to you. And if he hasn't, he will. Trust me. He will.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh man.
You know, I'm glad to be over 6 feet.
Same,
but forgettable villains is kind of Deadpool's thing. So with Deadpool and Wolverine, I'm not expecting anything from the villain really. I just want to see Deadpool and Wolverine. I know it's like an excuse for the movie, but if the villain's not interesting, as long as they don't have too much screen time, I won't really care.
My thing is, as long as the villain isn't bad. You know, like, for example, if the villain is like very contradictory and like kind of standoffish and annoying, is like, okay, that's gonna take away from the experience. But if the villain's just like, it doesn't have to even be generic, it's just like something that we're familiar with, and it doesn't get too much screen time, and the movie focuses on the backstories of both Deadpool and Wolverine, preferably more of Wolverine, wink wink, then I'll enjoy it a lot more, very much so.
Yeah, they really need to do a lot with Wolverine in this movie.
Yeah,
because after Logan, it's like bringing Hugh Jackman back that's risky.
That's hard.
I mean, we love Hugh Jackman and we love Wolverine, but you need to justify it.
You
really need to justify bringing him back.
This needs to be a story that like rivals Logan. Yeah, it really does. So we'll see.
Sure.
I mean, I don't get me wrong. I like an excuse to have Hugh Jackman back. I'm just saying that. I would prefer a reason for him to be back other than money. You know what I mean? That's it.
Exactly.
Because guess what? It'll be fun in the theater, but then I'll forget about it. If it's not something that I genuinely can take home with me and truly think about, like with Logan, then you know, it's not exactly an experience I would prefer. That's it.
Yeah.
I would prefer experience that actually means something, and I can remember a year from now thinking, damn, that made a lot of sense. You know how many times I've seen like really good films and like 2 years later, like I learn a life lesson. It's like, oh, just like that one guy. You know? I need that. For example, when I was growing up, I didn't have much of a father figure in my life. And a lot of the learning that I did about life was through TV shows, movies, stuff like that. And watching movies and like, for example, if I were to watch a film about addiction, a lot of films were like show the harmful things that addiction can lead to, like drugs and that kind of thing. And that's one of the reasons why I stayed away from it so much, was because those films showed how bad things can get for those people. And so when I see that happen to other people and like I see it in color, it's like, oh, yeah, okay, makes sense. Staying away from that. It's a life lesson. And as a little kid, I didn't have a lot of that because I only grew up with my mother. And while I love her, she was, como se dice, she did the best that she could, and she did a very good job. She wasn't really much of a disciplinary, you know? She always kind of let me do things the way I wanted, you know? And so when it came to learning life lessons and learning how the world really works, films helped me out in a very big way, you know? So as far as, especially when it comes to emotional intelligence, I understand why people, how people are traumatized and how it could affect them and their daily decisions because of films, because of TV shows, because there's so many unique choices. And that's why my favorite aspect of any movie is character work, because you can take that and apply it to real life, you know? So I prefer an experience I can take home with me.
Yeah.
I think it's the best way to put it.
Yeah.
So hopefully Deadpool and Wolverine can supply that. If it doesn't, and it's just a fun, dumb comedy film, sure, I'll like it, but I'm going to talk a little shit on it because he's like, you know, I prefer a more serious situation. It is what it is.
Yeah, for sure. And I think Deadpool 1 and 2 did a good job of kind of avoiding that. Just, I mean, everyone just remembers the comedy, but, you know, you go back and watch Deadpool 1 and 2, and there's a lot of really great emotional moments. That I think a lot of people forget, and a lot of people don't realize that Deadpool, pretty sad character.
Yeah.
I've explained earlier in the podcast, I don't really read Marvel comics, but I have done research, and Deadpool is one of the characters that I have seen, you know, panels and learned from, you know, how he is in the comics versus how he is in the movies, just from YouTube, really, just learned from YouTube. But Deadpool is very tragic character, and he's, you know, the idea of, the movies always tell you, oh, Deadpool's not a hero because he kills people. There's a lot more reasons as to why he's not a hero. And in the comics, he can do some fucked up shit.
Hell, even in the movies, he does some fucked up shit. I mean, the main thing for me in the movies is that you can see that he's tortured. He goes out there killing all these people, trying to find tidbits. I mean, he was a mercenary for the longest time, just doing stuff, killing high targets, high value targets, just because he wanted the money. You know, and I guess that was kind of a way for him to release his rage. You know, very well trained rage, but indeed rage. You know,
And then the Deadpool video game is the complete opposite. It's all humor, it's all fun, all silly, all jokes. They completely get rid of the emotional side of the character to the point where Deadpool's just kind of a jackass for the whole game, and you don't really care about him. You're just kind of there for the humor, and it's entertaining for a bit. But he is annoying. It's
not worth a replay. You play it once, then 10 years later, you come back and play it again. You know what I mean? That's it.
Just for a quick laugh.
Yeah, right. It's not memorable. That's what I'm saying is like, yeah, those stories can do well and they can be fun in the moment, but you can't take anything home with you. You just can't.
Yeah.
And I will never prefer those experiences to experience that I can bring home with me. It's very simple.
Yeah. You'd prefer a Deadpool movie versus the Deadpool video game.
Very much so. And I don't get me wrong, I like the Deadpool video game. I remember watching it on YouTube. I thought it was fun as fuck. And then I played it and I thought it was funny as fuck. But bro, like I said, you don't remember much after a week. You know what I mean? You can't bring anything with you. When I watch a movie, like what's a good example? When I watch a movie like The Shawshank Redemption, you know, and
why did I think of the same fucking movie, bro?
Because it's a basic one. Because we're fucking, bro. We've known each other for 10 years. All right, we're on the same wavelengths, you and me. Fuck it out. But yeah, we watched. Como se dice? When I watched Shawshank Redemption, that term institutionalized became such a revelation. Some men don't want to leave prison after 30, 40 years because that's all they know. That word institutionalized has been used in my vocabulary for years after that. You know, it's like when somebody's so used to a way of life that they don't want to innovate, they don't want to change because they're afraid of it. That doesn't just apply to prison. That applies to a lot of people. They're institutionalized just in a different way. Like people who depend on the government, you know, for decades, and they don't want to actually do something outside of their wheelhouse. Or people who are stuck in the same job for 30 years. They fucking hate it. You know, or 20 years because they fucking hate it, but they're afraid to do something else because this is all they know. They're institutionalized in a different way, but that's exactly what they are. You bring that story with you. That's why I appreciate that story so much more than a dumb comedy, you know? And that's it.
Yeah, I completely agree. Like, I mean, it kind of goes back to, you know, when I was shit-talking Ant-Man 3. I made a video on it on my channel, but a big problem I have with the movie is that it's a very bare-bones popcorn adventure movie. It's, you know, you have the good guy and you have the bad guy, and not much really happens.
Yeah.
And I didn't really feel anything from it. I didn't feel any emotional growth from the characters or anything for me to latch onto emotionally, and so therefore I write the movie off because it's not for me.
Like, or even then, even if you like it, it's like, yeah, it was fine, and then you forget about it.
Yeah,
because
exactly.
you will never prefer an experience that is a roller coaster ride over an actual cinematic masterpiece, or hell, even movies that aren't masterpieces that have issues still stick out to me because they try to relate to the characters and they try to make them human and they try to do more and they try to innovate. I feel like a good example of a film that is nowhere near perfect but is very memorable is 2003 Holes. I feel like that was a great example of that because it wasn't perfect and it's definitely dated, but it brings up so many things about death and romance, and it's like those little things that you can bring home with you and that are very memorable. Holes is a great example of a film that is not perfect but will last, and that when you look back on it, it's like, damn. Yeah, this film was underrated, you know? That's it.
It's that emotional resonance that the film gives you.
Yeah, and you can relate to it so well, and it also makes you feel something. For example, when they were going back to that old romance about kissing Kate Barlow and the black guy that would come in and fix her church, I can fix that guy. You know, I love that relationship dynamic, and when that thing happened to him at the end, I won't tell you if you don't know. But that thing happened to him at the end. You really felt that, and you understood kissing Kate Barlow in that moment. And it taught you that kind of prejudice, that racism, that hatred and jealousy over that man has what I can't is a horrible thing to witness from the victim's side. So that's why you kind of stay away from jealousy and hatred. You know, those lessons that are being taught through cinema are just something that sticks with you. They always will. You know, so.
Damn, I need to watch Holes again.
Holes was great. We gotta watch that movie 100%. That was a fucking click. And the soundtrack, dig 'em up, dig it, dig 'em up, that was fire, bro. And no shit, Sigourney Weaver's in it. I forgot.
I remember that.
Oh,
I remember that she's in it. Yeah.
Peak.
Yeah, it's been years, bro. I watched it when it was playing on TV.
Oh yeah, me too. I gotta buy the Blu-ray
and everything.
Yeah, the commercial break. Oh my god, you're watching Disney Channel, face head. Oh man, you gotta love it, Chief. But yeah, I can tell you right now that I will always prefer a film that gives you something to bring home. That's it.
Yeah,
it is what it is. It doesn't have to be perfect.
You know, I can take a popcorn movie. I mean, I like Jason X.
Of course.
Like,
there's always a place for it. Of course, right?
Yeah.
There's always a place for popcorn, fun films, but I can never say that popcorn films are a preference of mine. Maybe in a moment, but in the long run, no, not so much.
Yeah. Like, I go back and watch popcorn movies all the time.
Right, because they're dumb fun and you want to turn your brain off.
Yeah.
But if you want to be enlightened...
One of my favorite genres is slasher movies.
Oh, yeah.
It's really hard to find a good slasher that has emotional resonance to it, because it's a movie made where they're just going to kill off all the characters anyway, so what the fuck is the point?
Right.
You know, and you're just kind of there to have fun. It's like maybe they're creative with the kills, or maybe the premise is something that's so outlandish that it just makes you want to keep watching, you know? But it's really hard to find that emotional
Tell
like,
me about
resonant slasher movie, but there are some that really stick out, like Jason, Friday the 13th Part 4.
Uh-huh.
That's a really good one. Friday the 13th Part 6 is my favorite because that one's goofy.
I feel like
it has a lot of the charm that 4 does, but it's a bit more goofy.
I feel like the best representation of that, if we're talking about like old slashers, Nightmare on Elm Street 3.
yes.
When those characters died, I felt something.
Oh
yeah.
yeah. Nightmare on Elm Street 3 is how you do a sequel.
100%. First of all, I feel like one of the great contributors to like me actually feeling something for the characters is that they all had like very unique powers surrounding their trauma, right? And so like when you saw those powers in their dream world, you're like, yeah, they have a chance. They can beat Freddy. And then near the end of the film, people start dying. It's like, oh shit. And that's why it felt like kind of a spit in the face in the beginning of 4 when they just killed off those characters like it was nothing. Like, what the fuck? But you felt the tension in 3 is like, oh shit, they could really die because it showcased that they had the balls to kill characters that you cared about, you know? So that kind of build up for me.
To what we talked about.
Go ahead.
It goes back to what we talked about with fan service and long-term investment because they brought back the main girl from the first Nightmare on Elm Street to be in 3.
And it made it stronger.
It made her stronger, and it adds to the emotional resonance of the movie. Because we understand her already, you know? So now we just have to learn about all these new characters, and we learn about them through her.
Yes.
And it's so good.
Just like
so
how
good.
like we learn about a Mortal Kombat universe through Johnny Cage, you know what I mean? Like we latch on to somebody that we really like, that we already know, and then and that he experiences everything as if it was brand new, and then we experience that brand new shit through him. It's broken down to him, but really it's broken down to us, you know?
Yeah. And not only that, he's a character that he has a personality. He's fun. He's you don't just latch on to him because he's the audience surrogate. He is his own character,
right? With
his own feelings and his own emotions.
And you see more of that throughout the film. Yeah. Especially his serious side. Like when he beats, Shinnok and MKX, it's like, oh, I'm gonna fight for the woman I love, and like I understand that definitely is like, oh, but Shinnok power level wise, like yeah, sure, whatever. But as far as I'm concerned, story wise, I really like that they can actually give Johnny a serious side, and it makes me latch onto that character more, Yeah,
and it's one of the many reasons why the 2021 Mortal Kombat movie didn't work because Cole Young. They made a new character to be the audience surrogate instead of just using Johnny Cage. And they made Cole Young the most generic, basic character that you don't really feel for. They gave him a wife and a daughter, but we don't really give a shit because he's not interesting. He's just kind of there to be like, who's that?
He's the Hollywood.
What does he do?
He's the Hollywood. He's the Hollywood recipe, just like Brad Pitt in World War Z. There's not really much to latch on to. Hollywood just gives him a family and says, go from there. He has no story to him whatsoever. It's a joke. And then they give him like an undeserved finale moment. It's like, oh, he's tough now. It's like, okay, sure. Give me Johnny next time, please.
The only thing I remember about World War Z is the dude that slipped and shot himself in the face. That shit was funny as fuck.
That was literally the best moment of the film. Yes, I agree. I'm not even joking about that because that was like the only part where I was like, wow, I've never seen that before. Holy shit. Like, oh my God. It's like, I thought it was going to go uphill from there, but no, it was filled with inconsistencies after that. I did like the finale zombie scene where like he was walking through. I'm like, yeah, that was cool. Sure.
I didn't finish the movie.
Yeah, well, smart. Okay, you know what? Good. Yeah, but because guess what? That little scene isn't worth it. The 2 hours is not even worth it.
Yeah.
But it really is. It really is crazy the levels of difference a movie can be just based off of the lead.
Yeah.
It really is.
And there's a lot of movies that have really unique like premises that shouldn't work. But they work really well because they're willing to explore more with what that premise can do. Like, what was that movie that you showed me with Owen Wilson? You know what I'm talking about?
Owen Wilson? I don't even know his name. Hold on. I don't even know who he is. Let me see.
Lightning McQueen.
Safe. Safe. I think that's what it's called. Let me see.
Yeah. No Escape.
No Escape. Yes, that's the one. Yeah. I just looked it up. No Escape. Yep.
Yeah. Like, that movie was interesting as hell.
And I'm right. And it wasn't perfect. But it was
wasn't
such a
that perfect.
unique premise. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it was a unique premise, and they were willing to explore it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they really dove into how people are affected in this world by, I forget what the cause of everything was.
Okay,
but,
so
you know,
let me break it down. Let me break it down a little bit. So when it comes to no, Jesus Christ, what was it called?
No Escape.
No Escape. I've seen that film like 3 times. I remember watching it first initially thinking, damn, this is terrifying, you know, because I feel like so basically it's a family, a husband, a wife, and 2 daughters, and the husband has to move over to a different country to work there. You know, he's like a big exec. He's not an exec, but he's a pretty vital worker in this company, and unfortunately this company is fucking with the economy over in that third world country, so the country kind of revolts, and there's a bunch of rebels that go over to that company and starts killing all of the execs, and the father is one of those people that they want to kill. So the father needs to take his wife and take his 2 children and try to escape, except the father isn't John Wick. He's just some guy. You know, he's not out here killing rebels. He's not out here doing whatever. He's not an agent. He's just some fucking guy.
Yeah.
And he's
just Owen Wilson.
Yeah, exactly. And
Wow.
the rebels aren't just killing the execs. They're killing everybody that gets in their way. They're killing a bunch of Americans. They're killing a bunch of Americans, and these rebels are doing it in horrible ways. Innocent women, children, guys, it doesn't matter. They're doing all this just so they can kill these head honchos, and Owen Wilson was one of them. And it showcases like the extent that the family will go to escape. They're running away. I remember this one sequence where they're on the roof of the apartment building that they were living in, and the rebels actually broke through the door, so they had to jump from that roof to another roof. And there was like a massive jump where like the kids were scared and they had to force the kids. I remember there was one kid who didn't want to jump, so Owen Wilson literally grabbed her and threw her off, and that was the only way that he could do it. And bro, oh my God, it was the tension in that film when they were hiding from the bad guys was something else, you know? And so I see where you're going with this. Like, yeah, it's not a perfect film, but that premise being explored at such a slower burn, and them actually having balls to show how bad these situations can get, I really enjoyed that film. It's not perfect, but it's damn original, and you feel that thriller, that tension, bro. Yeah. It's ridiculous.
And it sticks with you.
Oh, yeah.
And it sticks with you. It could have been a forgettable movie.
Yes.
But it's not. Like, I just brought it up right now. It's not.
Because the premise is so interesting, and they treat it with respect. It's not parody. I think the most comedic part about it was like that agent and his buddy, and they're not in the film that much, you know? Mm-hmm. That's really it. No Escape is a great film. I think people should watch it. Even if you don't like it after watching it, I think everyone should watch it. I think it's a good, unique film. If you need a breath of fresh air, No Escape is exactly that.
Yeah. Because he's got a lot of those.
I've never seen anything like that. No Escape.
Yeah.
So. But yeah, I think I got everything I need to say out. How about you?
Yeah, I forgot what the original topic was. We went on a lot of tangents.
We did. I mean, the original topic of the conversation was like films that leave you with something to bring home, right? And that it doesn't have to be perfect, right? But I feel like a film that explores a new idea, even if it's not perfect, is infinitely more valuable than the same cookie cutter stuff that's popcornish, if you will.
For sure, yeah.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, I think that's all I have to say about that. Anything else, Guido? How are we feeling?
I got nothing, but damn, that conversation felt good.
That was a damn good conversation. That was a 2-hour, 20-minute conversation. If you made it this far into the podcast, let us know. Give us a safe word. The safe word is pineapple. Indeed.
I was not expecting pineapple.
Indeed.
But I'll take it.
I like pineapple. What did you want to use?
No, I didn't think of one, but I just wasn't expecting it to be pineapple.
Pineapple. I mean, coconut could work too, but we'll do pineapple. If you watch to the end of this podcast, put pineapple in the comments. We'll know who's a true fan.
Yeah. and if you got to this part, say coconut as well.
Say coconut as well. Do both pineapple and coconut. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Pineapple coconut. That's a bitchin' flavor.
Yeah. Because if someone just does pineapple, then they're not real fans. But if they do pineapple and coconut, we know they're real ones. You know what I'm saying?
Damn right. All 0 of them. It's gonna be great.
Yep. I'll comment it.
Yeah, Squeeto's a true fan. Yeah. That was
You're
Pete.
like, I listened because I was there.
Indeed. All right, brother. That was a good one. All right, we're in. We're in, lads. Fucking hell.
That's what he said.
Well, of course we did. Of course I said that. I just did. Over the years, there have been many portrayals of Batman and Joker. And to be honest, some of them were complete trash, and some of them were alright, and some of them were absolutely legendary. So here we are, me and Squeeto, making the official Batman and Joker tier list. Our opinions are indeed fact. Whether you believe them or not is irrelevant. Sorry. So starting off, Adam West Batman. To be honest, I didn't see much of the original show. I did watch a few episodes, and I did like the fun quirkiness of the character. For me, I don't really have too much to say, but I know Squeeto saw a bunch. So go ahead, take it away.
Yeah, I watched a shit ton of Batman from 1966 growing up. Adam West he's S tier. It's his Batman is just, you know, he's a goofy character. I mean, the whole show is kind of goofy, but it's the fact that Batman is so serious in every single situation, no matter what, is what makes him perfect. And you know, this Adam West Batman, he truly is the smartest guy in the room. No matter who he's in the room with, he is the smartest guy in the room. And it does make for some funny moments. Like, you know, Jim Gordon would be like, oh, we received this encoded message, but we don't know what it means. And then he'll just say some shit like, it's the alphabet. And then everyone's like, oh my God, Batman, you're so smart.
No way.
No way. But yeah, no, Adam West Batman is just, he's perfect. And then they even did those animated movies a few years back before he passed. I forget what they're called. Oh, Batman Return of the Caped Crusaders,
Yes,
and then
I've heard
Batman
of
vs.
those.
Two-Face. Yeah, so he did the voice role for those. And I mean, you just gotta love Adam West. Like, even outside of Batman, you gotta love Adam West. Bro's perfect.
Did I mention that Squeeto is like a massive Batman fanboy?
Oh, I am.
Full disclosure. Yeah, right. I mean, I love Batman too. It's all right.
Yeah. Yeah, no, Adam West is S tier.
S
He's like
tier.
the Batman performance that you kind of have to compare all the other ones to.
Holmes is the benchmark.
In some way or another, they're all doing their own impersonation of Adam West, whether they realize it or not.
Adam West does indeed fit the role that he is presented. So, you know what? I see where you're coming from. And to be honest, I don't really have a lot to refute it. Other than, to be honest, the action scenes for me have always been real cheesy, real corny, right? But it's not, the thing is, right, is that it fits the aesthetic of a comic book. The thing is that you can tell how horribly fake it is at times, especially when Adam West fights someone like Bruce Lee. Like, come on, bro. You know what I mean? So that kind of sucks me out of it, and I don't have that problem with like a Bale or say what's his name, Robert Pattinson Batman. I don't have those problems with those kinds of Batman, but with Adam West I do, very much so.
You know what I say to that?
What do you say?
Skill issue.
Skill. All right. You know what? That's what I'm going to say to everyone who disagrees. Skill issue. Fuck out of here. S tier. Unashamedly.
S-tier.
You intro this one because I don't even know where to start.
All right. George Clooney Batman from Batman and Robin, also known as the worst live-action Batman movie
Bat
of all time.
nipples.
Well, Val Kilmer had bat nipples, and people don't really rag on him for that.
My bad.
So, yeah, no, Batman and Robin is not just considered the worst Batman movie, but it's considered one of the worst comic book movies. And it's weird because I don't hate it. Batman and Robin reminds me a lot of the Adam West show.
Why does George Clooney look like he's about to drop some fucking fire, though? Like his hands are together, like, they don't know what I'm finna drop in the booth and shit. Hey, yo.
Well, got the album cover.
He's about to drop the mixtape. That's what I'm saying. Dude, that's wild.
So imagine George Clooney, like in any other movie, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's George Clooney as Batman.
So just it's George Clooney in a bat suit.
It's just George Clooney in a bad suit.
Wonderful.
Yeah. He's not really doing a performance. He's just George Clooney.
He's just George Clooney. Once again, we're not talking about the quality of the film. We're talking about the portrayal as Batman. How do you feel about this Batman?
He's not interesting. This Batman's not really interesting. He's not the best character, even in his own movie. But it's kind of hard to say that when every character is just so weird.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you got Uma Thurman as Poison Ivy, and Arnold Schwarzenegger as Bane. I mean, Mr. Freeze. I said Bane.
Same thing.
Same thing. It's a weird movie, but in terms of Batman, George Clooney does not stand out at all because he's just George Clooney.
Bro is not
dressed
special.
as a bat. He's not special. I don't hate George Clooney as Batman though.
Mm-hmm.
I think he looks like a Batman. I'd probably give him like C.
He looks like a Batman.
He looks like a Batman. Yeah.
We are not enthusiastic. C tier.
Yeah.
That's it.
I mean, it's Batman and Robin. It's not a good movie.
Yeah, I think I've seen that movie twice in my childhood, and the only thing I remember is like the Poison Ivy kiss. Is that what that's from?
Yeah.
Yeah, literally only that. That's all I remember. It's like, oh, I have plastic film on my lips. Oh my god, he outsmarted me.
You should watch that movie again.
Bro, I don't want to. I don't want to. Okay, no. Next runner-up, Val Kilmer's portrayal of Batman. How we feeling?
The predecessor to George Clooney. Val Kilmer, and this is something that a lot of Batman fans will tell you. I feel like especially in the last few years, a lot of people have kind of, changed their mind on this movie. Val Kilmer is actually a really good fucking Batman.
Damn.
He's actually really, really good. And it's funny because his performance is not that different to Adam West.
Break it down.
So I mentioned that Adam West is, no matter what scenario he's in, Batman is always the most serious and the smartest guy in the room. And that's exactly how Val Kilmer plays him. He's the smartest guy in the room, and no matter what happens, he's also the most serious. And that seriousness does make for some funny moments. But I feel like what Val Kilmer does best is his Bruce Wayne. You can kind of get the sense that his Bruce Wayne and Batman are the same guy, but there's like just enough different in like how he carries himself as one versus the other that it's like, oh, no one would ever suggest that Bruce Wayne is Batman. Like, I feel like as Bruce Wayne, he's a lot more, social. He's a lot more personable, very confident when he walks into a room. But then when he's Batman, he's, a man of few words. He doesn't speak much. But when he does, it's very clear and very serious and very calm. And he's very stilted as Batman, whereas as Bruce Wayne, you can see a lot more of his expression in his body and his face.
A lot more human.
Yeah.
Well, Val Kilmer's always been a great actor, and he's known for his attention to detail. That's something that he does very well. I mean, when he was in movies like Tombstone or whatnot, you can notice all the little mannerisms on rewatches. Val Kilmer knew what the fuck he was doing. He was a crazy good actor.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not surprised.
So yeah, I mean, a lot of fans have really changed their mind in this movie because this used to be considered a terrible movie. Mm-hmm. But you ask a Batman fan now, and they're like, no, Batman Forever was actually really good for its time. It's very underrated. But I think it's just at the time it was so different from the Michael Keaton ones that came before that it was just kind of rejected for its change.
Bat nipples! I love it. You gotta love it.
Yeah.
We couldn't get...
And it's not the best movie, but it's an entertaining watch. I mean, like, I don't like Tommy Lee Jones as Two-Face, but I love Jim Carrey as the Riddler. So it's like, you got two villains. One of them's good, the other one I don't like, so... do with that what you will.
I don't have enough experience with Tommy Lee Jones to determine whether or not he's a good actor. I mean, he was okay in Men in Black and whatnot, but he never really gave me a Two-Face look. You know what I mean? He's kind of cold and callous. The Two-Face is kind of Tommy Lee Jones doesn't give me the deranged feel like at all. You know what I mean? Let's see. He seems a lot more premeditated.
Yeah. And his Two-Face feels like something that would be from the Adam West show. not necessarily like the Two-Face that we get in the Dark Knight or in the Arkham games. Like, he was a very, very goofy, very silly Two-Face.
Mm-hmm.
And it, honestly, for me, it doesn't work for a character like that. And it doesn't help that, like, you know, Jim Carrey is kind of goofy in almost any movie he does. And so, obviously, the Riddler is a very goofy character. And so, you put Tommy Lee Jones as Two-Face next to the Riddler in that movie, and it's not even a competition, man. Jim Carrey's, like, outdoing him in every single scene.
You gotta love Jim Carrey, dude. When he's given a comedic role, he acts his heart out. But when he's given a serious role, dude knows what he's doing. Like, he's just such a versatile actor. He's so underrated. He really is.
Yeah.
People always like point him out for his comedy, and his comedy's great. But dude, him as an actor is wild. If you've seen the Majestic directed by Frank Darabont, you know that Jim Carrey can blow your fucking mind. He's ridiculous how good he is. He does whatever the fuck he wants, you know, acting wise. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, no, Jim Carrey's fucking incredible.
That all being said,
yeah,
we're talking about the portrayal Val Kilmer
of Batman. Yeah.
What are we thinking?
So I think Val Kilmer. The thing is, I know a lot of people would put him in S tier, and I'm considering putting him in A tier.
Well, the criteria here is he playing the character he's given well? Like his specific Batman. We're not talking about Batman as a whole. His specific Batman. Go ahead.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to say in terms of performance, him as Batman with the character he's given, the script he has, everything, I would put Val Kilmer in S tier.
Mm-hmm.
But the movie he's in is not S tier. That's how I'll phrase that.
I feel like probably a good compromise is, you said earlier, you said A tier.
Yeah.
Because he's pretty... Go ahead.
Because he has a lot to do as Batman. And
right.
Batman Forever is like one of the only Batman movies that's about Batman. And I just feel like that... I feel like for me, what holds back Val Kilmer as Batman is that when I think of Batman, I don't think of Val Kilmer.
Yeah.
He doesn't scream iconic to me. You know, he feels like just another version of Batman.
He does well. Val Kilmer does well with what he's given, but he's not given enough.
Yeah, that's a good way to phrase it.
Yeah, well, you know, that's what I do. Anything else?
But yeah, no, he just doesn't scream Batman to me. That's the only thing for me with Val Kilmer. I know a lot of people are going to disagree, hardcore Batman fans, but for me, he doesn't scream Batman.
Well, you see, if they disagree, it's irrelevant because all our opinions are indeed fact. You know what I'm saying? So, like,
you're right.
Fuck out of here. That's it.
Mm-hmm. That's fact.
A Batman that I actually know, even though I only saw the first movie. Michael Keaton, Batman, 1989.
Yep.
How we feeling? Break it down.
Gotta love Michael Keaton.
Gotta love Michael Keaton.
I mean, you know, aside from Adam West, Michael Keaton was the first Batman.
Cinematic.
Like the first, like, you know, dark and serious Batman. And, you know, he does a pretty good job, but it's also, I think it's another thing of he's not given a lot to do with Batman. And I mentioned...
Go ahead.
I mentioned that Batman Forever is one of the only Batman movies that's actually about Batman. Michael Keaton's Batman movies are not about Batman. It's about Joker. I would argue that Batman 1989 is more of a Joker movie than it is a Batman movie.
You know what? I agree with that. And I'll add this to it. The reason why I don't think of Michael Keaton's Batman, and this is controversial, but I'm going to say it anyway. The reason why I don't believe in that Michael Keaton's Batman is an S tier is because Jack Nicholson steals that fucking show. That spotlight gets taken away real fast. As soon as Jack Nicholson walks into a room, Michael Keaton shrinks.
Mm-hmm.
It is what it is. And you see that in their face-off. Michael Keaton, even though obviously Joker's the one in power, Michael Keaton doesn't come off as threatening or anything along those lines when Jack Nicholson is in the same scene. When the Joker is in the scene, that motherfucker steals the show. And I think that kind of takes away his aura for me. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
How do you feel about that?
but I mean, I would agree with that to an extent, because the thing is, Michael Keaton's Batman doesn't talk very much. He doesn't do a whole lot. He's just kind of there to like, he's just there for the aesthetic a lot of the time, I feel. And Jack Nicholson's Joker, he talks a lot, and so I think it's more of just Jack Nicholson has more to do with his character, a lot more range and variety than Michael Keaton did.
Yes, very much so.
But then I feel like with Michael Keaton, when we talk about him as Batman, iconic, right? Amazing. But I feel like a lot of people kind of ignore his Bruce Wayne. I think Michael Keaton's Bruce Wayne is pretty underrated.
Really?
Because he's just the guy. Like Michael Keaton, I mean, I'm sure he worked out for the role and everything, but when you look at him as Bruce Wayne, bro looks nothing like a Batman. He just looks like a normal dude. And I feel like that aspect to him is kind of underrated. You even see it with the way he talks to people. He's a bit awkward, and he doesn't really. You can tell he's not really around people a whole lot, but he's still like he's just a guy, and he's rich. He's a billionaire. He's fucking Bruce Wayne, but you wouldn't really get that from seeing him. And I like that it's an aspect in the movie, and we follow Vicky Vale when I guess he's having a party at Wayne Manor. And no one knows where the fuck Bruce Wayne is in the party. And then all of a sudden they go into like one of his secret rooms where he has a bunch of like statues and shit and art pieces, and they're like talking about it. And then, this random dude comes up and says something, and then they're like, "Oh, who are you? I don't think we've met." And he's like, "Oh, I'm Bruce Wayne." It's like, what? You don't look like how I would think of a Bruce Wayne in my head,
That being...
It's unorthodox casting.
Yes, it's unorthodox casting. And you know what? I can appreciate that, but I actually think that I actually disagree with you here. Como se dice, I actually think that him coming off as just a guy is kind of a hindrance to his character. And the reason why...
think so?
Yes, and the reason why mainly is because this is Bruce fucking Wayne we're talking about. We're not talking about Peter Parker. Spider-Man, when he takes off the mask, is just some guy. When Batman takes off the mask, he's a playboy billionaire, and he needs to look and act the part. He's playing a character. When Michael Keaton comes up as Bruce Wayne, it doesn't look like he's playing that suave playboy billionaire. He's just playing like he's some guy. And I don't think that really fits the Bruce Wayne character. I feel like the Bruce Wayne character, like a Christian Bale, that's my Bruce. That's a Bruce Wayne. Ben Affleck, that's a Bruce Wayne, because they come off as suave billionaires. They're playing the part. Like the character is playing the part of Bruce Wayne. He's buying up buildings, that kind of thing, right? And he's coming off as a playboy billionaire. Michael Keaton, he's not doing that. And I'm not blaming the actor. I'm saying that his portrayal, the character that he's given, he's not really given the playboy billionaire thing. He's just given off the "I'm just some guy that people barely know" vibe, and that doesn't really track, for Bruce Wayne, who's supposed to be, he's supposed to be out there. He's supposed to be rich. He's supposed to be suave. It doesn't. Yeah. For me, it doesn't fit Bruce Wayne aesthetically.
Yeah, I mean, I could see that for sure, but I also feel like for Tim Burton's Batman movies, Bruce Wayne is very much a recluse. He's not out in the public eye very often, and so I like the idea that Bruce Wayne, he's kind of like this mystery figure. Like, people know about Bruce Wayne, people know him, but they make it clear that someone like Vicky Vale, who's a reporter who knows all the big players in Gotham, when she goes to Wayne Manor for a party to see Bruce Wayne, she doesn't recognize him at first, and I like that aspect of it. I understand it goes against kind of what Bruce Wayne is, but I like that Michael Keaton's Bruce Wayne is a lot more low-key and a bit more of just a guy, compared to the others, because he's not in the public limelight as often as the others are. Like, his Bruce Wayne very much feels like businessman, right? Like, he runs the company from behind the scenes. He's not in front of the cameras. He's not, walking red carpets and everything that often. And then, so I like it because it feels like his Bruce Wayne and Batman are kind of mixed in that way. because with Batman, people know about Batman. People see, or have heard about Batman, but you don't really see Batman that often, at least not in public, right? If you're just a normal Gotham citizen, you're not going to see Batman on every street corner. And so I like that those two kind of have a similarity, the two sides of Bruce.
I see where you're coming from. I respect that perspective. I'm gonna say I respect them trying to go a little different, trying to do the mystery man rather than the suave, out there playboy billionaire like an Iron Man, right? I appreciate that perspective, and I think subjectively I would have to disagree with you, but I understand where you're coming from, and I could see how you would place that higher on your list. Absolutely. So, what are you feeling?
I mean, as a longtime Batman fanboy, I gotta say Michael Keaton is S tier. But he is not given a lot to do as Batman in either of his movies. So I'm gonna say A.
I was gonna say A too. Damn. Now, is he better than Val? I was gonna think about S, and I was thinking about S, and then I was looking at the other guys, and I was just really thinking like, even though I love Michael Keaton's Batman, especially como se dice, when he's in the suit, he's making his quips. Like, it's not bad. It's just that, once again, he's not given that much to do, and he's nowhere near as complicated as a Christian Bale or a Robert Pattinson. So once again, lesser variables. I'd have to say A. Now, is he better than Val or worse than?
I'm gonna say he's better. Val Kilmer, his performance is better, but I would say simply for iconography, simply just the aura that Michael Keaton has as Batman, he is better.
Yeah, I'd say A as well, because you also have to think about the fact that he paved the way, just like how Adam West is S tier.
Exactly,
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, you could talk about like objectively, he's like, oh, this character's more complicated, that kind of thing, and like that's cool. Yeah. But Adam West started it. You know what I mean? Like, that's like a hard thing to beat. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, like Kevin Conroy, the most iconic Batman voice actor, has said his performance is inspired from Michael Keaton's.
There you go.
There's that.
What more can you say?
Indeed.
All right. The next Batman on the list. Now, this one I've seen all of their movies again and again and again. Big fan of the Nolan trilogy. Christian Bale's Batman. How are we feeling about this one, Squito? How you feel?
Because
I feel like we're gonna disagree on this a little bit. Go ahead.
I think we are gonna disagree on it. Christian Bale is a fucking fantastic actor. Yeah. Gotta love Christian Bale.
Of course.
I mean, I don't trust anyone that is not a fan of Christian Bale.
Right.
But I gotta say, as Batman, I'm not the biggest fan of Christian Bale. Even though I will say he has the best top 3 live action Batman movies, and one of his movies is actually about Batman. So, he gets that.
Right.
Unlike Michael Keaton. I'm referring to Batman Begins. His performance in Batman Begins is incredible. We get to... The movie goes on for over an hour before we even see a hint of Christian Bale as Batman. And his performance as Bruce Wayne is fucking incredible. We get to see the ins and outs of the character, and I think that's what makes Batman Begins so good, is that it's a character study of Bruce Wayne and Batman, unlike any other, Batman movie we've ever seen. And so we get to see a lot of Christian Bale's performance throughout the movie. We get to see a lot of his character. And so as Bruce Wayne, I really love Christian Bale. But I do feel like his Bruce Wayne's a bit of a dickhead.
Yes.
And I don't like that aspect of his Bruce Wayne. Like, I get it. He's playing up the part, right? He's trying to be this unlikable, playboy billionaire.
Right.
Because then, you would never suspect that guy in a million years to be Batman.
Right.
But I don't like that he's a dickhead, because for me, that's not what Bruce Wayne should be. And then as Batman, a lot of people talk shit about his Batman voice. in Batman Begins specifically, his voice is really good. It's in the later movies where it doesn't sound very good. And I also feel like as Batman, we don't get to see him as much in the suit, as much as I would like to, anyway.
You're talking about like
But
throughout
he
the
doesn't-
trilogy?
Yeah. Yeah, it's like these movies feel very Bruce Wayne centric, and I'd probably say The Dark Knight is where we see, him as Batman the most. That's probably the most balanced. Would you agree? Or he's Bruce Wayne and Batman throughout The Dark Knight.
I mean, The Dark Knight Rises had a lot of Batman.
No. In a 2.5-hour movie, he is in the Batman suit for 8 minutes.
Yeah, really. Felt like longer.
Yeah. No. It's just that his scenes in the Batsuit are very iconic.
That's what
and
it is,
memorable.
right? Yeah. I was thinking, like, how long was he in that hole again? Oh, yeah. All right.
Yeah, a long.
It's been a little while. My bad, y'all. Dark Knight,
Yeah.
definitely the most. Yes, definitely the most.
Yeah.
Batman Begins was second. Yes, very much so. Okay, yeah, I'm starting to piece it together now. I'm a little sleep deprived. My bad.
It's all good. It's all good.
Continue.
I'm just yapping here. I'm just rambling.
Continue to yap. I'm here. I got some retorts, but go ahead.
Yeah. So the thing is, for me, the Nolan Batman movies, I love them and I hate them. I love them for what they did with the character, right? They put Batman in the spotlight probably more than he's ever been, and
That I have no doubt.
a lot of people love the Batman movies. I mean, I love every Batman movie, but when people say like, "Oh, The Dark Knight's one of the best superhero movies ever made," I don't really agree with that notion.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And so there was a time in my life where The Dark Knight was my favorite movie. So I will say that.
Mm-hmm.
But over time, as I've, watched and experienced a lot more different kinds of Batman content, the idea of who Batman should be in my head is a lot different than how Christian Bale's Batman is.
Okay.
But it's kind of hard to explain because I feel like as Batman, I wish we got a lot more of just him as Batman interacting with other people. Because, I mean, we see him with Jim Gordon and Alfred and stuff, but
He left early all the time, that motherfucker.
he did. He left early all the time, and it feels like a lot of his interactions are cut short. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So it's like we get a lot of Christian Bale as Batman, but at the same time we don't.
Well, como se dice? I do have this question to ask you. What do you think of the closest to the closest to your image Batman? I'll take a guess. The Arkham trilogy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's pretty close. So the ideal version of Batman for me is the animated series.
The animated
100%.
series. I forgot about that. Yes.
Yeah, 100% is Batman the animated series. But the Arkham games are really close because the Arkham games are basically taken from the animated series.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a bit darker and more mature than the show was.
Indeed.
But yeah, so when I think Batman, I think the animated series. And so the reason I say that Christian Bale's Bruce Wayne doesn't fit the Bruce Wayne in my head is because I mentioned his Bruce Wayne's a dick. He's a dick, and he's unlikable, and I would never be friends with that guy in a million years.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas in the animated series, Bruce Wayne always felt like he was out to help people no matter what, And it shows that, whether he's in the costume or out of it, he's always thinking of the people of Gotham, and so he's doing his best to help them. And Christian Bale has had moments of that, where you can see that he wants to help the city, but it feels like those movies also really downplay his power as Bruce Wayne.
Yes.
It's mostly focused on the Batman side, which I can see because, they're Batman movies. You want more of the Batman side.
Right.
But I feel like it's not even just the Nolan movies. I think it's all the live-action Batman movies. We don't really get to see the power that Bruce Wayne has in Gotham.
Well,
Because he can do so much for the people without wearing the suit.
Yes, like for example, the beginning of Arkham City, where he was talking about taking down the taking down the Arkham prison, and he was there at the protest. He was standing in front of a bunch of people in news broadcasts, and then he was brought in. Like that was Bruce Wayne fighting and activism. You know, he doesn't do that here. You know.
Yeah, and so I feel like just in the movies overall, we haven't gotten a lot of that side of Bruce Wayne, or any. Like, yeah, we hear like, okay, maybe he's donated money, or he sent equipment and stuff to like the police or that kind of thing. But we don't really get to see it that often. And Christian Bale's Bruce Wayne is just unlikable for me, and I don't like that aspect of it. Granted, that's a performance he's putting on to the public. It's not who he really is, but I don't like that part of it. And for me, it's a big part of it. Bruce Wayne's the second half of Batman, and so for me, you have to get Bruce Wayne right just as much as Batman.
You know what, I do like your... Go ahead, finish. Go ahead.
I'm just gonna say, as Batman, he's good. I don't think he's great. I think he's good. I can't really explain why. I just think he's good, but not great.
I feel like his action scenes are very well shot and choreographed.
Yeah.
I also think as Batman, he has a demanding presence. The thing is,
he does have an aura.
Very much so. The thing is this is one of the big things is this very raspy voice. It could be meme-ish at times, right? Como se dice, but como se dice, I don't really fault Christian Bale specifically for that too much. I'm just thinking like, why in the hell does he have to pull off the raspy voice? Like, why is that a thing? Why can't he just speak in a dark, demanding tone or something along those lines, right?
And his voice can be really good. Like, if you guys haven't seen it in a while, I encourage you to rewatch clips or something of Batman Begins, because his voice was really good in that movie. And then you watch The Dark Knight, and it's like night and day. It's like, what the hell happened here? Now he's gargling marbles.
Yeah, for real. So I agree with that specific part. But one thing that I find very interesting about Nolan Batman, because I understand where you're coming from with, well, not Nolan Batman, Nolan Bruce Wayne. I understand where you're coming from, and I actually like that version of Batman. Absolutely. I love that version of Bruce Wayne, but I also love this version of Bruce Wayne. And the reason why I love the version of Bruce Wayne is because it's more likely to be realistic. And what I mean by that is Bruce Wayne, and I'm not talking about him in a cover. I'm talking about him being a product of his environment. When a soldier goes out to fight in a war, or when police officers are going out every day, their social interactions are kind of hindered by the constant BS and violence and crazy shit that they see on a day-to-day basis. They're a lot more standoffish. They may even come off as an asshole at times, because through all the craziness, they need to decompress in some way, and some people don't really have a healthy way of decompressing, and so their social interactions are hindered because of that. I feel like Bruce Wayne is more of a dickhead, como se dice, and he also lashes out at people more often because of the circumstances that he's constantly being put in. He's seeing his city, pretty much the world to him, being burnt around him. You know what I mean? People killing each other, politicians being corrupt and getting people out of jail, and he feels like he's powerless at times. And so those emotions kind of leak through Bruce Wayne. It's not all just an act. Those moments where he's rude, those moments where he lashes out, those moments where it seems like he's clouded by rage, it's because he's a product of his environment and what he's putting himself through, along with, of course, the childhood trauma. So I do see where you are coming from, and I like that version of Batman, absolutely, but I also really like this Batman because it is more likely to be the case than the other way around.
Yeah. Well, I mean, these movies they encourage realism a lot.
Right. And they take liberties,
Yeah, they do for sure, especially with Begins. Begins is the most unrealistic of the three.
Of course.
Yeah, but it's just the thing with Christian Bale's Batman is he's a very cold character, at least to others, right? And Batman, when we think of him, he is kind of big and emotionless,
right,
and kind of stilted. But I feel like with Bale's Batman, with the people he's around, like say like Jim Gordon, right? I want to see a bit of a softer side to his Batman, not just the front that he's
Because
putting up
Christian
and
Bale
showing
could pull it
people.
off. We all know that.
Christian Bale can pull it off.
He can pull off anything.
Yeah. Like I said, I fucking love Christian Bale.
Right.
And I would love to see if there's any scenario where he can come back as Batman for like a cameo or something. I would be there for it. I'd be, the first one to cheer,
Yeah.
like in a packed theater. But it's just his Batman is good, but it's not the Batman that I want, I guess is the best way for me to put it. It's a good Batman, but it's not my Batman.
I see where you're coming from, and aesthetic and subjectively, I disagree with you, but I see where you're coming from, and you lay your points very well. One more thing I'm going to add to my argument is
Yes.
there's a reason why you don't send a 20-year-old grizzled SWAT veteran in as a negotiator. You send in a negotiator, the guy who doesn't have to deal with the violence day to day. You deal with the guy who studies in speech and that kind of thing. It's the same thing with Batman. When he's talking to people, when he's being, como se dice, when he's talking to people, whether he's being authoritative with enemies or he's trying to convey information or get information from a police officer like Jim Gordon, he gets what he needs and he gets the fuck out. He doesn't cut the BS. He doesn't try to make small talk. He doesn't try to como se dice, he doesn't try to be diplomatic in any way, and he doesn't really care about the other person's feelings. He's simply trying to get the means to get to the end. You get my drift? He's just trying to collect enough so he can continue, because he's seen it all. He's grizzled, he's broken, he's doing all this, but he's saving the city anyway because he needs to, So once again, I understand where you're coming from, and you lay your thoughts very well. And while I disagree with your subjective viewpoint, I understand it. But I have to say that I like this version of Batman, and I think it's on the caliber of this version of Bruce Wayne. And I'd have to say that this caliber of Bruce Wayne is on par with with your version of Batman. I'm gonna say nicer or some shit. Your version of Batman. I think it's on par with that version. With all that being said, what are we thinking about on the tier list? The thing is, I don't feel comfortable putting this Batman below Val Kilmer. I really don't. All right?
No, he's not below Val Kilmer.
And I don't know if Val Kilmer deserves an A. I'm being honest. Really?
I'm thinking we move George Clooney down to F. Because like I said, he's not even...
Holmes
he's just George Clooney.
He's a stand-in. All right, F.
Yeah.
There you go.
He's just George Clooney.
And then you want to put Val Kilmer where? You want to keep him in A?
We can move him to B.
All right, I'm thinking B, and I'm thinking Bale. Worse than Keaton. Worse than Keaton.
For me, yes. For me, I prefer Michael Keaton.
Hard. I tell you what, I'm gonna give it to you. I'm gonna give it to you. But fans know where I stand. He's fucking here. All right.
Yeah.
But I'll give it to you. That's there. All right.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think Michael Keaton's S. You think Christian Bale's S. So there's that.
Fair enough.
You know what? I'll give you this. You can put him above Keaton.
There you go. All right.
Yeah, I'll give you that.
I appreciate
you can
that.
put him above Keaton.
Well, I don't know. I don't want to take too much from you. The thing is, right, is that there's more variables with this Batman than Keaton's Batman.
Yeah,
a lot more variables, a lot more relationships.
There's a lot more. Yeah, there's a lot more characters, a lot more story threads with Bale's Batman than Keaton's.
So I'd have
because Keaton's not even the main character in his own movies.
Damn.
That's the unfortunate truth about his Batman is, Jack Nicholson's Joker is the main character of the first movie, and Danny DeVito's Penguin is the main character of the second one.
Oh, Jesus. He played the Penguin? Fuck.
With Danny DeVito? Yes, and he did a great fucking job.
Wow, that's wild. I had no idea. Fucking hell. I gotta see that sequel.
No, Batman Returns, I think, is really good.
I gotta see it. It's on the list.
It's probably the most boring Batman movie,
Damn.
but I still like it.
Fair enough. Next Batman. Ben Affleck's of the DCEU. This one for me is a massive mixed bag, and I think the main thing for me is the wasted potential. Fuck the wasted potential.
Oh yeah. Ben Affleck as Batman could have been one of the greatest comic book castings.
He really could have
ever.
been. He really could have been, because Holmes has the aura, Holmes has the voice, Holmes has the acting acumen. Ben Affleck is a really versatile actor. He knows what he's doing, you know? That being said, some of the material given to him is absolute fucking garbage. You know?
Yep.
Headaches. That's what this character gives me. Fucking headaches. You go off, and then I'll build off of you. Go ahead.
All right, so I'm going to start with what I like about his Batman.
Let's start with the positives.
I love the aesthetic of his Batman.
Right.
Specifically, let's talk about, just visual, right? Let's talk about his suit. I think his suit is perfect, especially in Batman versus Superman. That suit, it's perfect. It looks exactly like Batman. Affleck wears it very well. It just screams Batman. You look at it and you're like, that's fucking Batman. You can't look at it any other way.
To be honest,
it's a spandex, but it's armored.
To be honest, I'd have to disagree with you on one small thing, and that's the bat symbol. I think it should be a little thinner, a little more sharp.
Fat.
I don't like the fat bat symbol. Everything else is great.
Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of the fat bat either.
The fat bat. We gotta trademark that. The fat bat. Fuck yeah.
I'm not the biggest fan of it either, but I get what they were going for because it's based on that comic series, The Dark Knight Returns, where he has the fat bat. So, I mean, I guess I'm not the biggest fan of the look either. I prefer, like Michael Keaton's yellow oval. That's like my ideal bat symbol.
That's a good one.
But yeah, no, aesthetically, I love Ben Affleck's Batman. He looks the part. The way he just kind of stands around other people, the way he commands a room feels like Batman. And not even just as Batman, as Bruce Wayne. As Bruce Wayne, you can tell, yeah, that's fucking Bruce Wayne. If I was walking down the street in Gotham and Bruce Wayne walked past me, I'd be like, yo, that's fucking Bruce Wayne. Bruce Wayne just walked right past me. He looks like a fucking celebrity.
He does.
And it's all the more apparent when, you have, the party scene in Batman versus Superman, when he's, you can tell he doesn't give a fuck about whatever the fuck Clark Kent is saying to him, and he's just like, I'm just trying to enjoy the party.
For real.
That's kind of the vibe he gives off.
For fucking real.
And also, Ben Affleck is 6'4". Bro's a tall ass Batman.
Ben Affleck does not look 6'4". What? I thought he was like 5'7". Really?
No.
Damn.
He's 6'4", and it was purposeful that they wanted to hire an actor as Batman that was taller than Superman, so Superman would physically be looking up to him.
Damn.
Yeah, but they wanted Batman to feel imposing next, because you put Batman next to Superman, and you're like, yeah, Superman can fucking murder him in 2 seconds. But if you have a Batman that's more physically imposing than Superman, then you're like, all right, now we gotta fight.
Hey yo.
Or it's like, all right, now Batman might kick some ass, And so that was the whole point of Ben Affleck's Batman aesthetic, is you needed someone that was more physically imposing than Superman.
Ben Affleck.
And I think they nailed it.
He pulls that off. Yeah, very much so. Fucking hell.
Yeah. Because, you put him, next to Superman, and he's taller, he's buffer. It's crazy. It's crazy how, the difference. But, yeah, so I like the aesthetic of Ben Affleck's Batman. When it comes to the actual character, I'm thinking Batman versus Superman specifically. I'm not really thinking Justice League, but this is the most broken version of Batman that we've seen in live action.
Very Elsewhere-esque, yeah.
Yeah, he's lost everything. He lost Wayne Manor, and he lost the Robin. We don't know his whole history, but he's been Batman for 20 years.
We can assume he lost everything.
We can assume he lost everything except Alfred, right? That's all he's got.
Which is wild.
It's crazy to think. And so he's been Batman for 20 years. He's dealt with the Joker. He's dealt with every villain you can think of. And he's just fucking done with it. He is tired of this shit. Being Batman for 20 years has got to take a toll, not just on your body, but your psyche, your mentality, for sure. Yeah. And so this is probably the craziest Batman as well. I'm not gonna say that. We got Robert Pattinson still on the list. But he's up there for sure. I think Ben Affleck's Batman is probably the most unhinged.
I'd like to add on to this a little bit. Okay.
Yeah.
The old man arc, I'm done, I don't give a shit. A lot of people like to say that this Batman version of Batman isn't really Batman because of the fact that he kills like liberally, and you know what, I can agree with that to an extent, but I do want to say that if we were to look at Batman, Bruce Wayne, as a human being and not a god amongst men, 20 years of seeing the most diabolical shit happening in front of your eyes and you being powerless to stop it because you know you're going to have to save that guy's life just so he could do it again. I don't care how good of a person you are. Like, yeah, that's not going to work out. Listen, I understand that as a comic book character, you want him to be a hero. You want him to save lives. You don't want him to kill. And I understand where you're coming from, but let's break it down Barney style, brother. Dude has been through the equivalent of several wars. You know what I'm saying? Like, dude has gone through so much in his life. The reason why he keeps doing it is because he knows no one else can. He tried to pass this off to other people, and he couldn't. This Batman feels that everything is fruitless and pointless, so the only thing that he can do to stop these criminals is to make it final, and that's kill them. And while I understand, once again, that he may not be a true Batman, that's fair enough, but you gotta think about where the writers are coming from. I think that it makes total sense that after 20 years of going through all this shit, seeing Joker kill hundreds, if not thousands of people, seeing other criminals do horrible, heinous things to innocent people, innocent women, children, all whatever the fuck, and thinking, hey, I'm going to save their life just so they can break out because politicians, corrupt politicians, break them out, and then they do it again and again and again because I can't pull the trigger. I can't kill them myself. I can't dole out God's justice or whatever the fuck. Fuck that. I'm going to make sure that he's not able to do that shit again. Eventually you snap. It is what it is.
Yeah.
Eventually you will snap. Because there's no way. Just like how like people make that argument is like for example, when Punisher was talking to Daredevil in season 2 on that rooftop, he made that one line that was really powerful. He's like, one thing that I know that, I don't know the exact word, but he basically said something along the lines of, one thing that I know that bothers you, Red, is because you know that you're just one bad day from being me. That's it. That's literally it. You go through enough, you stop giving a shit about preserving life. And it makes a lot of sense that this Batman stopped giving a fuck. Really. About criminals, about people who kill people, about people who sell people, about people who do horrible things to men, women, and children. Do you really think that those lives are worth saving? That's Batman's perspective. That's this Batman's perspective. And you know what? I can't disagree with him. The people that he puts down, seems like they deserve it. Especially in that beginning. Remember when he found all those women in that jail cell or whatever in the basement? Yeah, seems like those people aren't worth saving. You know what I mean? Just being honest. The criminals, not the innocents. You get my drift. So even though a lot of people say that this isn't my Batman, that's fair. It doesn't need to be your Batman. But don't say it's illogical, because it's definitely fucking logical. All right?
Yeah.
That's it. Continue.
And, I have a lot of thoughts on Batman versus Superman as a movie and, the DCEU and everything. But when it comes to the no-kill rule, right, with Batman, in live action, pretty much every Batman has killed. Especially Michael Keaton. I just feel like Ben Affleck's Batman is the first one to really acknowledge that.
Right. Which
and
is
give him a reason for
ballsy. Go ahead.
And it's not just that, but, a lot of people are, Batman's supposed to be a hero. He's supposed to be this. He's supposed to be this. Ben Affleck's Batman, sure, he's supposed to be all these things, but he's not.
Right.
And that's the point of his character. He's at rock bottom. Literally. He's at the end of his life. He does not give a fuck anymore. And so this version of Batman is not the same hero that we're used to. I mean, listen to even something as simple as Batman's theme song in Batman vs Superman, it sounds like a villain theme. It doesn't sound like the theme of a hero. It doesn't sound hopeful and inspiring. A shit sounds like
a prowling
someone's coming
predator.
to murder you.
Yeah, a predator.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So, you can say all these things about, oh, he's not my Batman, or he's supposed to be this. Batman vs. Superman is a deconstruction of Batman's character. They stripped him of all the things that we know about him and said, okay, what if we had a Batman who wasn't Batman? And his journey through Batman vs. Superman and onto Justice League is about him kind of rediscovering himself.
Mm-hmm.
The Batman he is in the beginning of Batman vs. Superman and the person he is at the end of Zack Snyder's Justice League, two different characters. He's more of a Batman at the end of Justice League than he is in the beginning of Batman vs. Superman. And I feel like that's what a lot of people don't get. Just because the character wears the costume and has the look doesn't mean they are 100% that character.
Right. That, and of course it's not. And one more thing I want to add to that. And I'll let you continue. Is that, brother, this Batman, you can draw a comparison to this Batman to a lot of things. A man who has lost faith in himself, in the world. I feel like a good comparison to this Batman is Mike Ehrmantraut from Breaking Bad. If you think about Mike Ehrmantraut in Better Call Saul, you think that, he avenges his son's death, and now he's gonna try to como se dice, he's gonna do bodyguard work, but he's not gonna kill people. He's gonna make money so he can make good on his daughter-in-law. And then over time, he gets an innocent person killed, and then over time he gets worse and worse and worse until eventually he feels condemned. Until eventually he feels damned. He's filled with so much self-hatred, and he refuses to process all of that guilt and all of that grief. That he just thinks that he's damned, he's screwed, he's a lost cause, so instead I'm just going to go out there, sacrifice myself to make as much money as possible for my granddaughter and my daughter-in-law. That kind of comparison can draw directly to Batman, where for over 20 years he's tried to do the right thing, he's tried to do it the way that he's supposed to, that the ideology fits, but over time, over losing so much and not really giving himself time to process any kind of grief or to thoroughly think these things through, he snaps. The thing is, he can't allow himself to give him this time, to allow himself to be given this time, because he knows he's the only thing between him and the end of Gotham. He knows that. Mm-hmm. No one else is going to be there to save Gotham. He's the last line of defense. He's the only line of defense. Mm-hmm. And that's the amount of pressure he puts on himself. And once again, Bruce Wayne, only human. So, Once again, he's an old man at the end of his rope that has simply lost faith in the world around him and has lost his humanity. That's it.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
And I mean, look at the Gotham around him, too. Because a big argument that Hugo Strange has against Batman in Arkham City is that Batman has arguably made things worse for Gotham.
Yes.
If it wasn't for Batman, all these other villains wouldn't be here. And so Ben Affleck's Batman kind of has to face that, too, where he's tried to do so much for Gotham and he's tried to protect his city and do all these things, but maybe he's made it worse. This Batman he hasn't stopped caring about the people. He obviously still cares about his city and he wants to protect it.
Right.
But it's just, what are the means that he's going to do to achieve that goal now?
He's not going to go that extra mile.
If you haven't made a difference, or if you've made things worse in the 20 years that you've been Batman, your methods have to change.
The ends justify the means.
It's simple as that.
Fact is, you want a criminal off the street permanently? You don't put him in a cell. You put him 6 feet under. Mm-hmm. That's his mentality change. He realized that's really the only way to keep him kaput, because there's a lot of people that are dead now that wouldn't be dead if he just fucking killed them. And so he made that decision. And people don't agree with it. And como se dice, there's definitely an argument to be had there that he should remain above the criminals. Mm-hmm. But at the end of the day, bro, if we're just talking about the body count, it'd be a lot less if Batman just pulled out the Glock. You know what I'm saying? Let's be frank. You know what I mean? Yeah. So, I don't know. Yeah, there definitely is an argument there, but I see where the writers are coming from. Very much so.
Yeah. And, that being said, I definitely look at the DCEU and this Batman as an Elseworld version. It's not the definitive Batman.
Of course,
you know?
of course.
It's another version of Batman, another take on the character, which I do like this take, but obviously it's not the Batman
Of course.
that I see in my head. So it's, you know, if we're talking in terms of performance, if we're talking, you know, Ben Affleck, the direction he was given, the script he worked with, I think Ben Affleck killed it. And I really like his version of Batman. I wish we got to see a little more of him. I wish he got a solo movie, but, you know, things happen. You don't always get what you want. But I think overall Ben Affleck did a great performance, and he carried himself well as the character. And you can see it's almost like you can see the character's history in just the way he walks and the way he talks to people, and it's in his mannerisms, right? He carries the weight of the past 20 years on him.
Yes, very much so.
So I really, really like Ben Affleck's Batman.
Now, what I don't like is how he was used a lot for comedic relief and shit like Justice League and the Whedon cut and the Flashpoint, his little cameo. Fact is, I don't really like that he was instantly transformed in like, oh, the comedy fix it guy instead of the old man who doesn't give a fuck. You know, you know. I truly don't like that transformation. While it isn't Ben Affleck's fault, you have to factor that in.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I don't really have much to say on the negatives because they're quite readily apparent. Once again, it's the writing decisions, it's the complete switch up and just abandonment of his arc, like abandonment of his fucking arc. And como se dice? If Batman truly cared, once again, like if Batman truly cared about all those people that Superman could potentially kill, like I feel like the follow through of his character at the end is with the whole Martha scene. It's just. It's not the fact that he yelled Martha that gets me. It's the fact that Batman didn't follow through in general. You know? The fact that they built it up to the point where he was about to kill him. I mean, there's a million ways that they could have done it to where they didn't even need to fucking fight. Superman could have just said, oh yeah, no, this is a trap, Lex Luthor's doing this, but he didn't say that. He just delayed it, right? But of course we need a fight, so fair. Yeah. My thing is, the fact that Batman didn't follow through shows us that the entirety of the narrative that you were trying to build up is false. You know what I mean? Like, show it. You know what I would have preferred? If Wonder Woman got in the middle of it. If Wonder Woman just fucking got in the middle of it, some shit. It's a lot better than just screaming Martha and Batman saying, you know what, I'm good. What? No. Have Wonder Woman get in the middle of it and then explain the situation. Something like that. I just don't see appealing to Batman's humanity as a good character trait when throughout the entire film, and he hasn't been getting better. In fact, he's been getting worse. Throughout the entire film, you've been building him up as a fucking masochistic killer. You know what I mean? You know? Yeah. It just doesn't make any sense, the sudden switch up. What's up?
I watched the video essay, and honestly, I forget who it's from. I don't remember if it was the Cosmonaut Variety Hour that said this or High Top Films, but it was someone, right? There's a video essay on Batman vs. Superman, and they said that the Martha scene would work much better if Batman never killed anyone throughout the movie.
Right. Yeah, I remember that video essay. I've seen that one. Go ahead.
Because the entire movie, Batman is planning how he's going to murder Superman. The entire movie. You know, this is villain shit.
Yes.
He's planning out how he's going to murder Superman, and it would be much more impactful if this murder he was planning was going to be his first kill.
Right, his first kill. Exactly. I just remembered
because
that.
Then,
thank you.
When you hear the Martha thing and he snaps out of it, it's like, oh shit, what was I just about to do?
Yeah.
I was just about to betray everything I stood for, to kill this alien that is seemingly human just like me.
You know what that's called? Writing yourself into a fucking corner. That's exactly what it is.
This is just me talking about Batman v Superman in general, but I do think there's a strong disconnect between the script and the execution of the script.
Absolutely.
Because a lot of people have problems with Jesse Eisenberg's Lex Luthor, right? Like the performance, and he comes off as kind of like a Riddler-esque character, and he's kind of crazy and weird. But then if you listen to his lines, or if you just read his lines, and you imagine them with, like, Clancy Brown's Lex Luthor from the Justice League cartoon, if you imagine him saying those lines, it feels like Lex Luthor. but then you see the movie and it's a different, version of it where he's a bit, crazy and weird. And so there's that disconnect for me with that movie of the script feels comic accurate in a way, but then when you watch the movie, you're like, oh, now Batman's killing people.
Well, who the hell directed the cast? That's what I want to know.
Zack Snyder.
Oh, wait. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's 100% a Zack Snyder decision for Batman to kill people and
Right, but it's not even
Lex Luthor to be the weird.
Exactly. It's Luthor. That's what I'm getting at, right? Is that Luthor does not meet like the traditional version at all, and instead he's doing the crazy shit. My thing is, why Lex Luthor?
Yeah.
Jesse Eisenberg could have played another character with a similar goal in mind. You know what I mean?
A Riddler.
Something, you know.
Um.
And dude,
I mean, hell, in that abandoned building where Batman and Superman were fighting, there's a green question mark spray painted on a wall.
Fuck.
Riddler. Just make him Riddler. I don't know.
That being said, let's get back on topic. Ben Affleck as Batman. For me, while I did like his portrayal, unfortunately, he was given dog shit. All right, because he was given some really cool moments, but the thing is, those moments were taken away by that Martha ending. It really was. Okay?
Yeah.
And I did enjoy that action scene near the end, except once again, they pop it off with him killing somebody, even though he just chose not to kill. Fuck, you know what I mean? It's like just complete contradiction of everything. All right, so
it's the execution. I'm sure in the script there was like he was a more traditional Batman.
I love the concept. Absolutely.
Yes.
I despise the execution. I love the concept, and I love Ben Affleck as Batman. That's all I like.
So what do you think in terms of
I'd
a tier?
say if I was hard, I'd go C, and if I was nice, I'd go B. I'm gonna go hard because Zack Snyder doesn't deserve nice. Not for me. How do you feel?
I think B.
I'm thinking C. Is he really the equivalent of Val Kilmer, or just slightly less?
Well, here's the thing. I mean, we've been talking about Ben Affleck's Batman for some time now. His version is different. Mm-hmm. Very purposefully different. And so you kind of have to keep that in mind of just, the intention was for his Batman to be different.
Right, but his version of Batman
the end of the day,
is very contradictory.
It is very contradictory, but at the end of the day, he does feel like a Batman.
Nah, I'm not buying it. Sorry, I'm not buying it. C tier. I can't. I'm not buying it. The reason why I'm not buying it is very simple. I like this Batman. I like the aesthetic of Batman. He feels like a Batman. You could say that, but then you look at the subject matter and you think, what the fuck? I'm not going to say he's a B tier up with Val Kilmer, who actually feels as perfect, feels like a Batman, and what's the word? Is the script for this Batman, does it make anywhere near as many contradictions as this one?
No.
Is this Batman like reasonably sound? Like nothing too crazy out of the ordinary for this Batman?
It's just Batman.
It's just Batman.
Yeah.
I can't imagine this Batman, who's contradictory and full of controversy, but controversy is a good thing, but mainly it's a contradictory point, along with the fact that the sequels just lead him to be a big fucking clown. I can't imagine putting him right next to Val Kilmer. I can't. I have to go see. I have to. Someone's got to go and see. Look at the list. Someone's got to go and see, dude.
The thing is, for me, is I always forget about the sequels.
Yeah.
With Ben Affleck.
Well, then there you go. We got to factor them in. He's in there.
Yeah.
Batman has went from an old man who kills people to, funny Batarang with Flash moment. Oh, that's it.
Yeah.
What'd he do? He drove around the fuck, yeah. That's it. So yeah, I have to say C. Any thoughts?
No, I've expressed everything I can about Ben Affleck's Batman.
Fair enough. Real mixed emotions, because guess what? that concept, Batman killing people and not giving a fuck, really cool. Really cool.
It is cool.
Even if it's not executed well here, and maybe it's completely contradictory to the Batman character, still really fucking cool. All right, I don't care.
That's why I keep saying I would love an alternate Injustice where Batman's the one that turns bad and Superman stays good. And then, you know, I've told that to people and they're like, oh, but then Superman would just kill him in like 2 seconds. You don't understand. They're friends. And Superman doesn't kill unless he really has to. So if this was an Injustice-style universe where they were best friends and then Batman went rogue, Superman is going to be doing everything in his power to get his best friend back on his side.
I definitely want Superman dead in the third act, if that was the case.
If there was an Injustice where Batman
Yes, very much
rogue.
so. Because that would heighten his power so much more. How are we going to beat this guy? Kind of thing. You got to kill Superman in the third act. Oh, yeah. Easy. Easy. Next Batman. The final Batman so far.
Yeah, the most recent Batman.
And probably the most badass. Robert Pattinson. The Batman 2022. I've watched this movie once in theaters with Squito, and I remember coming out of the theaters thinking, this is Seven with Batman in it.
Yes.
And I'm here for it. Like,
Yeah.
Was this film R-rated?
No.
It was close.
PG-13.
It was fucking close.
Oh, they pushed the boundaries of what PG-13 could be.
For fucking real. Dude, this Batman, the film itself, masterpiece. 10 out of 10. Amazing. That being said, does this Batman trump a Bale or Keaton or West?
I'm going to be entirely biased.
Go ahead.
Yes.
I feel like this Batman in particular did not have to deal with anywhere near as many variables as a Bale. That's what I think.
No. And I think that works in his favor. The fact that the movie was... It's a very simplified plot. I mean, it's a detective story, right? Kind of a murder mystery, and Batman is perfect for it.
Of course.
And so I feel like the emphasis, right, on this being a Batman-centered detective story really works in his favor. And we don't really see a lot of Bruce Wayne in this movie. And when we do see Bruce Wayne, it's just to help kind of extend the detective case. Because he's not really going out as Bruce Wayne. He's going out as Batman, just without his costume. When you really think about it, you know what I mean?
I hear you.
He's just going out there, to find more info on the Riddler. He's not really caring about putting up the Playboy persona like the other Bruce Wayne.
It's literally Batman almost the entire film. He takes his mask off like,
the
2
entire
times?
film. Yeah. And I've seen people complain about that aspect, right? That's, his Bruce Wayne is not good. He's not a Playboy billionaire.
There's not enough.
You gotta understand.
There's not enough.
This is year 2 Batman. Okay, we talked about Ben Affleck being Batman for 20 years. You got to understand.
I know where you're going. Go ahead. I know exactly where you're going.
You got to understand where this Robert Pattinson Batman is at, mentally, and where he's at in his career. This is a year 2 Batman. He's on his 2nd year of fighting crime, and he does not give a shit about the Bruce Wayne side at all. He wants to make a difference in Gotham. He thinks the only way he can do that is by being Batman. He doesn't see the potential of what he can do as Bruce Wayne. He only sees Batman. He thinks he has to be Batman. He has to be vengeance, right?
You hit
his arc in the...
Go ahead.
You can go ahead.
No, you go ahead, and then I'll let you finish. You're on a roll. Go ahead.
I'm going to say his arc in the movie is about him being vengeance, but learning that Batman is not just a symbol of vengeance for the criminals, but he can be a symbol of hope for the people of Gotham. That's his arc. That's Robert Pattinson's arc in the movie.
And one thing I want to add to that, before you continue your point, one thing I want to add to the fact that people need to understand something, that Bruce Wayne right now is non-existent. You mentioned this. He's non-existent to him. Right now he is Batman, 100% Batman. He has fallen into the Batman character to not only to fight crime and to make a change because he's mad at the world, he's aggressive, but it's also to escape the grief that he has for his parents and all the things that he does. The human emotions that he needs to feel, he doesn't need to feel them when he's wearing the suit. So it's an escape.
Yep. He's obsessed with being Batman.
Because he knows once he takes the mask off, he's got to face the real world, quote unquote. It's hard shit.
Mm-hmm. And I think that's what makes this Batman.
And to think fighting crime for Batman at this stage is escapism. It's a wild theory. Go ahead.
It is. But it's the truth. And I think that's what makes this Batman so fascinating. You know, he's not, you know, in on TV every day as Bruce Wayne, but he's out in the streets every single night trying to find someone to punch.
Yeah.
This Batman is angry, he is brutal, and he's still grieving the loss of his parents like that shit happened yesterday.
Yeah.
He is so angry.
The thing is, he's not grieving. He's not processing. He's going. He's not grieving. And all of that pent-up emotion is turning into rage, which then he then dishes out on the low lives of Gotham. I mean, why do you think he's so aggressive in the action scenes? Like, remember that trailer where he punches the guy so many fucking times, and then when he falls on the floor, punches him twice more? Fuck off.
Yep. Yep.
You know? He's already dead, you know?
So that's why I kind of held back on saying Ben Affleck's the craziest Batman. Robert Pattinson's Batman is you know, something's not right.
He's borderline. He's borderline. Like he wants to kill, but he knows he shouldn't.
Yeah, he's crossing that line. I'm not going to kill you, but you're going to be eating through a straw.
He's
for the rest
straddling
of your life,
that line big time. Yeah. It's like an Injustice is like, oh, you can't kill him, but brain damage works. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And his Batman is just so fascinating, and the way Robert Pattinson plays him is perfection.
You gotta love it.
It's so good. He's a very introverted Batman compared to what we've seen. You know, when he's in a room with, you know, when he was filled with those cops when they're looking around the crime scene in the mayor's apartment, he's just, you know, he's not talking to anyone, but he's just observing. That's what Robert Pattinson's Batman does a lot. He observes. He doesn't speak a lot, and he's not really, you know, the kind to toss up ideas. He's observing, and he's just kind of watching. And the fact that he does that makes him the smartest person in the room. There's a shot in once again when they're the mayor's, you know, crime scene.
Right.
There's a shot in the movie where I don't know if a lot of people caught this, but there's a mark on the floor, a piece of blood that's left from the murder weapon that Riddler used, because when Riddler killed the mayor, he dropped the weapon and then he had to go and pick it up because it slipped out of his hand. There's a small speck of blood from the weapon on the floor. And then, you know, you have all these forensics people, right? People taking pictures of all the evidence and, you know, marking it and everything. Batman walks over to that little speck of blood. He stares at it for a bit, and then he walks away. But the fact that he was staring at that specific spot on the floor, one of the forensic people noticed, and then they took a picture of it. They missed that piece of evidence completely. They walked over it the entire time.
Bro!
Batman is the only one that went over, looked down, saw that speck of blood on the floor, and then he walked away. And he just continued looking at the rest of the apartment without saying a word.
That's subtlety.
He observes.
I love the emphasis on the best detective of the world. In the world, the entire film is literally Bat Detective. I love it.
Yeah, and this is year 2. He's not perfect.
Right, he's not perfect.
He makes a lot of mistakes.
Of course, he's learning it, right? But one thing I do want to add, right, is I just like how, como se dice, even though I love Christian Bale's portrayal, I do really. I think one of the most memorable scenes to me was when he was checking ballistics in The Dark Knight. When he saw a bullet hole in the wall, he took that chunk out. He went back to the lab, got it processed, got it analyzed. It's like, oh, I know where this bullet comes from. That kind of thing. Little shit like that goes so far in a Batman film because once again, you need to emphasize the detective stuff. I love those scenes in the Dark Knight trilogy. In this film, it's literally the entire film, and it's beautiful. It really is.
Good. And you know, when we talked about Christian Bale's Batman, I mentioned how I wanted his Batman to have some kind of a warmth, right? You know, he show a little bit of that emotion that he has, and I get it, right? When he's talking to criminals, obviously he's not going to be emotional in front of criminals.
Right.
He's trying to make them scared. You're not going to do that. But in this movie, when towards the end, when the stadium's flooded and everyone is trapped underneath like all the rubble and everything, and then here comes Batman with a flare, the only light in the entire room. Everything's pitch black. He's the only one with a light, and it's just a small subtle thing. Batman moves the debris out of the way, and then you have the newly elected mayor there, and then there's a little kid who was the previous mayor's son, the mayor that died at the beginning of the movie. His son is there, and in that first crime scene when they were investigating, the son is being questioned by the police, and Batman notices him, and Jim Gordon says, "Yeah, the kid found him." And then just the look that Batman gives the kid shows, like, he knows what he's going through. He's been in that kid's place.
Yes, very much so.
And then that kid shows up again later when he's not wearing the suit as Batman, when he's just Bruce Wayne, and he's staring at the kid again as Bruce Wayne. But then we get circle back to the end with when the stadium's all flooded and everything. Batman reaches out his hand to pull the people out of the rubble, and the mayor, she's afraid of him because she doesn't know what Batman's capable of. For her, he's a vigilante. He's just a criminal. But that same kid grabs his hand. And in a way, it's like he's saving himself. He's pulling himself out of the rubble. And I think just the small emotion, just the way that Robert Pattinson in the Batsuit holds his hand out to the people, and he's holding up the flare, it's the only source of light in the room, and the way he's looking at everybody, there's so much emotion in his eyes and the way he carries himself that goes so far with this version of Batman. This version of Batman is very emotional. He's a detective, he's a logical thinker, but in the way he carries himself and the way, Robert Pattinson does a lot of eye acting here.
Very much so.
It focuses a lot on his eyes. And throughout the entire movie, you can see exactly what Batman is thinking in his eyes the entire time. From start to finish, every thought going through Batman's head, whether it's logical or emotional. And I think that scene when he's trying to help the people out goes so far. And you immediately follow that up with when, you have all these people, all these survivors up on the roof of the stadium. And there's that shot of Batman carrying the woman through the crowd with the sun rising in the distance. Such a good shot. One of my favorites in the entire movie. He's carrying the woman, and he puts her out on the stretcher to be airlifted because she's hurt. And as soon as he puts her down, she grabs his arm as if like she doesn't want him to let go. And just the look that he gives her, it's like now he understands what he can do as Batman, what Batman stands for the people. And there's it's
in the way.
It's so fucking good. You can clearly tell I love this movie, and I'm so biased with this Batman, but it's just the mannerisms, the aesthetic, the detective work, the way he fights people, everything. The way Robert Pattinson carries himself as Bruce Wayne and as Batman, it's perfect. It is to me, the Batman is the perfect live action portrayal of the character. And it's the best live action Batman movie. Hands down.
Enough said.
Easy. I saw this movie 8 times in theaters. 8 fucking times.
Home sounds desperate, dog. I saw this movie 8 times.
Probably 8 times in theaters, and I don't even know how many more times I've seen it here at home.
I have nothing else to add to this except the film itself, cinematography-wise. Cinematography-wise, beautiful. The shots, the subtlety, the layers, the villain, everything about the film was awesome. But the portrayal, for now, is literally the perfect portrayal of Batman. I feel you, I understand you, and I think that the other films definitely have more variables that they could fuck up to a degree, and specifically Affleck and Keaton. But I think that this one is also infinitely more complicated than Keaton's character, and I think Christian Bale's character is definitely more complicated because it has a trilogy of films. And I feel like
he has a lot more to work
he has a lot more to work with, right? So I'd have to say that right now, if it continues to go this way, it will continue to stay at S. Abso-fucking-lutely.
Yeah.
Without a shadow of a doubt, this will continue to stay at S. But if the sequels afterwards tend to fuck it up, make them contradictory, we're looking at lower and lower because we're talking about all entries. All right. But that being said, I don't think it's going to happen. I think it's going to stay up here. So we'll see.
Yeah.
But this Batman...
I think the one thing that we can all agree on is that for a sequel, we just want to see more Bruce Wayne.
Yes.
Because he was Batman the entire movie for this movie. I think a little bit more Bruce Wayne would be appreciated.
I think it's the most logical step storytelling-wise. Yes, very much so.
For sure.
They're
yes.
leading into that, so it makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else you had to say?
No. Batman's perfect, and now I want to watch it again.
Go see the Batman.
Yeah. Also, you want to know a fun fact about the cinematography?
No, anyway. I'm kidding. Go ahead.
You were just mentioning how beautiful the movie was. When they were renting out those lenses that they used for the movie from, I don't know what company it was, but the camera company that, they got all their cameras from, they said that those were the worst lenses that they had.
Damn.
And then they were able to make the movie look as good as it was with the quote-unquote worst lenses that they have.
Movie magic.
But it's just because all the focus and shit was like messed up. But that's why there's a lot of like very shallow depth of field type shots in the movie. Mm-hmm. But that shit look good. That shit looks good as fuck.
When you give people who are talented enough dog shit equipment, they can make great movies. It is what it is.
Yeah.
What can you do?
You take shit and you make lemonade.
Yeah. Nah, you make a lemon smoothie, bro. Fuck out of here. Yeah, overall, great Batman. Yeah. And I think right now, he hasn't fucked up anywhere near as much as all the other Batmans. So, there you go. All right, now we've reached the Joker chapter of this tier list.
Joker.
Oh boy, I am not educated on the first one. I am educated on all the other ones, although Jack Nicholson, I may forget a few scenes. That being said, let's start with the first one. Intro him. Go ahead. Do it.
Cesar Romero, the Joker to Adam West's Batman. The man's so ballsy that he refused to shave his mustache for the role.
Damn.
So you can just see his mustache painted white underneath all the makeup in a lot of scenes. It's going to be hard to see it in that picture, but
Tough.
It's there.
Tough.
The mustache is there. I mean, Cesar Romero is... I mean, think of like how Joker would be in like a cartoony 1960s Batman, and that's kind of what you get. It's a hard one to rank because he's just a clown. A murderous clown, for sure.
A murderous clown.
But he's a clown.
That being said...
He's not as scary as the others.
That being said, I doubt he reaches the level of a Ledger, Nicholson, or Phoenix.
Yeah.
I haven't seen much of the show, but I do remember seeing a couple scenes. He doesn't give off that aura.
No, he's not scary, but he is funny.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's really what they were going for, obviously, because it's a kid's show. But he's really funny.
That being said, I think I know exactly where to put him. I know where to put him.
Go for it.
I know where to put him.
Just go for it. Yeah.
I know where to put him.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Yeah.
A tier. I think he's a great Joker for what he was. Como se dice, it was simple, yes, of course, but overall, he's a funny Joker in a comic book show made for kids.
Yeah. I wouldn't put him in S tier, but I would give him the same respect that I give Adam West.
Absolutely, Batman. Respect. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Dude, pioneer. What can you do, right?
Yeah.
Now I can tell you right now that 3 of these characters are going to be S tier.
And one of them has his own category.
I wonder who. So let's break it down. Jack Nicholson as Joker. I want to start with this one. Oh, he's your favorite?
Yeah, he actually is.
I respect you. Very much so. I respect him very much so. I love Jack Nicholson's Joker. I think Jack Nicholson is simply Joker himself. Like he was born to play the role. You know? I think that this Joker while not seemingly as crazy as, let's say, a Heath Ledger or Joaquin Phoenix, is definitely premeditated, and he whenever he's on the screen, he grabs your attention immediately. He grabs you at the shoulders and shakes you. He demands your presence, and you can't take your fucking eyes off of him whenever he's on the screen. Jack Nicholson has always been one of the best actors of all time, and him lending his talents over to Joker was like pouring honey into your coffee. Like
it's a match made in heaven.
It really is. Now, the fact that we don't have Willem Dafoe as Joker is criminal, but at least we got Jack Nicholson.
Yeah.
I mean, there's nothing more for me to say other than that if he's not perfect, he's the closest thing to it.
Yeah. My dad and I, we quote Jack Nicholson's Joker all the time.
Gotta love
He's
Jack
the funniest one.
Yeah, no, Jack Nicholson's dark comedy is top A tier. But the top tier, rather. Top tier, yeah.
Yeah.
Easy.
I mean, the simple scene of do you remember the Joy Buzzer scene? I bet that scarred kids when it came out. Bro goes in for a handshake and electrocutes you to death to the point where you're just the fucking charred skeleton. Yeah, that's terrifying. But Jack Nicholson's reactions are fucking hilarious.
Dude, I agree. Jack Nicholson.
Ooh, it's getting hot in here. It's like, bro, you're killing him. Bro.
That being said, I do have one critique of this Joker.
What's that?
And that's how he looks without makeup. I'm sorry, that fucking smile is mad plastic, bro. Besides, if I had to find a critique, that's a nitpick more than it is a critique, but yeah.
Wait, when you say without makeup, you mean him like without the white face?
Like without the white face, right. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
He's literally it's the white skin, like it's his normal white skin with the smile, like just at a fucking plastic breakneck pace. It's weird looking.
Yeah, I think he had to wear like something in his mouth.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna say. Did he need to stuff something in his jaw? Like must be what it was. Jesus.
And I'm pretty sure he complained that it hurt after a while, which I imagine it would.
Of course.
Being forced to keep a smile like that the whole time.
He's stretching his face. Ew.
Yeah.
Yeah, but besides that, really good. That being said, I don't think I have anything else to say about Jack Nicholson except S tier. You?
Yeah. Yeah, S tier. I love him.
We talk a lot less about the Jokers we love because there's a lot less controversy surrounding them. It's just solid quality. That's it. Yeah.
I mean, I'll mention one of my favorite moments when Batman is flying the Batwing towards him and he pulls out the comically large revolver from his pants.
This Joker didn't give a fuck.
That's cinema, bro.
I feel like my favorite scene was always going to be when Jack Nicholson walked in on Bruce Wayne. That's my favorite scene. Jack Nicholson demands that scene, that room every time. It's my favorite scene. He comes in. He basically just walks all over Bruce Wayne, like he fuck does, you. Know what I mean? You gotta love
that's the famous when Michael Keaton breaks the vase. You want to get nuts? Come on, let's get nuts. And then Jack Nicholson hits him with the "You ever danced with the devil in the pale moonlight?"
Yeah.
What? It's just something I say. I think it sounds nice, and then he shoots him. No point in that quote at all.
Because he's chaotic, anarchistic. I love it. You gotta love it.
Yeah.
So yeah, Jack Nicholson, top tier.
Also, he dances to Prince.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey yo, is there a higher tier?
the parade at the end of the movie with Joker dancing on the float while throwing cash. Mm-hmm. Perfect. It's cinema.
Yeah, I agree. That is indeed cinema.
Yeah.
It's great. I got nothing else to say. It's just great.
No, he's just great. Jack Nicholson was kind of forced to method act with the prosthetics in his mouth.
Right.
Kind of forced to be in character the whole time.
Fuck me, right.
Also, the layers of makeup he had on.
That's painful.
Yeah. Yeah, the scenes where Joker wasn't wearing makeup in the 89 movie. And then you know how he would take a towel, right? And he would start wiping it and you see the white smear on his forehead.
Yeah.
You'd think that they would just put white makeup on the towel or on the cloth so that he could, just smear it on his forehead. But no. So what they did was you had his normal face and then they put the white Joker makeup over that face and then they put the normal skin-looking makeup on top of that white makeup.
Jesus fucking Christ.
It's like he's both wearing like 3 layers of makeup. It's why? Just have it be his normal skin, and then just put the white makeup on a rag so he can wipe it on his face.
Maybe they wanted him to look younger. I don't know.
That's fucked up.
I agree.
I would have shot somebody on
Same, dog.
on the set with a comically large revolver.
Let him know.
I would have taken the comically large revolver, held it up to Tim Burton's head. You're standing like 5 feet away with a gun.
Pow.
Long ass pistol.
It wouldn't have worked for me personally. Fucking hell.
Yeah.
How many bags am I receiving? You know what I mean?
Yeah, right.
The next Joker, the quintessential one. Me personally, I love Jack Nicholson. Amazing.
Mm-hmm.
But I have a preference.
Mm-hmm.
And Heath Ledger's Joker, for me, is the best Joker to ever grace the live action screen.
He's the scariest, for sure.
Definitely.
He's funny too, though.
He is. No, I think it's just a matter of preference, right? Subjectively, right?
Yeah.
But I'd say that this Joker is better than Jack Nicholson's.
Mm-hmm.
Because even though Jack Nicholson is at a point, como se dice, where is at a point where like he demands the room, he's powerful, that kind of thing. All of that is readily apparent. Heath Ledger's Joker sneaks up on you. He makes you think you have the control, and then he says, "Nah, bitch, you fell into my trap." Yeah, that kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
I just think there's way more iconic scenes, iconic shots in The Dark Knight surrounding Joker than there is Jack Nicholson's Joker. I think that Heath Ledger. I'm not gonna use the card that he gave up his life for the role, so he's instantly. I'm not gonna use that card. That's a dumb card to use. It's kind of a como se dice, kind of slimy to use too. So I won't use that. What I'm saying is that the fact that Heath Ledger needed to put himself in like a basement for 6 months, some shit like that. What do you have to do?
I think he locked himself in an apartment.
Yeah, for months at a time, trying to get down the isolation. Like, dude, that's dedication, right?
Yeah, it's dedication.
And then you just add to the fact that his monologues. I'm sorry, his monologues are so iconic. It's ridiculous. Like, I think one of my favorite quotes. I don't know the exact wordage, but it was something. It was literally in his last scene. I think it was his last line. It's like all the White Knight. All he needed was a little push. You know, like that line was, I forget exactly what he said, but when that line happened, when he said it, my jaw dropped. I'm like, oh, fuck. So I think there are just way too many great moments with this Joker in this film to not consider him the best Joker of all time. One of the greatest ones, and I don't think any actors, I don't think there's a lot of actors that could pull this off. The hospital scene.
Yeah.
He's walking out and he's trying to hit the fucking detonation. And he's still in character. It's not going off. And then once it finally goes off, he's still in character, gets into the bus, closes it, and then gets up to the front. Like, it was ridiculous how that little moment where it's like, oh, it's not working. Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. And then he did it anyway, all in one take, practically shot with no CGI, nothing, practically shot. The scale of that moment, and for it to malfunction and yet make the scene better. There is no way you could do better than what Heath Ledger did. There's no human being on earth that could have done that better. I don't care who. I don't care who you put up there. You have something like that, and you put it up against Jack Nicholson's character. I'm sure that there were moments where he improvises Jack fucking Nicholson.
Yeah.
But never to that extreme.
No, Heath Ledger's whole performance feels improvised. When you really lock it down, it just feels like improv the entire way through, but it's so fucking good.
You know why it feels like improv? because Heath Ledger didn't play a character. He became the Joker for a fortnight. That's exactly what the fuck he did. I like to think that Heath Ledger's not only the scariest, but I think he's probably the baddest motherfucker to ever grace a screen. He's definitely up there.
Yeah.
I truly believe that this Joker, the way that he planned everything, the way that everything was set up so perfectly, and then even though his plan was thwarted at the end, still got the last laugh. You have to give it up to the writers, right? I think it was Nolan, right? Nolan, was it one other person too, or was it just Nolan?
I think his brother, or... Because I know he wrote with David S. Goyer for Batman Begins, and then he wrote with his brother for The Dark Knight Rises, but I don't remember who co-wrote The Dark Knight. Mm-hmm. It's either his brother or David S. Goyer, but I want to say it was his brother. I could be wrong. Don't quote me on that.
I think I think a great way to put it is this. What Batman movie do you know doesn't start with Batman?
The Dark Knight Rises.
That's it. Okay, Dark Knight Rises, but that's the Nolan trilogy. All right, fair.
Yeah.
Besides that,
Batman Returns.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, then let me.
It starts with Penguin as a baby.
Okay, then let me rephrase.
Mm-hmm.
No, that doesn't work either because Nicholson definitely outplayed Keaton.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll just say it like this. Name a more iconic intro scene for a villain in the Batman universe. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Any villain in the Batman universe. He's a fanboy, so he should know.
I'm thinking. I'm going through the.
And I don't mean fanboy as a negative. Like, we love geeking out to Batman here.
Of course, yeah. I'm looking through the filing cabinet in my head for... You said opening, right, specifically?
Yeah. Like, opening to a film, game, whatever. Like, the better opening for a villain.
For a villain, specifically.
Yes.
Mm.
Talking about villains here.
Yeah. In Batman, specifically.
In the Batman universe, right?
Yeah. Yeah, no. Heath Ledger's got to be the best one. I was going to say, like Riddler's one in the Batman is really good, but it's not Heath Ledger's Joker good.
It's not Heath Ledger. It's nowhere near as iconic. It's nowhere near practically shot, and it has nowhere near as many great lines.
Yeah, very memorable.
For example, who taught you how to count? Perfect.
That shit feels like something a thug would say in the Arkham games.
Oh, man. That final monologue he had during that scene where he had the gas grenade in that guy's mouth. What did he say? He said something along the lines of...
I'm going to say something that you would not hear anyone on Twitter ever say about a movie or a character or something. Jack Nicholson is my favorite Joker, but Heath Ledger is the best Joker.
Damn. Holmes really broke it down. That being said...
Two different, levels, right? Because you have your favorite, but objectively the best is Heath Ledger.
A lot more complicated, a lot more well-written, and even the comedy hits. Not probably... You can say that Jack Nicholson is funnier, and I can actually agree with you, but Heath Ledger's still pretty fucking funny. And then you add that with all the crazy shit that he gets up to. It's not only the good writing, the good performance, but it's also the spectacle. This Joker beats Jack Nicholson's Joker in so many ways that Jack Nicholson had no control over. It is what it is.
Yeah. And honestly, it's only really one solid reason why Heath Ledger's Joker is the best. Because he's also the smartest.
Yes, very much so. For example, Batman... Let me break it down. Okay.
Bro was doing the lip smacking too. I heard that shit. I heard the...
Yeah.
I think Heath Ledger, no.
Joker did, in a couple weeks, what Batman's been trying to do his entire tenure, and that's clean up the streets. Bro really took out all the bad guys in one fell swoop. All the fucking crime families, remember the fucking scene where he's sitting there at the table, he's got the grenade vests, all those guys that Batman's been after and been running around, Joker took them out like this.
Mm-hmm. Let's not blow things out of proportion.
That's
a good line.
I love that guy. I love that guy. The fact is, I feel like this Joker also had the biggest balls of any Joker. I don't care. That motherfucker walked. First of all, he went up in a fist fight against Batman, and he didn't won the fight, but he won the war, motherfucker.
He did.
You know, he got Harvey Dent. He beat Batman.
Yep.
Not in every way. He didn't get the boats to explode.
No.
But he beat Batman. Jack Nicholson can't say that.
Nope. I mean, Jack Nicholson fucking died. You know, two very different endings.
Listen, there's so much I'm missing because it's been so long since I've watched The Dark Knight. But trust me, eventually when we do watch The Dark Knight, whether it's together or separate, I'm going to do like a solid 90-minute video.
just about the Joker.
Just slobbing all over the knob that is The Dark Knight. Like in general, you know what I mean? So... Yeah, I think Heath Ledger is the best Joker, and I do think there is competition for that spot, but I think ultimately you'd be kidding yourself if you didn't say Heath, man. It is what it is. You can debate the Batmans, you can debate the Gordons, you can debate the Harvey Dents, you can debate the Riddlers, but you can't debate the Joker. Unless we're talking Matt Hamill. That's different. That's different.
Mark Hamill?
No, Mark.
You said Matt.
Matt.
You said Matt Hamill.
Did I not? My bad. Mark Hamill.
Luke
Skywalker. You get it.
Yeah. We know who you're talking about.
That one. Just like how if we were to take all these live action ones and put them up against Kevin, that's something to talk about.
That's
all right.
That's a rough one.
That's a rough one. I'd say Kevin.
I kind of wish they put like the animated series Joker and Batman on here.
Well, I can add them real quick. Hold on.
Oh shit. Bro's gonna add stuff? Like if I made this tier list, there'd probably be a lot more Batmans than Jokers. Like Gotham.
Right.
I'm like the only person that has ever seen that show.
But you know, I don't know shit about those guys, alright? Let's have a productive conversation, please. 1 second.
Like I said, I'm the only person that's probably seen that show.
I hear you.
Not only seen it, but seen it twice. I want to watch it again. Hell yeah.
Alright. There you go.
Hell yeah.
Alright, so let's talk about Batman first. Batman, Kevin Conroy.
Perfection. It's like, you can't really say anything about that.
It's not even like a competition, really. Mainly because there's so much subject matter around him. You know? Like, he has infinitely more screen time, Kevin Conroy's Batman, than any of the other guys. You know?
100%.
And we could talk Arkham Batman.
Multiple
and we
versions.
could take Arkham Batman, too, and put him in the same slot. I really think so. Even though I love this Batman, once again, 3 games, consistent. That one. 4 games, sorry, my bad.
Yeah, 4 games, like 5 different TV shows.
Yeah.
Countless animated movies.
Kevin Conroy.
Kevin Conroy. Yeah, it's S tier.
We're talking live action, we're looking at this man. And for me, it's a competition between this man and this man. Mainly because this man hasn't fucked up yet. But this man...
Yeah, because one has a trilogy, the other guy's got 1 movie.
Exactly. But mainly this man, top tier, is what it is.
Yeah.
Joker.
Yeah, it's S tier. Yeah.
Yes, S tier. That's it.
Yeah.
As a Joker, yes, indeed. Yeah, I'm not saying he's better than the Batman. I'm saying that he's the best Joker. That's it. Best Joker. That's it.
Yeah. I mean, it's just... He's funny. He's smart when he wants to be. When he wants to be is important.
Absolutely. Of course, he be having jokes, bro. But yeah, this Joker.
Yeah. He's just... Mark Hamill's just a good
just
Joker.
Based
he's
off...
scary.
Just based off the Arkham trilogy for me alone, this Joker's the best. I haven't seen the show or anything. Off of this and Batman Vengeance, this Joker's the best.
If you need to watch 1 episode of the animated series to understand why Mark Hamill is such a good Joker, I recommend the episode called Joker's Favor, because that episode is funny as fuck and also kind of terrifying. So, what the plot of that episode is basically some guy is having a terrible ass day, and then so he's driving home from work, and then he's there's this really slow car on the highway, and he's honking at him, and he's telling him to get out the way and all that stuff, and then so he honks at him, and he's like yelling at him, and then he goes around the car, and then he sees that it's Joker driving the car.
Damn.
And then so now Joker starts chasing him on the highway to the point where the guy runs off the road. And then so Joker stops his car and he catches up to the guy and he finds him. And then the guy's like, "Oh my God, I didn't know it was you. Like, please don't kill me." Like, he knows who the Joker is, obviously. And Joker is just like, "You know what? I'm not going to kill you. I'm not going to torture you. I'm not going to do anything." He takes the guy's, I believe, his driver's license. And he says, "I'm going to keep this with me. And when I need you for a favor, I'll call you." Joker waits 2 fucking years. This dude moved states. He changed his name. He did all this crazy shit after that encounter with Joker, and Joker still fucking found him because he needed a favor.
Fucking hell.
And the favor was basically to hold a whole building of people hostage.
Damn.
Basically, I don't remember exactly what Joker's plan was, but yeah, it's crazy shit.
But why did he give him the... I'm sorry. The plot was that he found out that the driver of the car was Joker, so what, he got in a crash?
So he was mad because Joker was driving really slow, but he didn't know Joker was driving the car. So he's honking at him and he's yelling, classic road rage, right? He's honking, he's yelling, and
Joker
and then
threatens him.
Yeah, and so when he eventually goes to pass Joker, he sees that it's Joker driving the car, and they make eye contact. And so Joker now starts following him, starts chasing him down the highway.
Fuck that.
And the guy gets so scared that he runs off the road. And then Joker catches up to him, and then that's when, he basically corners him in the middle of nowhere on the side of a highway.
This is why you stay strapped in Boston. That's it.
Yeah.
Or Gotham. My bad. Same thing.
Same shit.
Yeah.
Same shit.
Different day.
Yeah. But yeah, that episode is really good, and it's funny, but also kind of scary.
But yeah, I'd have to say Kevin Conroy's and Mark Hamill's Joker and Batman are simply the best, and I don't think there's much competition in that regard. 1, because of the screen time, 2, because of how well they're written, and 3, because of how well they're performed. It is what it is.
Yeah.
Simply the best.
And if you need convincing of why Kevin Conroy's Batman's the best, just play the Arkham games.
You'll know. Oh, fuck yeah, you'll know.
Just watch Batman Mask of the Phantasm. There's so much shit you could consume with Mark Hamill and Kevin Conroy.
It's beautiful.
They're the best. They're the best. You can't hear anyone else as those characters. I mean, you probably could. There's other great voice actors that play those characters, but they're not Kevin Conroy and they're not Mark Hamill.
Goddamn right.
Simple as that.
They're the blueprint.
They're the blueprint. All right, what's next?
I don't even want to say his fucking name.
I'll say it. Jared Leto. It's Morbius. It's Morbin time.
Yep.
Yep.
I don't have a lot of words for this Joker.
No.
Let's break it down a little bit. All right. I think that this Joker lacks any kind of level of depth, and the only reason why he exists is to serve as a plot tool for Margot Robbie's Harley Quinn.
Yes. 100%.
The only reason why he's in the film is to sell the film, trailers, whatnot. And the parts that he's in, he plays a flashy bad guy who likes to laugh. And that's it. He doesn't really have any level of depth other than that he may or may not like Harley Quinn. I hate his aesthetic with a passion. He looks like a SoundCloud rapper. Which isn't advantageous for the most intimidating man on their fucking planet.
Yeah.
I really don't have anything else to say other than that. Literally everything about Jared Leto's Joker. I mean, you can say it's down to the writing and he was just given bad stuff to deal with, and I agree with you on that, but then you get to the laugh.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'd like to think that he was given horrible direction.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd like to think that they used the first take and no others. That being said, I'm probably wrong.
I have one thing I like about his Joker.
Go ahead.
Russ got some pretty nice looking suits. Because, you know, he wears a lot of different outfits. He's got some nice drip, I would say. I like it.
I also like the shot where he's laying down and guns are surrounding him. The thing is, practically, how does that shot work?
What do you mean?
As in, did he like physically set all those rifles up so he could do that?
Yeah.
Like, did he order his goons to circle them around with like knives and shit? Like, was that the setup, or would they just put it on a gun rack like normal people who own guns, or like a pile in a box somewhere? Practically, that shot doesn't make any sense. It could be done functionally. I'm saying that, think about it within the context of the story. It's the equivalent of somebody posting a tragedy video, but they have to set up the camera first and then go over to somewhere and then cry and then come back and get the fucking camera to turn it off. It's the equivalent of that.
Yeah.
It's a set piece that has no sense whatsoever. There's not a lot of Joker in this film. Thank fuck.
Yeah. I found another thing I like about him.
Go ahead.
I like his thugs. Do you remember all his thugs were dressed in like these weird outfits? One had like a sheep or like a goat mask. The other one was dressed as like a panda. like they have all these like weird mismatched like
Oh
outfits.
my god, I know what it is.
I like the aesthetic.
I know what it is.
What?
The Joker's appearance in this film is shot, presented as a music video.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah. SoundCloud rapper wasn't far off.
Every single fucking shot in this film that surrounds the Joker is literally something that you would put into a music video.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta hype them up, and you gotta make it stand out. Hence the panda and whatever the fuck mask on the goons.
Yeah.
Hence the grills on the teeth of the Joker. Hence the tattoos. Hence the close-ups and the torturing of a guy. Every single one of those scenes, if you were to take out the dialogue, would simply be scenes in a music video.
Mm-hmm. Well, the grills also serve a lore purpose.
Really?
In that world.
How so?
Yeah. Batman punched his teeth out. It's the years of abuse and, you know, just taking hits from Batman. He's lost his teeth, and so the grills are basically replacements.
You know, there's this thing called dentures.
Yeah.
That Joker would definitely wear if he cared about how his teeth looked.
Yeah, but he doesn't.
But this Joker is a... I feel like this Joker is on the highest level of hello fellow kids energy. And
he does kind of look like Steve Buscemi.
And really and is really trying hard to be too cool for school.
Yeah.
Except what he doesn't realize is when you don't show up for class, you get a poor grade. But for you, my friend, you don't even get a grade. You just get expelled.
Yeah.
Anything else?
He's also trying too hard in terms of just performance.
Very much
like
so.
He's trying too hard to seem scary, but he's not.
He's not scary.
He's not.
If they made him like a caricature and parodical, I could at least put him up here. But he's not a caricature or parodical. They're trying to take him seriously because the movie is such a contradiction of emotions.
Yeah.
That at the end of the day, if I'm supposed to compare you to all of these kings, you don't belong. You don't even belong on the list. In fact, can I get rid of this image? I want to see.
It's crazy when, like, you know, other characters in the movie are like intimidated by him. It's like, why? He's done nothing to, like, you know, warrant that reputation. It's like, yeah, we all know who the Joker is, but this Joker, he's not intimidating at all. What would make me intimidated by this Joker is if like his first scene was we watched him like skin someone alive. Like that's fucked up.
Something.
That's horrifying, actually. It's like, but we didn't get any of that. He shot somebody in a nightclub. Okay.
Oh,
Who gives a fuck? Like,
dude, the Riddler had more fucking opportunities than the Batman. Like, it's ridiculous.
I don't know. The Riddler and the Batman is peak.
Peak.
Yeah, but we're talking about Jared Leto's Joker.
Nah, dude, I'm done. I can't. I don't have the energy for Jared Leto. I need to save it for Joaquin. If you have anything else, please let me know now.
I don't understand how like Jared Leto is a method actor and he consistently puts out bad performances.
Tell me about it.
Like Christian Bale is a method actor, but he's actually good.
Nah.
So like what does Jared Leto do? I feel like he just says he does things.
And don't say method acting works for only for Batman and not for Joker. Look at Heath. Joaquin Phoenix, who I think is the most controversial of all the Jokers that we have on this list.
You think so?
Very much so. Because Jared Leto is universally hated.
Fair.
No one likes Jared Leto. No one likes him.
Yeah.
Joaquin Phoenix, split the fan base right in two.
That's fair.
Because people are like, hey, that's not my Joker.
Yeah.
So I want you to break it down because I've been breaking down some of these Jokers. I want you to break it down. How did you enjoy Joaquin Phoenix's portrayal of Joker?
All right. Well, you just mentioned how he splits the fan base in two.
Yep.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm kind of on both sides.
I hear you.
I understand. Like he's not my Joker. He doesn't feel like a Joker. But it's also this is an Elseworld movie. This is kind of it's a new take on the character. Much like Ben Affleck, it's purposefully different. But at his core, Joaquin Phoenix's Joker still feels like the Joker. And I think that's the most important thing.
It's just
with his version of the character.
It's just a very different Joker.
It's a very different Joker. Because, I mentioned Heath Ledger's the smartest. All the Jokers are kind of smart in their own way. Especially Heath Ledger's. Like, he's smart to the point where it's terrifying.
Yeah. It's fucking psychic. Jigsaw level. Jesus.
Joaquin Phoenix's Joker is not very smart, but he's very impulsive and he's very emotional. And that's what makes him terrifying. That's what makes him unpredictable.
He's unpredictable, right?
Yeah. Because at any moment in time, you say the wrong thing around him, he's just going to snap. And sure, the other Jokers are like that too. But it's in the performance. It's the little, twitches in Joaquin's face. The way he would glare at somebody. The way he glared at Robert De Niro.
I feel like the main thing.
Terrifying.
I feel like one of the main things that made Joaquin Phoenix's Joker terrifying is not only that he's unpredictable, but that he seems more unstable than the other Jokers. Now I know that they're all fucking crazy. They're all unstable. The problem, the difference between them and the other Jokers is the other Jokers, they always have a plan, an end game, if you will. Joaquin Phoenix don't have an end game. He's just lashing out.
Yeah, I mean, he was going to kill himself. I guess that was his plan, was to kill himself on live TV.
Right.
But after the conversation with Robert De Niro, in the moment, he shot him instead.
Made that decision on the fly.
Yeah. So, it's a give and take, I guess. He's very emotional, and that's what makes him scary.
Mm-hmm.
And, when we talk about the performance, Joaquin Phoenix just fucking kills it. He's so damn good as the Joker.
Yes.
He even looks like the Joker.
He does.
And honestly, I think one of my favorite aspects of this version of the character is that his laugh is a nervous tick.
Involuntary, yes.
It's involuntary. It's scary, bro. Like, that is actually a terrifying thought to have.
Well, we can talk about all day about what this film says politically, or how people kind of reject people with mental illnesses, right, and treat them like trash, that kind of thing, right? Or you could talk about how like all that pent up aggression of being a loner kind of spills out with toxic masculinity, and eventually leads into leads to murders and violence and that kind of thing. We could talk about that all day, but we're here to talk about Joaquin's performance and the Joker's character in and of itself. Pretty much. So I'd like to think that this Joker is very emotional, but is also very detailed and layered and is very disturbed. And right now, this Joker is in his early stages of development. Now, unlike Batman, this Joker comes from a lot more of an unstable background. All right, he doesn't have $1 million mansion. He doesn't have somebody looking out for him. He's alone. He's got to make all these mistakes himself. He's got to learn all his lessons by himself. And he wasn't raised correctly in any regard. And he has so many issues that the government or the Medcare system, whatever the fuck, the healthcare system will not help him with. So he's a product of his environment, right? And I think that this Joker in particular is something that a lot of people can relate to. And that's something that is hard for me to say for the other Jokers. Mark Hamill, I definitely see it, because once again, they definitely pander to humanity a lot more than the live action versions. But besides Mark Hamill, you can understand where the Jokers are coming from, but you cannot relate to them anywhere near as much as a Joaquin Phoenix. You really can't, because he's just another guy.
He feels like a Joker from our reality.
Yes. If Joker was real, this would be him.
Yep. For sure. And I like, in terms of aesthetic, that he's more clown-like.
Yes.
Like the colors he wears, the makeup. You know, he's got like the red nose. He's a clown.
Holmes really did parties.
Yeah, we're all clowns.
All right. We live in a society.
Yeah, that's really what we're saying here.
Yeah, right. I think this portrayal of Joker is very intelligent. I think this portrayal of Joker is very deep. I also think it's very relatable to people who go through mental struggles, who deal with loneliness, who deal with a whole host of things. I think they can all see a little bit of themselves in the Joker. And that's what the Joker uses to his advantage. He rallies the people up against the system. And all that rallying leads to violence and rioting in the street, which he wanted. Joker at his core has always been an anarchist. Overthrow the government, go chaos mode, you know what I mean, that kind of thing. And I feel like in his first movie they nailed him to a T, his version of him to a T, and I don't really have any issues with this Joker. You can say it's not comic book it's not comic book faithful, and that's fair, but I don't think that makes a movie bad because it didn't follow the comic books. All right, I think that the Joker that's here is very well made, very intelligent, very well written, and is very different from the other Jokers. And I also think that he is not finished. His story is not finished. Just like this Batman, his story is not finished, but what is here is damn near perfect. With that being said, where do you rank him?
He's S tier.
But where in S tier? That's the question. Me personally,
he's
I think
underneath Heath Ledger.
Me personally, I think it's really early to tell, right? So I can't put him over Heath Ledger, but it's hard for me to put him over Jack Nicholson as well. It really is.
I feel like for me, him and Jack Nicholson are kind of on par. And it's weird because they're very different too.
You know what? I'd say that there are damn near no flaws with Joaquin Phoenix's Joker. I mean, I can't think of one. Can you?
No.
Can you think of a flaw of Joaquin Phoenix's Joker? Not Joaquin Phoenix. Can you think of a flaw of Jack Nicholson's Joker? Any flaw, big or small.
Honestly, no. I like everything about Jack Nicholson's Joker.
Well, then I guess it should come down to which subject matter is more complicated and executed better, pertaining to the character itself. Like his arc, that kind of thing.
Yeah, well, Jack Nicholson's Joker doesn't really have an arc. He goes from being a bad guy to a worse guy. So, I mean, in terms of that, it's got to be Joaquin.
I mean,
His arc is a lot more defined.
what story lasts with you more? What makes you think more? What's more impactful?
Well, the one that makes me think more is Joaquin Phoenix's. But the performance and the character that's more memorable to me, the one I quote more often, would be Jack Nicholson's. And it is partially biased because Jack Nicholson's is the one I grew up with. And Joaquin Phoenix is the most recent version of the character that we've gotten so far.
I'll tell you what.
But in terms of one that makes me think, one that's more intelligent, in terms of the writing, it's Joaquin.
You know what I think? I think of this. I think that right now the stages that we are currently in with Joker is way too early. We're in way too early stages with the Joker. I think we need to wait for Joker Folly Edu to put him over Nicholson. I really do. Judging by the trailer, I mean, we did a whole breakdown on it. It looks to be another masterpiece. And if it builds on Joker's character more and actually makes him more of an organized kind of guy, you know, like he's actually acting with intent rather than emotion, you know, like you see him mature and kind of build up as an even more imposing Joker, I'd have to say that he'd be a contender with Heath Ledger if he could pull something like that off. But we don't know yet. So for now, I'd say he's just below Jack Nicholson. By a smidgen. He's just below Jack Nicholson.
Absolutely fair. Bonus one.
Yes, go ahead.
Robert Pattinson's Joker.
Oh.
Bro's got 2 scenes.
Hold on,
one of them was deleted.
I'm going to look it up. Hold on.
He is in 2 scenes, and one of them was a deleted scene that they put on YouTube later.
The last Joker that we talk about this
What a
evening.
picture.
Well, it's the most clear one. The other ones are mad blurry.
Oh, yeah, because on purpose.
Right, of course. Well,
Yeah.
I mean, there's one here, but no, that's fine. That's perfect. This is perfect.
Yeah.
Joker from the Batman 2022. As you said.
Yeah.
The man with 2 scenes.
The man with 2 scenes, 1 deleted.
Indeed.
It's important to note because not everyone would have seen the deleted scenes.
I'd say, from what I saw, he's got some good mannerisms. And I also like his performance, the little subtleties. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think
it's if you guys don't know the actor, it's Barry Keoghan, who, if you're a superhero fan, he was in the Eternals. I know he's done some other big stuff. I can't think of it off the top of my
Let
head.
me look him up.
Yeah. Like, you see him and you know him.
Yeah, Saltburn. Let's see here. Oh, geez.
Dunkirk.
Yeah, Dunkirk. Yep, that's the one.
Yeah.
Dunkirk. So yeah, he's definitely a decent actor. Absolutely.
And his Joker is deformed.
Yes.
Yeah, that's scary.
Holmes is nasty.
That's the smile's a deformity. That's fucking terrifying.
I think that
and he looks disgusting.
Yes, he does. I think this Joker definitely has potential.
Yeah.
But that's what I can say. Potential. I don't even think it's fair putting him on the tier list.
No.
Because
he has 2 scenes. It's impossible.
He has 2 scenes. But if I were to play devil's advocate.
Yeah. Yeah, you read my mind.
From what I've seen. Just based off what I've seen, this is subject to change. Just like how this is subject to change, and just like how this one's subject to change. Not this one. That one.
Yeah.
From what I've seen, the subtleties in his scenes, the work that he put together, and the way that scene was shot, it just from those 2 scenes alone, if it continues to be as consistent as it was, we're looking at this. But for now, That Joker, A tier, right behind Cesar Romero.
And also worth noting, we might not even see more of Joker in Robert Pattinson's Batman universe. Because even though he was at the end of the movie, the director has said that's not a tease for Joker being the villain in the next one. It was meant more for the theme of the movie.
He might be more of an informant later on. You know what I mean? Like he's talking. I want more chair scenes today.
Yeah. And then also, like, lore that wasn't explained in the movie, but we learned from the director after the fact. This Joker was caught by Batman when Batman was in his first year of crime fighting. So, this Joker might not be that good.
Weak.
Bro got caught, like, right away.
Weak. Yeah.
Weak. But you can tell from the one scene he's in, we can see that, he really knows how to get under Batman's skin. Just with words. Bro's behind, like, bulletproof glass.
Wow.
And he's already getting under Batman's skin.
Yeah, for real. Batman lost some of his shit when he was talking to him. This Joker knows how to fucking pull up the strings. That's all it is.
Yeah. Batman walked out before he even finished the interrogation. Like,
emotional, damn it.
Literally. Yeah, I think this is a good tier list.
Are there any decisions that you think we should change? Any regrets?
Not really.
I don't think Ben Affleck is above or even on par with Val Kilmer. I think George Clooney does not belong anywhere near any of these guys. Jared Leto, well, that's non-negotiable.
Yeah.
I think Affleck's character is better than Keaton mainly because he's had way more depth and variables to juggle. Cesar Romero is definitely a decent Joker, but not on the caliber of these other guys. This Joker simply has not been given enough, but from what we've seen, quite consistent and is nowhere near the level of this fucking guy. So there you go. Yeah. And then you have the S tier, which I think may be the most controversial amongst fans, except for this one.
So?
Yes, except for this one, Kevin Conroy. I think.
What would be the most controversial in S tier? You think
on in S tier? Huh.
Yeah.
I'd say Joaquin or Adam West.
I don't think Adam West would be controversial in S tier.
I think actually yes, so because people will pull that line, or it's like, oh, it's an old show from the '60s. If you think about the depth of all these characters, they have way more depth. They have way more variables to juggle. By your own benchmark, you're saying that, como se dice, even though Adam West had a lot less to juggle and had a lot more variables to fuck up, como se dice, you really think he's better than Affleck? That kind of thing. They might think that we're going completely against our grading system. And the thing is, we are. Because he's the exception. He's literally the only exception here. He's literally the only exception here. So I think the most controversial will be Joaquin here. Maybe Nicholson. Nicholson.
Maybe. I could see maybe Nicholson. I could see people putting him in like A or B. But, in terms of our tastes, in which our opinions are objectively fact and correct.
This is literally the official tier list. There is no other tier list of this at all. And they don't exist.
And we have had our disagreements. I mean, like you would put Bale in S.
Yes, I would put Bale at S, but I compromise with you because I understand that there are indeed some flaws, mainly with the Bat voice. And considering the Bat voice is definitely something that needs to be commanding, I understand where you're coming from, so I put it in A.
Yeah.
And you compromised with Affleck. I said I understood that, like, hey, he might be cool, but Val Kilmer didn't fuck up anywhere near as much as this contradictory fuckwad. You know what I mean? It is what it is, So you understood. I understood. It is what it is. We compromised. We talked about it. We talked over it for 2 hours and fucking 17 minutes.
Good.
I think we put enough thought into this to say, hey, this is the definitive tier list.
You know what? I think we need to restart.
You right.
It's like, I don't like any of this.
My bad. Okay. Jared Leto, S tier.
Yep. You got it.
All right. That being said, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for joining us down the rabbit hole. This was a fun one. I enjoyed this one.
Indeed.
It was a lot longer than I thought it'd be, to be honest. This was supposed to be short and sweet.
And it was not.
And it was literally 20 minutes less than the Spider-Man tier list. Fuck.
I feel like it's always the ones that are supposedly
Bro!
short and sweet
For
that
real!
end up going the longest.
Our Would You Rather conversation was 90 minutes long. Fuck!
Yeah.
You know what? We talk too much. So I think the new one is what, 2K25 now?
24,
24.
coming out March.
I hope that's good. I really do.
Yeah, it's gonna be a day one cop for me. It's weird because like Suicide Squad came out this week, and I'm like, like.
Suicide Squad came out this week?
Yeah.
Oh.
If you have the deluxe edition, you were able to start playing it yesterday, Tuesday.
That's crazy.
But the standard game releases worldwide tomorrow. Friday. My bad.
People have been shitting on that game, Holmes. Jesus
Yeah.
Christ.
The mixed response is why I haven't bought it yet. I was gonna get it day one and like just play it for myself and be like, fuck what the critics think. But the mixed response, I'm just like, I don't know if I want to put my time into that right now.
The NDA has been lifted, so you can say a little bit about what you played.
Yeah, I mean, like, I only played the first 3 hours of the game, but gameplay-wise, that shit was pretty fun. But also, it's like, it's a live service game, and it's a looter shooter,
That's so dumb.
in
I still can't believe that's something that's true. It's like, bro, this is a narrative story. Why the fuck is this live service? I don't get it.
Yeah. And then, like, also, I looked up how long the story was. It said about 10 hours.
Really?
And I'm like, all right, that's pretty normal for a single-player game, but this isn't a single-player game. I was kind of expecting something a bit longer.
But the thing is, the standard for solo stories have gone up. That's the thing. Like, it's no longer like a 10-hour story. Like, if you're going through a story, you got to think Last of Us 2 level, 17 to 23 hours. Spider-Man PS4, 18 hours, something along those lines. The standard has gone up. You know what I mean? It's no longer a 6 to 8 hour experience.
My personal standards, because my brain is still like on The Last of Us 1.
Your brain,
like that game's 10 hours. Like,
yeah.
For me, I'm like, yeah, like that's a decent length.
It's fine.
You can tell a good story in 10 hours.
I'm not even mad at it. Like, it's fine. I'm just aware that the standard has gone up, and I expect more. You know what I mean? So those 10 hours better be really good. And I don't know, man. I don't see it. I just don't.
Yeah,
see it.
it's just for me for Suicide Squad. It's like, okay, only 10 hours. It's a $70 game, and then like based on the side content that because I've done my research on the game, and based on the side content that's there, doesn't look like it's a lot to hold me over for very long after doing the story. Mm-hmm. And I know it's live service; they're gonna be updating it, and they're planning to add like more story missions and characters and shit. But I don't want to have to wait for that shit.
Exactly.
Like, I'd rather...
What's the point of a fucking release date if you're gonna give us the one half of the game? You know what I'm saying? Fuck off.
Yeah.
It's so dumb.
And then also like the first DLC or the first season that they have doesn't interest me. It's like, oh, you get to play as the Joker, and it's the Joker from another universe. It's like, I don't care. I'm tired of the Joker in media.
For real, like that's all he's in.
Joker,
Every Batman
so
story has
overused.
Joker.
Like,
Jesus.
If it was like, you could play as Bane, that's different. Bane would be a cool character. Deathstroke, literally any of the DC characters. But fucking Joker, like, come on, bro. Your first season is Joker. Also, his design looks like shit. Like,
yikes! Yeah.
You made him look like a bitch. I don't like it.
I saw one scene that people are really pissed off. It has something to do with Batman. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I know what happens in the game already.
Yeah. So is that literally the last scene?
With Batman, yes.
That's literally it. There's nothing else.
Yeah. He just gets shot in the face.
That I forget his name because I'm a horrible human being. I knew it yesterday and now I forget. The guy who voices Batman.
Kevin Conroy?
Thank you. I'm sorry. Kevin Conroy.
Yeah.
That was literally Kevin Conroy's last words.
They actually just confirmed that he did an animated movie that's coming out I think in like a month or two.
Did he? Okay, thank God.
Yeah, Justice League animated
movie.
Fuck!
Jesus Christ. Because his last words were like, is the clown show over or some shit? And then he just dies unceremoniously. I'm like, what the fuck? Hold on, wait, that's it?
A lot of people are comparing his death to Joel's in The Last of Us 2, but I think what a lot of people don't understand is that Joel's death in The Last of Us 2 is for thematic storytelling purposes.
Yeah, I mean, it starts the revenge arc. Continue.
Yeah, for this game, for Suicide Squad, all the deaths are for shock factor, essentially.
Really? That's how we
Pretty
feel?
much. I mean, it's not even really shock factor because you're playing as characters that fucking hate the Justice League. So it's
Right.
like, it's just it's whatever.
It doesn't serve. Let me tell you, with a title as on the nose as "Kill the Justice League," we don't expect deep storytelling here. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Really
like
don't.
you get what you pay for, pretty much. And I'm fine with that. Like, I don't care that they kill the Justice League in a game called Kill the Like,
Right.
it's in the fucking name, right? I think the only thing that doesn't really sit right with me is that it's in the same universe as the Arkham games.
You tell me about it.
It
That
didn't
is
need to
fucking
be.
ridiculous. It didn't need to be. You're right. 100%.
Yeah,
It did
like,
not fucking need to be.
Yeah, like, I get doing that, but
Why?
at the same time, it feels like they only did it for money. It's like it's in the
feels like-
Arkham universe, and all the Arkham fans lost their fucking minds.
One thing is that they it feels exactly as you said, that it felt like they were doing that for money, and it feels like it's a spit in the face to the Arkham trilogy. All right, the Arkham trilogy is one of the most goated fucking gaming trilogies of all time. It's amazing. All right, Arkham Asylum, Arkham City, and Arkham Knight, even though it had a bit too much content, is still fucking great. All right, and so you put all these things together, and then you say, oh, we're gonna make a spin-off game where we disrespect the main character of that entire trilogy. Like, it's dumb. It's just dumb. The reason why Joel's death, I first of all, I hate that comparison. I'm glad that you defended it, because you know how I am. I fucking go down the rabbit hole with Last of Us 2. When it comes to Last of Us 2, you're right. That fucking that the killing of Joel is not just for shock value. It's meant to be the start of the revenge arc for Ellie. It's meant to empower you to go out and kill Abby. It's meant for you to feel the anger that Ellie feels in that moment. You understand? That death serves such a strong fucking narrative point that I don't mind it, because it's so unceremonious, but it's so visceral. It makes you feel fucking anger. Literally every single person that was playing through the game that didn't like that game, they would legit say, "Oh, I'm only playing this so I can kill Abby. I'm only playing this so I can kill Abby." So that means it fucking worked. It worked. What they were trying to do is it worked. And I don't think it was lazy at all. I think the game had some of the biggest fucking brass balls to kill one of their biggest characters right at the beginning. It wouldn't, if they had just killed him and like it was a zombie or some shit, like a completely, then it was that unceremonious, then yeah, I would think it was cheap. But it's not. It was a chick with a golf club and a group of her friends, and we wanted to hunt them down. That's how fucking strong that death was, So
Yeah.
it's ridiculous. And then they add the little the story arc where Ellie was mad at him at the time, and Ellie really just wanted to enjoy her time with Joel, but now she doesn't get to do that. The fact that they added that along with that final scene at the end with them on that porch, just magnifique, you know what I mean? Great story. So you cannot compare those two deaths, him and Batman. It's ridiculous. The people who were criticizing that game when it came out never played it. So go fuck yourselves. You got past the first 3 hours and then didn't play it anymore because you're cowards. That's it. That's it. That's it. I don't mean to be so volatile. Of course, these people were just they were hurt and they didn't play it anymore because it was too much for them, and that's fine. The story's not meant for everybody, but don't say it was cheap, because that's not what it was. Come on now, help me out.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, I'm very, very mixed on Kill the Justice League right now.
Yeah. I hope the critics are wrong. I hope it's actually really good and tasteful, but considering that's the last scene for Kevin Conroy in that game, I don't know.
Yeah. And I mean, like, I know they do plan on adding more story stuff, but I also feel that all the post-game shit really undermines the stakes of the game itself.
Yeah.
Because, when you have a game about killing the Justice League, it's like, oh shit, that's a big thing.
That's final.
You're killing the fucking Justice League. But then, before the game comes out, like a week before, they announce all this, these post-game content, and it's a multiverse game now,
Right.
with all the content they're gonna add later. And when you add in multiverse, it really undermines the value of all that shit.
Right? Because it's like,
it goes
brother.
from being like a world-ending stakes to just being like, oh, this character's alive in a different universe.
It's like, let's go back in time for the Infinity Stones. Oh shit, yeah. That kind of thing, you know.
Like as soon as you start adding shit like time travel and multiverse, it really just undermines the stakes. And I feel like that's kind of what they were trying to do, announcing that shit like a week or two before the game drops.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, we know what you're trying to do. Like, come on,
help us out.
So I don't know. I do want to play it, as a DC fan, and I do want to see where the Arkham universe goes after this. But also, it's just, I don't know if I want to spend the money and the time right now to play it. I'll probably wait for a sale. Mm-hmm. Maybe I'll wait until they add a lot more content to it, and then I'll buy it after.
That's crazy coming from fucking you, dude, because I could tell you right now, talking to the audience here, Storian is the fucking biggest DC fanboy I have ever met. He loves DC, and I love DC too, but he's read all these fucking comics, and he eats up everything they give. For him to be hesitant on a DC title, that shows how bad it is. I'm just being frank. Yeah. It's just... And I'm not saying that as a negative connotation. You grew up with it. It makes sense. We all have our biases, and DC's one of yours, and that's fine. It's crazy that you are actually hesitant on a title. That shows the quality of said, or at least the reaction of said title. That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Me personally, I can't spend $70 on a product that I'm iffy about. I just can't.
Yeah. It's just it's weird how I feel about Suicide Squad right now. Mm-hmm. I am part of me is still thinking about buying it and playing it, but then also it's just, I don't know if I want to do that right now.
Yeah.
Down the line, sure, but where it stands right now, where it stands right now, I'm probably not gonna. I mean, not even just a sale. I'm probably gonna wait for them to, until they get to like season 5 or 6 when there's a shit ton of content already in the game. Then I'll get some bang for my buck. But
it's just so dumb. I hate this live service bullshit. You know what I mean? Though we're gonna add all this content afterward. It's so dumb. Like Mortal Kombat can get away with that shit because they give you so much upfront already, and it's like, oh, we're gonna add some extra characters. Oh, cool. Yeah, I'll buy it. You know what I mean? Because they give you so much to start with. But the fact that you're selling a $70 platform is ridiculous. I hate it. We're giving you the foundation of the game. Like, bitch, fuck off.
Yeah.
I don't like that shit. I really don't.
But yeah, and I've seen a lot of people also compare this to like Injustice, because a lot of people don't like Injustice and claim it disrespects the characters. But the thing for me about Injustice is that right from the fucking get-go, they tell you this is a different universe. The rules are different here. Mm-hmm. It's not the same Superman you're used to from the fucking movies. It's a different. This Superman is evil. Fucking, he does not give a shit about human life. It's two very different characters. But that's kind of the point of Injustice. It's supposed to be like a backwards, upside-down version of the DC universe.
Right.
But then with Suicide Squad, you put it in the Arkhamverse. And the Arkhamverse, Batman in this universe, we've played as him. Mm-hmm. Like, we've gone through his struggles. And it's we
slammed a man through a table with him. You know what I'm saying? Like,
it's a very comic book version of Batman, especially Arkham Asylum. Arkham Asylum was just straight up comic book.
It's true. Like you stole that out of my mouth. It's truly faithful, right?
Yeah, it's like the first game is just straight up Batman, but then you get to Arkham City, and that's when Rocksteady's like, okay, we can kind of do our own thing with this, make it a little different. Mm-hmm. And so, slowly they've been kind of adding their own shit and making their own universe, which is cool. And then they want to do Suicide Squad, which is a good way of exploring different parts of the DC universe.
Right.
And then you just go ahead and, kill the Justice League, and it's like, all right, so what's the point now?
It's like flipping the coin. It's like complete opposite of what it was, I mean? Deep, rich storytelling to a gimmick, Mm-hmm. And it's just like, I love Flash as much as the next guy, not the superhero. I'm talking about Flash itself, And it's ridiculous that Flash can come with substance, guys. So please think of substance before you do the Flash. That's something that a lot of creators like to do. They do the Flash before the substance, and so the substance doesn't come out as good because they already put all the energy into the Flash. You understand? It's ridiculous. It's dumb. And that's what they did here. Kill the Justice League. Yeah, that's a killer name. Oh wait, it's a bit on the nose, don't you think? Oh well. Yeah, like Batman versus Superman. I'm like, that's a shit title. Come on. Help me out. Like the movies, I go back and I watch it and I'm like, you know what? It's not too bad. There's some dumb things. Definitely with the Martha thing, don't get me wrong. Definitely. But there's some good moments in there. And I like, it's all right.
Yeah.
But Batman versus Superman, that's a horrible name. Come on. Come on.
Could have called it something else.
But it's money. That's all it is. The most dollars they can extract from that movie, the better. So I don't blame them for naming it. It's just there's no subtlety,
Yeah.
Same with Godzilla X Kong. But at least there, when I see Godzilla X Kong, I'm like, come on, this is a CGI fest. There's not going to be any depth here because these aren't human protagonists. These are just animals fighting each other. That's it.
Yeah.
So it makes sense.
Yeah, my biggest issue with Suicide Squad right now is that it's in the same universe. I would have just new game, like new universe, new time.
New game. Delete the old save file, start from scratch. Yeah.
Yeah, like I would have just I get it's a selling point that's in the Arkhamverse because people fucking love the Arkham games, but
no.
And
I
also
think
could have flipped the idea too.
What's up?
I tweeted about this. They could have flipped the idea too. You could have made it a Justice League game where you're fighting mind-controlled villains.
Just saying.
Instead of playing as villains fighting a mind-controlled Justice League.
Yeah, one thing that one thing that pisses me off, right, is one thing that I noticed anyway. One thing that I noticed is that they probably did that after their reception of I think it was. Do you remember the Teen Titans one that they did? I don't know. It was like Robin, it was Batgirl and all this shit, and like Batman just died at the beginning of the game. Gotham Knights, yeah, that one. See, I forgot the name. But like after the reception of Gotham Knights, I'm sure they were thinking like, oof, I don't know, It's just because that reception.
It's weird. I think Gotham Knights fits more into the Arkham universe than Suicide Squad does. Yeah, because I mean, when you look at the context, right? Batman Arkham Knight ends with Batman faking his death.
Yeah. And
Gotham Knights ends after Batman is supposedly dead.
Actually,
and now it's up to like Robin and Batgirl and Nightwing to kind of pick up the pieces. You could have just had it take place after Arkham Knight, and then still have the same story.
Right, like instead of Batman actually dying, it's just like, oh, okay, now I give it to you guys, enjoy.
Yeah, and honestly, him faking his death would have been better because in Gotham Knights, they bring him back to life just to kill him off again anyway. So it's like, what the fuck is the point of that?
Yeah.
It's like, that's just bad writing right there.
Yeah. Shit. Oh, because we need a strong opening. It's like, guys, come on. You don't need... Calm down. All right? Please.
And weirdly, I also think Gotham Knights would have worked better if that one was live service instead of Suicide Squad. Because there's a lot more shit you can do with Gotham Knights.
Shit. Well, that's a thought. I mean, one thing that I wanted to point out is that Spider-Man didn't start with the death of Uncle Ben. Spider-Man PS4. Spider-Man started with the defeat of Wilson Fisk, one of the biggest villains that Spider-Man has. It's like, hey, that's a really good start. You know what I mean? Because they start with a big crescendo, a massive boss battle, a massive fight. Going through these really cool fucking settings, like in the building they were in. Hey, that's a good start. And so I don't know why they can't do something like that. Why do they have to start off with a massive death? I just don't understand. Some stories can do it, but it's not mandatory. You do not have to throw Batman in to make those heroes look better. You don't have to do that. So I don't know. I think
DC just has a massive hard-on for killing Batman.
They really
did
do.
it in the Batwoman TV show. They did it in the Batwoman TV show. They did it in the Gotham Knights show. They did it in the Gotham Knights game. They're doing it in Suicide. Like, I think DC just hates Batman.
Because they're all
there's
trying
no
to
other
be
way around
shocking.
it.
Batman is their biggest fucking IP, so they're all trying to be shocking, but it's ridiculous because it's been done again and again and again for the exact same reason, and it's shock value at the beginning to make you care more about the main characters, the characters they're actually talking about. That's it.
Yeah.
And didn't Batwoman? It was going for 2 seasons, and didn't they directly disrespect Batman? It's like, oh, it's time for a woman to do this or some shit. Didn't they do that?
That was probably a line that was said in one of the earlier episodes.
No, that legit. I watched the clip, and that's what he said. It's like, it's time for a woman to do this, or like a woman could do this better, or something so ridiculously dumb. And they zoomed in on the person's face. Well, it was so dumb. I just don't.
I don't remember, but it sounds like something that would be in that show.
That's CW shit. Yeah.
Yeah.